And I'm live. I'm live. How's everyone doing tonight? You have COVID. I shouldn't have said that. No. God damn it! I shouldn't have said the name of it. I'd give it less than a 5% chance. So I've been feeling really bad these past couple of days. As I said in the Discord, I had a huge headache. I was very dizzy. I started having random nosebleeds, which is not a symptom of COVID, so that's good. And then today I started what happened today? I forget what happened today. Oh, sorry, shortness of breath. There we go. It's really hard for me to breathe, and it's still kind of hard for me to breathe right now. So I went and had a doctor's appointment, and she said there's like a 5% chance you have it, but you might as well get tested. So I'm getting tested. So I don't. I should be fine if the doctor says there's like a less than 5% chance that I have it, especially since I'm pretty careful. I don't. The only time I leave my house is either to go for my nightly and morning walks or to go to Target or something like that. I don't really, for Thanksgiving, we didn't go to anybody's house. We stayed inside. So I should be fine. It's just she said it's like there's a million reasons why you have shortness of breath, why you have a headache, why you're really dizzy. Million reasons why that could be the case. It doesn't necessarily have to be COVID. So anyways, I got tested today. And it hurts. So we'll see in 3 days if I have COVID. Just in case, I am isolating myself from my family. So just in case, I don't think I have it. It's unlikely that I have it, but just in case I do, um, I am isolating myself from my family. No drinking stream today? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? I have my favorite beers all lined up and ready. So I have my favorite beer of all time. This is my favorite beer of all time. I have not had this beer in over a year. So Delirium. It is a Belgian beer. I think it's 8.5 ABV. Is that correct? 8.5 ABV. And then one of my best friends, he recommended me a cider that he is in love with. He works at Bevmo. He recommended me a cider, and look who's here. Look who's here. Who is this?
Hello. 1,000 subscribers.
How you doing, Bruce? Congrats on 1,000 subs.
1,000. We started this channel just about a year ago. Can you imagine the people we've spoken to? And ever imagine that we get up to 1,000 people? It's incredible.
I couldn't imagine it. Oh, let me mute the stream. I couldn't imagine it. It's nuts. I remember I was telling you this a few days ago when we were talking about the fact that we were, I think at the time, 13 subscribers away. I remember, so for those of you that don't know, I took a year break from university, and I worked as a tech. So I worked as a tech at this one, like Chuck E. Cheese, whatever. What does it matter? There's like a million Chuck E. Cheeses. So I worked as a tech at a Chuck E. Cheese, and I remember randomly, drunkenly messaging Colin Wright if you wanted to join me for a podcast. This was back when we were established. And I remember it's a 30-minute drive to the place that I worked at, getting out of the car, and then seeing a notification pop up on my phone and Colin Wright saying yes. And Colin Wright was the first stepping stone for us being able to have all these crazy guests on. The fact that we've been able to have people like Katie Herzog, James Lindsay, Michael Shermer on is really nothing short of astounding. And so look, it's just 1,000 subscribers. It's not a lot or anything like that. It's not like we're, sucking each other off by any stretch of the imagination, but it's a big deal if you're just some random guys, random doofuses who just like talking about this sort of stuff online. So it's a big deal. How long has it been? It hasn't even been a year, has it?
I think it's just been over a year. I remember one of the first podcasts we did together was with our friend James. It was I think it was the first time you had him on. It was about a year ago. I think it was last October. So yeah, it has been almost just over a year, as a matter of fact. And I think it's just really, really cool because this past year we were stuck indoors with the pandemic. We had to work indoors. Most of our activities that we like to indulge in and participate in, we have to curtail for obvious reasons, the pandemic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Now we're a year later. We have Trump vacating the White House. We have Biden coming in, and that's take what you will of that. Like I am still uncertain about what's going to come, and like several of our favorite people on Twitter would say, there's a long haul in front of us to not just dealing with the right, but also with the problems with the woke left wing.
Right.
So it's, it's really, really cool to have at least a voice to speak out with, and nice to be noticed, and nice to be able to interact with people who are on the cutting edge of these social issues that will play a huge part of what's going to make up the social and political fabric in the years to come.
Yeah.
So that's pretty remarkable.
Quite the road that we've traversed. So I'm checking. We had Colin Wright 11 months ago. You weren't in that first video, but the first video that was uploaded on the Babylon Project was a year ago, and it wasn't the beginning of an established channel. It was just me uploading random videos. But Colin Wright was the first person that we had on that I figured I want to do this more often. That was 11 months ago. Yeah. So our official start was about a year ago when I uploaded a video on, I think I was criticizing Andrew Goldberg and Neil deGrasse Tyson when they were talking about free will. And then after that, a few videos, I think I talked about PragerU's video on the multiverse, which was incredibly wrong, and a few other things. But aside from that, the official establishing video that really catapulted us to where we are now was having Colin Wright for the first time, and that was 11 months ago. And it's crazy, actually. I was I was looking over some of the older videos, like the thumbnails. Basically, this channel started when COVID started, basically. So this is an experiment. Wait, what? What, Ronnie? Weren't you supposed to wear a hijab? No, that's Armin. Oh, so this is crazy. So look at this. We had Armin on for the first time. This was when so the first time I talked with Armin, I think, let me see if I can actually find the video. It was because I was a Patreon of Secular Jihadists, and I did a Patreon call with Armin, and people. Oh, and by the way, Armin is the reason why I know Michael Shermer. For those of you that don't know, I have Michael Shermer's private phone number. I have his private email. I've had dinner with him. He paid for my dinner. We are best buddies, me and Michael Shermer. So let me see if I can find it. Secular Jihadist Patreon call. And the reasoning behind that was because I joined Armin Navabi for a Secular Jihadist Patreon call. And then one of the SJ fans got in contact with me because I mentioned that I lived in Santa Barbara, and she said, "Hey, we're in Santa Barbara. We're part of the Humanist Society for Santa Barbara. Why don't you come help us out?" And I went over to help them out, and holy poop, Michael Shermer was there. And so we hit it off, and later on I messaged Armin saying if he wanted to come on our podcast, and he did. And now we're pretty much really good friends with Armin. So look at that. Look how time is look what happens. Yeah. By the way, are you drinking, Bruce?
I'm drinking some wine. Yep.
Fantastic. What type of wine are you drinking? What year is it from?
Red wine. The year I don't remember. It was on the shelf, and I'm up here in the Bay Area seeing my family for the Thanksgiving holidays. So, one day after Thanksgiving, I'm just enjoying a little bit of that.
Okay. People are asking about Corona. So I don't think I told you this. So I got tested for COVID today, Bruce.
Yeah.
Long story short, for the past couple of days, I've been really dizzy. I had a huge headache. I had a random nosebleed out of nowhere, like 10 nosebleeds in one day for some strange reason, which is not a symptom of COVID, but it was weird. And I got tested today because I called the doctor. I had a doctor's appointment today in the morning. And she said, it's unlikely that it's COVID. There could be a million reasons why that's happening to you. But just in case, you can go ahead and get a COVID test. I'll get it cleared. So I got a COVID test today, and we'll see what happens. It's unlikely that I have it, but just in case, I am isolating myself from my family. So hopefully I should be good.
Have you gotten the Hunala app?
Yes, I have.
That's something I've been trying to get out there to people I know. So it's a way for people to coordinate their activities, their whether or not they've been tested, just general stuff that's happened that they do daily in particular that'll allow you to make sure that you're not participating in to track your activities and see how high risk they are and what people you've been in contact with to make sure that it's a way of staying safe. It's something I've been trying to get out to everyone. Like I finished Nicholas Christakis' book on the coronavirus, and it was a really great informative read. Mm-hmm. And I found out that he created this Hunala app, and I'm trying to get it out to everybody to just to help people stay safe. It's nice to know that we have 3 different vaccines coming out now, but realistically, it's going to be a while before we get out to everyone to get everyone inoculated. So just got to do our share to keep everyone safe. And,
so here's the thing in that Hunala app. So originally my personal risk was low, right? But now that I updated it with my symptoms and the fact that I got tested, now my personal risk is medium and my regional risk is high in Orange County. And then the relative risk is very low.
Isn't it? It's like they're going like there's a lockdown order coming up. But it's very, very controversial. It didn't help to Gavin Newsom.
Who cares what Dave Rubin and Candace Owens says, though? Let's be honest.
Dude, screw those two.
These sociopaths who are like, oh, couple 100,000 deaths, whatever. It's not that big of a deal. Couple 100,000 deaths. How big of a sociopath do you have to be to discount those deaths? How big of a sociopath do you have to be? It's insane.
I like Candace Owens less and less the more I hear her talk. And Dave Rubin, oh my God, that guy makes me so fucking angry every time I hear him, because I don't know. I used to be a fan of his. I met up with him in person several times, and it's like, my God, Dave, what happened to you? It's he just posted on Twitter saying, "Can we admit that COVID is over already?" It's like, Dave, how can you believe in anything? How can you say that and mean that, dude? I don't know. That guy is so freaking angry.
It's my main problem with Dave Rubin is not the fact that he has different. Well, okay, I do have a problem with the fact that he has crazy opinions, but it's also the fact that he clearly hasn't done his research. And there's a big difference between someone who is definitely smart, who probably has the wrong opinion, someone like Ben Shapiro, but at the very least, they've done their research. You can have an honest conversation with them. You can't say the same thing for Dave Rubin. Dave Rubin is clearly someone who just hasn't looked into about, I always go back towards with Dave Rubin, the whole issue that he had on Joe Rogan with the building codes, and then with someone like Candace Owens, the whole climate change issue, in which she made it abundantly obvious that she was taking an ideological position rather than a position based on any reasoning based evidence. So these people, I can understand the argument that they're grifters. Now, for obvious reasons, I tend to be very careful with calling anybody a grifter, because I think it's just, for epistemological reasons, I just don't do that. But I can understand why some people would believe that. I can totally understand that. But I should say, by the way, if anyone wants to join the stream, you are more than welcome to join. This is going to be, an open stream. Anybody who wants to come in is more than welcome to do so. If you want to come in and debate us on anything that you hold dear to your heart, so long as we're somewhat well acquainted with it, you are absolutely more than welcome to join us. If you want to debate something like the existence of, I don't know, what's something that a lot of people are really, like if you want to debate us on astrology, like I don't really care. Like, come on. Who knows? Okay, people are telling us to start the party already. How do we start the party? I'm already drinking. Bruce is drinking. What are we supposed to do, Bruce? What should we do? What should we do? People hate politics and they hate philosophy. What should we do?
Politics and they hate philosophy. Well, you're discussing Hallmark movies. I really want to talk about the Mike Tyson and Roy Jones Jr. fight tomorrow. But then again, I don't think anyone on here is a sports fan. I'm not for boxing, so
I don't know. Okay. Oh wait, boxing. I'm trying to get into boxing, but I only know Mexican boxers like Canelo.
Boxing? Really? You never told me that. You're trying to do jujitsu. Come on, do jujitsu. If you're IDW,
no. I don't want to. I'm not going to be a boxer. I'm watching boxing. So boxing, the Mexican community really likes it. My dad really likes boxing. My cousins really like boxing. The brother of one of my good friends who recently passed away likes boxing, and I'm trying to bond with him. And so I am trying to get into boxing myself. And so the main person who's really up on this sort of stuff his name is Canelo. And so I'm trying to get into that person. History, by the way, we're going to invite History in we're going to invite you in about 10 minutes.
Isn't Thomas going to come on?
Oh, Thomas was supposed to come on last minute. Something came up. He said he'll join on his phone like for about 10 minutes, just congratulating us.
Okay. Yeah, Thomas is a good guy.
Yeah, great guy. And again, that's someone whom we have our disagreements with. He's a Republican and a conservative. I am not. A lot of people tend to be surprised by that. I'm not a conservative. I'm not a Republican. I care about pretty liberal values, and not liberal as in classical liberal values, but liberal as in healthcare, as in the socialization of capitalism. I care about welfare programs. I care about all that stuff. So those are generally Democrat values, not Republican values. But guess what? It's still cool. Thomas is still an absolutely great guy. He's fantastic. He's I think his Atheists for Liberty organization is great, and that's perfectly fine. Bring out the people seem to be under the impression that we said that we were going to wear hijabs. Armin said this. Armin said this. Armin said he's going to wear a hijab. I think, was it at 30K? Was it at 30K or 50K?
Armin Navabi is going to put on a hijab, really?
Yeah. So
I gotta see.
If Armin, have you seen that Armin picture in which he did the gender swap thing, the filter? Have you seen Armin's gender swap filter?
No, I haven't.
It's let me see if I can find it. It's horrifyingly good looking. It's really uncomfortable. Wait, did I say this? I did not say I was going to wear a hijab at 1K. Did I really say it?
I don't think you did.
When did I say this? Hijab at 1K? You guys have it recorded. I mean, shoot, if I did say it, I completely forgot I said it. And so I'm already screwed. Shoot.
But Ronnie's saying that he has it on record. Ronnie, bring up the proof, man. Come on, we got to make Vince put on a hijab.
Wait, what the? Sorry, my COVID. Okay, so I would totally do it. I just don't have one because I forgot about it. It's not that I didn't want to do it or I hoped that people would forget. It's that I legitimately had no idea that I did this. Did I make this claim when I was drunk? I'm so confused. You said you would revert to Islam if you got 50K subs. Oh, I remember that. I remember saying I would go to I would convert to Islam once I get 50,000 subscribers, and I would go full on Muhammad hijab. But I don't remember saying I would wear a hijab during the 1K stream. Cheers from Germany. Oh, let's read some comments, by the way. We got a few comments.
Cheers. I'll be right back.
Cheers. How you doing, Christoph? How you doing? How's everyone doing? Let's see what we got. If anyone added me in these comments. Danica does. Oh, shoot, I don't know what I said. Fun fact: my mom was watching a Christmas Hallmark movie a few hours ago, and and Danica McKellar was the main protagonist. Okay. See, the beer that I'm drinking is 8.5, and I pre-gamed already, so I had 2 Dos Equis right before we started, so I'm already getting hit. Do not worry. I'll shave my head if somebody finds Chris Radai on Facebook. What is this? Chris Radai? Take a shot every time you mention Danica. I don't have hard alcohol because I hate hard alcohol. No, Mustard. Shoot, man.
I'm back.
What happened, Mustard? I have bad news, man. Mustard just failed an assignment because he ran out of time. So it doesn't. Okay, did you fail it because you didn't have all the stuff like filled in, all the like whether it's an FRQ or if it's like bubble in? Did you fail it because you didn't like bubble in all the answers, and so like I don't know, half the questions aren't filled in, or did you fail it because if you don't finish it within the allotted time, it basically acts as if you didn't take it at all?
Did you fail an assignment or did you fail a test, Murtad?
He said he failed an assignment.
An assignment? Was it an assignment on the Scantron?
I don't know. First one. Oh, okay. Oh, because he didn't finish it. Shoot, man. I hope it wasn't worth that much points.
That sucks, man.
Dude, that sucks really badly. And I'm really sorry about that. What's the lowest grade you've ever got on an exam? Do you remember? 20%. Jesus. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Mustard. The Babylon Project, el mejor canal de YouTube del mundo. Lo hago en español para que practiques tu español, Vincent. Voy a tratar.
Translate, please.
So she's saying, the Babylon Project, the best channel on YouTube in the world. I'm going to speak in Spanish so you can practice your own Spanish, Vincent. LOL. I'm sure LOL is pretty universal at this point. 20. Wait. What?
20. What?
Hold on.
20%
This assignment was 20% of your grade? Was it? What the fudge?
What was it, Murtaugh? Like, was it a?
This is like. This is nuts.
Wait, Murtaugh, are you in college?
So best case scenario, Mustard, you can get an 80% in this class. Lowest I got on an exam was like 60%. Lowest, I think the lowest, I've told the story before already. I think the lowest score I got on an exam technically would have been my AP Gov exam, which was the reason I didn't go to Cambridge.
You got into Cambridge?
No, did I ever tell you this story?
No, you haven't.
Yeah, so back when I was a senior in high school, I was in talks with Cambridge. The expectation was that I was going to go. The only thing that I needed to do was because I had my SATs and my SAT subject tests. So like the way Oxbridge works is that instead of like AP exams over there, they have A levels. And so you have to translate your SAT subject tests and your SATs and your AP exams into A levels. So the two things that screwed me over was an SAT subject test that I didn't score high enough and my AP Gov exam, which I got a 1 on. So you could get out of a 5 on your AP exams. I got a 1 on my AP Gov exam because I had the worst teacher on the planet.
That sucks because I don't know if you went over there, you probably if you're in the area, you started to take the same steps in the intellectual community. You probably could have ended up meeting or interacting with Alex O'Connor.
Imagine, yeah, he goes to Oxbridge too.
Exactly. Like he's someone I still want to have on eventually one of these days because he just put out a video on today about about logical fallacies and everything. That's I know our friend David Horley, like another one of our favorite guests, has interactive rationality rules, who also puts out some phenomenal content, and I would imagine David would want to speak to Alex sometime.
I think they debated veganism. He's had him on twice, I think.
He's had Alex on, really?
Yeah, twice.
Oh, I didn't know that. Wow.
Man, you're not a huge David Worley fan. How dare you? Let's invite David Worley actually later on if he wants to join.
Yeah, of course. It's been a long time. Dave's another awesome guy.
Yeah, we're inviting some shitty human in about 10 minutes. Sorry, 3 minutes. 3 minutes. But anyways, let's see. No olvides tus orígenes mexicanos. I'm a he, not a she, but I get weight. Oh, I'm sorry, did I use the wrong pronouns? I apologize. But I get way people thinking I'm a she because of my name, Lo. Sabale toda. Okay. I will do my best of speaking. I ran out of time on one of my midterms last month. I was shooken. Yeah, sucks, man. Wait, you know my SAT scores? Now tell us yours. Let's see if I can access them, actually. Let me go on College Board. Do you remember your SAT scores?
Yeah, my SAT scores are embarrassing, but like
really?
Just everyone on the channel. I'm actually a lot older. I'm actually a lot older than Vince. My SAT scores were a while back, but there was a time when I was thinking about going off to grad school, and I needed to take my GREs. I don't quite remember my GRE scores, but the GREs are pretty much the SATs. So the score I remember getting on those was maybe 1280, 1280 or 13 something. I took them a few times. So, yep, that was a long time ago though. I ended up not going to grad school. I make my living I make my living as a web engineer.
Was your SAT at a 2400 or 1600? 2400.
It was at a 2400, I think.
Okay. Same here.
What is it, like 1600 for math and English, and then there's the essay portion. But I have a penchant for writing, so that part wasn't too much of a for me.
I scored almost perfect on math and writing. Reading, I think overall, I think I got like 2250 on my SATs.
Yeah.
so I did pretty well. And I remember I love telling the story because it's so funny. I remember for my AP English Lit class, for the essay that we did, I remember just basically ripping off The Dark Knight. So a bunch of the quotes that Joker would say, like these people they'll eat each other, like just really corny and cringy stuff. I repeated them in my essay, and I got a fucking 5 on my AP Lit exam. So isn't that funny?
Your report. What were you writing about? About you want to see the world burn?
I was writing about The Road by Cormac McCarthy.
Okay.
And I mean, I don't remember the exact essay prompt, but I know it was about the road, and I know that I used the exact quote, "These people will eat each other." So I'm sure it was something post-apocalyptic about the nature of humans, something corny like that. Yeah, that's the old score system. Yeah, it's at a 1600 now. But me and you keep forgetting, me and Bruce are like old pieces of S. So
we're old pieces of S, really.
I mean, we're old compared to like everybody that we interact with. Oh, Susanna's older than us. Oh, sorry, Susanna's older than me. Actually, she's a year older than me.
I'm like 15 years older than you guys. What are you guys talking about?
That's not that bad. Yeah, Jesus, 15. That's it. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
Oh, do you know who Manny is? By the way, you're not in the Discord, are you? For
Manny?
Atheist Republic.
No, I'm on Discord. I don't jump on there all that often, though.
Yeah, so there's this guy named Manny on the Discord he's a hoot. So he's like, for the past couple of days, he's just been debating atheists nonstop over and over again. And so I finally told him, I'm like, look, Manny, you seem like a good guy. Please go outside, take a breather, enjoy life. You're on this Discord debating way too long. He's doing this like every single day. Like, don't you have, like, is there nothing in your life that you have? Because first of all, you're not going to convince these people of your arguments because your arguments are trash. But even if you thought that your arguments are good and you convinced everybody in this Discord that of your position, what good is that going to do? You convinced like 4 people. Congratulations. What exactly is the end game for you? So that's why I think he's a troll. But they're saying that we should get him in. Because this guy's crazy. He pretended to be an electrical engineer, and then later on he said that he wasn't. And he gets the peer review system completely wrong. So he's really funny. Anyways, I just cracked open a Voodoo Ranger. These puppies are 7 APV. Yeah, Voodoo Rangers.
I don't know. I imagine like sitting in front of the computer for 24/7 just debating and everything like that. It isn't good for your emotional health.
Mm-hmm. Or anything. Yeah, I can't do it. I'm perfectly happy with having a conversation or having a debate with someone on actual stream, but when it comes to typing, and not only that, but typing consistently throughout the entire day like Manny is doing for the past couple of days, it's just exhausting. I have stuff to do. I just can't do it.
No, that would drive me fucking insane if I did that. It's nuts.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can't do that. Let's see. God, I'm so tired. I shouldn't be though. It's just my COVID that is getting to me. Oh, okay. Let's send the StreamYard link to Shittiest. And hey, G, how you doing, G? The Road is a banger. It's a pretty good book.
You know, one of the books I took advantage of Black Friday again. Like I got an Audible copy of Debunking Howard Zinn.
Oh, really? How is it? I haven't read it.
Right now, I'm just listening to President Obama's book. We spoke a few days ago about how it's only about half of his presidency. I think it ends around the time they kill Osama bin Laden. I'm almost 50% of the way through. Mm-hmm. Just listening it through Audible. You know, Obama wrote the book himself. He's got a reputation for being a good writer.
Yeah,
and good at public speaking. So you know, it's a very intriguing read. Something I'm really interested in getting into is Debunking Howard Zinn, because I want to see how. I never read Howard Zinn's book itself, but I understand that some sociological professors have taken historical liberties to make the United States sound worse than it really was. Not that we haven't done a lot of bad things in our history, but then again, like, you know, it has like everything else has to be taken into context.
Right. Well, I mean, yeah, they're viewing history with a postmodern lens. Apparently, Manny is okay. What they're saying, Manny is in the house. Manny is here. Where's Manny? Oh, Frank Ablo is Manny. Okay, okay, gotcha. Um, did we invite him? Shoot, it's gonna be 3-on-1 if we invite him.
Congratulations, by the way. I'm super happy for you.
Thanks, man. Hey, congrats on passing 100 subs, by the way.
And
Congratulations.
thank you to you. You're the one that literally gave me that extra boost, that little shout out, like freaking 10 seconds later.
Yeah, I shilled you out to a bunch of people in my Discord, and so you managed to get and I think you deserve it, right? Because as I was telling my friend about this not too long ago, where I think you have a healthy alternative to people like Coach Red Pill or like Stephen Molyneux on masculinity, who have this really like toxic understanding of gender roles. I think you have a pretty healthy alternative. Not only that, but I think you provide convincing arguments for veganism. You provide convincing arguments for secularism. And so I think you deserve way more views than you currently have. So I'm more than happy to show you out to all my friends.
I mean, thanks, man. Like, honestly, it is what it is. I mean, like, I'm putting videos in advance. I have like 21 videos for to be uploaded in the future. So nice. I mean, like, I'm that's what I'm doing. I'm just planning for the future. But thank you so much. And by the way, Bruce, same thing to you. Like, I know you've only talked with me one time before, but you are like, I've been watching you and Vince for a long time, and I'm happy with the success you guys have had.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, I genuinely mean that to both of you. Like, I'm having a beer with you, that's for sure.
Oh, fantastic! Yeah, the sort of the expectation here is that we're all drinking, so no one is allowed on streaming for not drinking. If you are completely sober, you're not allowed on. I'm sorry. Rule of physics.
What kind of material do you have getting ready to come out, Shitty?
If you want me to, I could actually list off. I could actually just read the titles of what I've pre-uploaded. You want me to do that? Okay, hey, so give me a sec. I'm just going.
I mean, if you want to like already let go of that information, by all means.
So this is like something. These are some of the more common things I'll be coming up. One of which is I'm going to be making fun of somebody who I debated, who said some very inappropriate things to me in private. Extremely. I'll be nice enough to him to not to say what he said, but I made a meme video of him. I have a debate, which is coming up with OP. It was on veganism. Also, an individual named Dantas helped me out with that.
Wait, OP? Do I know this person? Is it literally OP or
no, OP or he's not exactly. He has some level of philosophical education, but he definitely does fall into some fallacies and logic razors. He's okay. Okay. I shared a video of a friend of mine, Ethy, where he talked about Ben Shapiro. I disagreed with the solution, but I liked his what he had to say. My talk with Julius. Julius, by the way, who's also in your comments. I think he subscribed to your channel after I shared one of your videos one time. Like, I've seen him in the comment section. Like, this guy, he's a really, really smart guy. Most difficult debate I've ever had. Really pushed me to become a better debater. Debate with Retz, Raw Carnist. Human instincts. So I made a video talking about human instincts and some of the issues with human instincts, especially when it comes to like our emotions, our instincts, and how it's not really programmed for the modern world. But when you think about it from a career goal and sexual way, you really start to realize that most people are not as in control as they think they are. It's quite often we like to think we're controlling our instincts, but quite often our instincts is controlling our rationality. Right. And I said something in that video, which will be up on February 26th. Like, if we looked out into space and if we saw like an alien in the caves, I think it's our human ego that tells us we would be superior intellectually. When I actually doubt that. Like, if most of our intelligence was created in the cave, most of our capacity was created in the cave. There's a possibility that there could be a caveman alien out there in the universe more intelligent than us because of the environmental pressures they were in. It's just we like to sort of romanticize ourselves as so fucking intelligent. It's grotesque. Right. So I think I'll stop it here because I'm not like, unless you guys wait, Bruce, do you want to hear everything that I have uploaded already? Or
well, I think it's a good primer for what we're going to expect coming.
Are you concerned? I do want to bring this up because a lot of people often say that use that argument, right, against meat eaters, where 200 years down the future, how confident are you that you're not going to be looked back in the same way that we look back on slaveholders? Because the idea that we should have any power over whether or not animals currently, and this isn't even taking into consideration the whole factory farming debacle, but just the idea that we have any power over determining what conscious creatures should and should not be eaten, should and should not be killed, is really disgusting. And they're going to view us in the same way that we view slaveholding back then. Do you have any concern? Like, is that a strong argument to you? Because I often, people often like associate this argument, or like run this argument parallel, I should say. I think that's a better way of wording it. They run this argument parallel to the mathematical argument of aliens existing out there, or the mathematical argument of us living in a simulation, which, sure, mathematically or historically, you could say it's a strong argument, but because it's not derived from sense experience, it's because it's not derived in the same like scientific method that we executed at just about every other single experiment that we've conducted in the history of society, it's not actually a good argument. I don't know if you've used that argument before. What are your thoughts on it?
I'll be very straightforward. It's not amazing. It's okay, but it's not exactly something like, I'll be straight with you. I'd never use that as like a nail in the coffin. Might I use that to add on to something else? Sure. Like I like to think of it as an okay, like I guess you could say a side premise or an assisted argument. Not really something I'm going to like bet my fucking back on.
Right.
Like I would rather talk about the environment, health, ethics. I'd rather talk and explain more in depth and detail. Like if we're gonna talk about how we looked about like slave owners long ago, I'd rather go more in depth and detail and steelman it a bit more. So I mean, like, how do I say this? There's no particular argument I think that's good for veganism. At the end of the day, I think it's like like when it comes to a debate, I think it's the argument that is going to be most useful for changing someone's mind. Mm-hmm. So the universal best arguments, I am not sure. I don't put much thought into it. I put more thought into thinking through every single situation I could possibly get myself into. But that video I made was not about veganism, by the way. Human instincts does not work in the... Yeah, by the way, that wasn't about veganism. That's actually just a theoretical thought experiment type video. Like, to short and summarize, by the way, for you, Bruce, I'm going to be making some videos that's going to talk more about the crossroads of sort of becoming a man. I'm going to talk more about, I'm going to have more debates. I'm going to have more thought experiments. That's really what's like way ahead. Some memes, some funny stuff. And also like way later on into 2021, I'm going to have a few videos on religion. So more or
By
less.
the way,
oh, sorry.
So someone is asking, does that guy know that he spelled shitty as wrong? What is
No, he's right. So I'll actually explain the purpose. So let's say hypothetically, first, by the way, Sabatullah, thank you for congratulating me on 100 subscribers. But so when it comes to like how you spell things into the algorithm, that really comes down to what you're going to get. For example, if I type in shittiest, like with E instead of I, there's going to be a lot of other people that have done it. But since I spell it this way, when somebody clicks on my video, all suddenly there is a tag, shittiest, this way I spell it, that's going to algorithmically prioritize that tag into their search engine. Basically, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to make a channel name that hasn't been, that's less competitive in the search algorithm, as well as to increase the amount of suggested, to increase the amount of videos that I'll have that will be in people's suggested tabs. So yes, I know that it's wrong and misspelled, but I prefer it that way. Mm-hmm. It's a lot of tags in YouTube videos. Got to be competitive.
Yeah. And then G is asking, do you really have COVID, by the way? If so, I hope you run through it as safely as possible. Really appreciate that. I doubt it. So these past couple of days I've been really dizzy, have a huge headache, the shortness of breath. It's really hard for me to breathe. Right now I'm better than I was yesterday. So I set up a doctor's appointment, a virtual one, and I told her my symptoms, and she said, it's unlikely that it is COVID. She gave me like a less than 5% chance that I have it, but just in case, go ahead and get tested. So I got tested today. It's unlikely that I do have it. I really, really doubt I do, just based on the doctor's recommendation. I'm not a doctor, so I don't know. But just in case I do have it, I am isolating myself from my family. So I don't. So I'm in my room. I'm isolating myself in my room. No contact with my family, and especially since my parents are both at risk. They are older than I would like them to be, so I don't want them to get it. They would be at risk. No, how dare you, Fatima? It's all because of those staying homework. No. If anything, Christmas Hallmark movies are the reasons why it's not COVID. Okay, so this is a meme because it shouldn't be a meme. Because I've been on if you follow me on Twitter, I've been reviewing Christmas Hallmark movies, ranging from people who like Candace Blues, like Danica McKellar, really just these fantastic actresses in these fantastic Christmas Hallmark movies that really should be at the Oscar level tier, but they're not for some reason, because the Oscar hosts are bigoted. But
for tomorrow, I don't know if you guys are interested, but like one of our friends, one of the friends of the show, and one of my favorite guests, Yasmin Mohammed, she's having Yasmin hosts a book club, and she's having Masih Alinejad, who is considered, I think, to be the Rosa Parks of Iran, online tomorrow for a meeting. So if you guys want to jump on for that, like, I'm definitely going to be there.
Oh,
it's going to be a lot.
Yeah, I love Yasmin Mohammed. So anything Yasmin Mohammed, I will absolutely be there. But yeah, that's a good stance on veganism in general. I think Alex O'Connor, the way that he says it on the topic of veganism, just returning to it quickly, is that what Alex O'Connor says is that one of the things, and this is also a claim about human nature, and I'm not sure how correct he is, but he says that one of the things that people want to be is morally consistent. So if you ask them the name the trait arguments, what is the trait that an animal has that forbids you from eating a human if a human were to have that trait? Or sorry, vice versa, literally the exact opposite. Sorry. What is that trait? And when people realize that they're being inconsistent with their morality, with their values, with how they judge what is and isn't allowed to be eaten, then people tend to want to change their beliefs. I don't think that's the case. I think people will just somehow find a way to justify their meat eating. And I should say this, by the way, I eat meats. I am a complete hypocrite. I think veganism, as of right now, is the strongest position to take, and I am not a vegan yet. But just from a clear philosophical perspective, I think veganism is a stronger argument. So, but just in general, Shittiest, what do you think of that Alex O'Connor argument, the argument from moral consistency?
Well, there's a few things they're going to run into. Like this is sort of like, okay, for example, Alex might think of what is the best thing, but the problem is I haven't spent as much time on it, and that is good. But at the same time, how do I say this nicely? Being able to explain to somebody how it affects them is, in my opinion, the most convincing thing. Like this is why I'm specialized in so many different things. For example, I'm reading about a study of how diets affect the environment. And I don't spend as much time on reading as much as I should, making video, working out, yada yada, blah blah blah. But the thing is moral consistency. I think it works well with people who like hypothetical, intellectual, theoretical consistency tests. But there's a few things. One of which is like we feed our kid, like a father will feed his child rather than feed other people's children. So consistency at some point. There will be exceptions, and being able to name traits or being able to explain exceptions like logically can really help. But another thing to understand is I think it works better with people that are more intellectual. These arguments for moral consistency, for example, cosmic skeptic. But I think what works best is what people particularly care about. So analyzing somebody's values and then trying to convince them to go vegan. And the other thing too is, what if somebody doesn't value moral consistency? Like most egoists, they don't value the moral consistency of human life. Most of them don't. And then you have to explain why they should, or you just either have to change up your strategies. So like that time when I was talking with a Piro, like I was tired as hell. I did not expect to talk about virtue ethics. Like virtue ethics is a part of my philosophy of masculinity. I didn't actually imagine myself somehow interjecting that into veganism. And after I did that night, I had a eureka moment, and I realized how useful it is to also maybe use virtue or something else. But I'm sure what I'm trying to say here is you might have to get creative if they don't value consistency. But I think hypothetical intellectual consistency tests, such as name the trait, works well on people that are into that type of stuff, people that are already intellectually intelligent. Unfortunately, most people are not very in-depthly interested in that type of line of reasoning. And some people also understand that they don't treat everyone the same, and it's not possible. So at the same time, this is where the problem comes in with NTT. Like I think of it like as a tool in the tool shed. Like when I argue for veganism, I have many tools. NTT, Name the Species, Apathy Pill, virtue ethics, environment, health, me going crazy, me talking about that. I have all these different tools in my toolbox, and depending on the problem, I pull out the tool. So I always try to analyze the person. I never try to have I'm not scripted that way. I always, hear what the other person says. So I try to actually avoid that line of reasoning to try and become a more effective advocate. So I honestly, I don't spend much time thinking about that because from me as an activist, it's not the most effective thing, So I know it might sound like a cop out, but it's just, that's my perspective.
Yeah. No, I mean, I always argue from a utilitarian standpoint. So for me, it's like, what is the most effective method at convincing a large group of people towards my position? And this is actually where I sort of, it's really hard, right? Because my knee-jerk reaction to a position like, do you have to sound catastrophic to convince people of your position? My knee-jerk reaction would be no. And I think like 99.99% of the time, I would never be catastrophic about my position. So one of the things I'm worried about is climate change, and I would never join the AOC camp that believes that climate change is going to be disastrous for us in the next 12 years, because I don't think the science supports that. And the reason why I wouldn't act catastrophic, even though myopically in the short run it might be effective, is because in the long run, when people look at me and they see how well they can trust me, how honest I've been towards the public, if they notice that I've been dishonest or I've been misrepresenting the science, they will probably be less likely to trust me down the line. So that's why I always try to be as honest as possible. But I was recently talking to Nate Talks to, another YouTuber. He has like 247,000 subscribers. He's a great guy. And he said, he says, maybe there are some instances in which lying would probably be beneficial from a utilitarian perspective. Can you think of any? I'm not convinced that that's the case, but would you be able to say that maybe there are some?
I mean, I guess there could be. It would be very situational. I mean, for example, let's say Vince, hypothetically, you were, beaten. Not that he would ever do this, but hypothetically, you were beating your wife, okay, and you realized it was wrong. You went to therapy. But when it came out to the public, hypothetically, you denied it just to save your own face. If you've already done the steps to improve yourself, at that point, not being transparent with the public is kind of your personal decision. I guess in that situation, but even then, that kind of still sucks because from a utilitarian standpoint, then you're promoting people to not come forward and to admit they're wrong and move on, yada, yada, blah, blah, blah. But and particularly, I think the biggest issue I have with lying is kind of like what you said. It sort of destroys your credibility. And when you lie, how do I say this? When you lie, you do destroy your credibility. And that can actually, in the long run, it could actually sort of make it so you might have to change your entire, your viewer base. Because if a portion of your viewer base believed, they're watching because they believed you, they thought you were intellectually honest. Now there has to be another reason why they're going to watch you. Maybe it's because you're super dogmatic with your progressive or conservative views or whatever, or your middle of the road fallacy. By the way, mind if I let's finish this because I wanted to respond to Mustard Skeptic, by the way.
Oh, go for it. Yeah, I was about to say Mustard is Murtad Skeptic is asking you a question.
Oh my God.
What is your own personal? No, it's funny. We call him Mustard for a meme. So what is your own personal reasoning for being vegan and encouraging others to do the same?
So for me, there's nothing more disgusting than killing and eating an animal or killing and eating something that is sentient when I have not seen any overwhelming positive result from it. So there's a good possibility that killing animals can make humans more violent. There are correlations with this. It's kind of like with smoking. Like there was correlations with cancer, but because it wasn't tested for the long run, you could just claim, well, we don't know for sure, or it's just a correlation, blah, blah, blah. I guess what I'm trying to say is if you don't necessarily need something, and if there's a negative correlation with it, that in and of itself should be a good reason to not utilize what you necessarily don't need. Now, like I'm drinking, I'm not wording this perfectly, but from the environment, from how it affects people, whether this be slaughterhouse workers or people abusing pets and dogs. Because I'm not just arguing for a vegan diet, I'm arguing for a vegan philosophy. Oh, by the way, Vince, mind if I grab my philosophy, my definition, my philosophy, and put it in the chat in a bit?
Go for it.
So yeah, I'll do that a bit. So there's the environment, how it affects people, whether this be spouses beating the crap out of their pets. Like there's certain spouses that will abuse their pets because legally the pets are not protected, or they'll abuse animals that they can abuse because animals are not protected, but humans are protected. And so long as we're eating animals, there'll always be some level of animals not having protection. The environment, global warming, water usage, the ocean, destroying tons of fish, or whether it be the fact that, like, I was reading in one of these studies that I'm reading through. I need to actually verify to see how legitimate the study is. But the claim that was made, and they had references, that if we actually reduced our meat consumption by half, we could actually end world hunger. So we're actually inflating the actual cost of international food. What else is there? So there's the health. So yeah, like I said, health. The Ethelstein study, a low-fat plant-based diet is probably the best thing for your heart. Some doctors think it can reverse heart disease, some don't. There's actually a higher correlation with diabetes, cancer, and a number of other heart disease as well, with higher intakes of eating meat and red meat. And so, I mean, like, I guess just from an overall standpoint, the idea of trying to tell somebody to eat an animal, whether you're going to be talking about the philosophical aspect, how it affects humans, how animals can feel pain and suffer like us, or whether we're going to talk about world hunger, the environment, global warming, whether we're going to talk about your own health. Like, there's so many reasons, but the idea that we're convincing people to eat this meat purely for pleasure, while at the same time we cringe at the idea of somebody killing an animal for fun, to me it seems vile and disgusting. Mm-hmm. Like, if you're going to eat meat, you should be absolutely fine with somebody carving up an animal for fun. Mm-hmm. If hypothetically there's no benefit to eating such meat,
let me
throw no justification.
Let me throw in a hypothetical scenario here, because I'm not very, very well learned in veganism or in many of the arguments for not eating meat, but I do believe that the overall argument has to do with the extension of consideration for the well-being of another conscious creature, even though that conscious creature in some cases may not necessarily have the cognitive or the cognitive ability of a human. That's irrelevant. They can suffer. But in nature, in a state of nature, it's not, shall we say, as idyllic as, say, a human setting. Like one scenario I think of that makes for what I think at least to be an unusual contrast, and feel free to tell me if I'm full of shit or not, is that sometimes I think some hunters hunt certain animals in order to keep their populations in check, to keep the food chain operating and with a certain level of robustness. Anyway, like, I'm doing a poor job of explaining this, but like I think you guys get what I'm trying to say.
So I'm gonna steel man your position before I respond to it.
Okay, yeah, but hold on. Let me finish that. Let me finish what I'm saying first. So if you're hunting animals in order to maintain that kind of balance in nature, that is to say that it's artificially induced. Is there a justification for hunting animals in that case and eating their meat, if it's done from that perspective? Because you can make the argument that in that scenario it's done from a benign position to foster the life cycle or whatever it is. I'm butchering my explanation and what I mean by this. I don't take what I'm saying literally, but I think there's something of a case here.
I'm going to need just a few seconds, by the way. I'm going to grab my definition so we can go over this. So to steel man your position, if killing and eating these animals actually increases the well-being, if it increases the well-being of the ecosystem, or if it's more healthy for the ecosystem, therefore killing and hunting these animals, there's a justification for it. Am I correct at steel manning your position, or am I not?
More or less, I would say that's the case. Yes.
Okay, so one sec. I just need to find
No worries.
where I put my definition. Here we go. Okay, so I think this is my most current definition I'm running with. I might. Oh, sorry. Might change in the future. So I'm going to put it in private chat so we can also see it, and I'm going to put it in the public chat really quick right here. So yeah, this is. Oh shit! I'm going to have to break this up.
Do you want me to put this on the stream? By the way, I can put this on the stream. This definition.
Sure. I'm also going to break this up and put it in the chat as well for people to see.
Okay.
So this is my most current definition. So there's a lot of really bad definitions of veganism. So I'm arguing from a philosophical standpoint, Bruce. So hypothetically, this is what my definition is: wanting to decrease and remove animal-based products and services that harm animals while trying to replace them with alternative non-animal-based products and services. So, for example, mushrooms that might be considered non-plant because it's a fungus, whatever. So I avoid plant-based, the words like that, while having your own personal philosophy and way of life to reduce harm and uplift rights, while trying to act in line with one's belief system. So technically, hypothetically, if there was a situation where hunting and killing those animals did actually, increase the well-being of that ecosystem, I could say you could make some vegan arguments for killing and eating them. However, the problem I have is when it comes to hunting is generally that doesn't happen. And I'll give you an example. Now, I'm not super educated on this, but Vegan Gains talks about this a lot. And I relatively trust him because he does do some good research for the most part. It's not uncommon for hunters to kill only the males and then to only leave the females. So what ends up happening is it doesn't actually decrease the population because one male can impregnate 50 women, so it's not very productive. So, and then the other problem that comes in with eating animals is the problem of stuff like Ebola, COVID-19. So even from like a freegan standpoint, there are still some issues with that. Then I could continue with some more issues I have with it. But technically, hypothetically, I wouldn't necessarily say that just because you killed and ate an animal, that doesn't make you necessarily, under my own definition, non-vegan if there was a good justification for killing and eating that animal. For example, like obviously, let's say if you lived in the tundra or something, or if you were staying in the tundra or something, or you're out in the wild and you had no choice but to kill and eat an animal. I wouldn't necessarily say that's the equivalent of someone living in a first world nation with plenty of resources to their name if they have, a form of income.
Interesting.
Could I also bring in another potential counter argument towards veganism?
Sure. Just remember, I'm going with my definition here. So continue.
Not a problem. Let's say, let me reread your definition actually. Wanting to decrease and remove animal-based products and services that harm animals while trying to replace them with alternative non-based products and services, while having your own personal philosophy and way of life to reduce harm and uplifting rights while trying to act in line with one's belief system. Okay. Does the concept of well-being and suffering, are those two concepts included in your argument for veganism?
Suffering and well-being?
Yes.
I would actually, I'd say they're tied together, and this is where there will be a problem here, and I think you found it.
Okay, we'll see if I did find it. But very quickly, so my friend, one of my best friends that I've known since I was like 2 years old, recommended this cider from me. He works at Bevmo. This is a 9% ABV, so this is probably gonna.
Hey Vince, I got a BRB. I'm gonna get another beer. Okay.
Not a problem. We'll wait for you. Actually, let's take a break. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. All right.
Okay.
Take a break. All right, I'm back. Fatima, that is rude. How dare you? This is the most exciting stream on the planet. Looks like I'm the only one back. Anyway, so I will once again, let me see. Let me make it all about me right now because no one else matters. So what I'm about to drink right now, and keep in mind, I am pretty deep in the beer game right now, is Two Towns Cider House. So this is 9% ABV. It is Imperial Passion Fruit Pineapple. So that's exciting. And we're going to see how this is going to work out because I am not planning on ending this stream. We still have another maybe 3 hours left. Okay. So we're going to try this out. Whew. Be nice to Fatima. She's being mean to me. What are you talking about? And must I say, oh, there we go. I've changed. Okay, she changed it. Okay, cool. Wait, did she? Where am I? Demonic mod, Satan's minions, House refugee, offline. Where am I? I'm not even on here anymore. Okay. All right. So keep in mind. Hey, how you doing? We're back. Okay. So keep in mind, the point of the stream is not for me to get a little buzzed and then end the broadcast. No. That's what's happened previously. So in every single, I've gotten drunk like on almost every live stream that I've done, but not enough to the point where you guys could tell. So I would assume that you guys would have seen the previous streams that I've done and say, oh, he's, maybe he's drinking, but he's not exactly drunk. The whole point of tonight is for it to be abundantly obvious that I'm drinking. So that is the whole point. So I'm drinking really heavy stuff, like 9% ABV stuff.
I'm just chilling here with a few beers.
Oh, fantastic. G says, I'm not doing any alcohol for a year, so take an extra swig on my behalf. Oh, I keep forgetting, G, you're like super duper Catholic, so maybe you're just extending Lent for the entire year. But 100%. G, honestly, you were one of my best friends back in high school, so I 100% will do an extra swig on your behalf. We went to Conan together, by the way. Watched Conan live. Okay, so anyways, my argument, just for the sake of steel manning the opposition, again, this isn't necessarily an argument that I agree with. This is just for the sake of us making sure that our premises and the way that we structure our arguments are pretty well founded. All right. So you said that that your argument for veganism, the idea of well-being and the idea of suffering tie in pretty closely together, right? Would that be a correct way of describing it? Okay. So, and then just for the sake of me understanding 100% your argument for veganism, what is the trait that you would say? So this is actually like a backwards named trait argument. What is the trait that animals have that makes you realize they're close enough to human beings to the point where you would not want to inflict suffering on them and you would want to increase their well-being? What is that trait?
I'll be very straightforward. That is subjective. Like this whole definition here, this is why I made this definition subjective. I don't believe veganism is objective. I believe it's subjective. Mm-hmm. So I'm objectively trying to describe what vegans are subjectively doing. And this is where I kind of I hate to say that, like I'm not necessarily trying to like avoid the subject, but I feel like this isn't a question that, my opinion, I don't really feel like this is a question I can really answer because this is subjective. Like if you look at the definition, it's subjective to the individual's perspective and personal philosophy. And then it comes to if they're acting in line with that personal philosophy. And but one of the things is mind if I said what I thought you were gonna say?
Go for it.
So when it comes to so I'll first try to answer like my perspective. So when it comes to like recognizing, their well-being, if they're worthy of recognizing their well-being, or if they're worthy of well-being, is did I say something stupid? You're
no. Sorry, we got a comment that made me crack up. Yup, they used to call me Catholic G in high school. I was always hanging out with Youth Unchained. Youth Unchained was the was like the Christian / Catholic high school club in my high school, so that's why I left. Because that's like
Okay.
a super duper like inside joke. I'm sorry.
No worries, no worries. Gee, I hope you're having a wonderful night. Like I genuinely mean that. So the thing is when it comes to like my personal perspective, that comes down to implementing it into the practical real world, as well as looking at it from, to some extent, somewhat of a utilitarian standpoint outside of our community. For example, we have human beings in our community where I'd say I look at it more from a threshold deontologist perspective, but when it comes to animals outside of our community, for the wild, nature, blah, 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 at that point, I then have to look at it a little bit from more of a utilitarian standpoint. We don't have the same social contracts, in my opinion, to like, we don't have social contracts with animals in the wild. We really don't. So it comes down to practical means, and if they're within our community or outside of our community. These are traits that I value. Oh, one sec.
Not a problem. All right. So he's dealing with something. Anyways, Bruce, are you convinced of veganism yet?
No, I'm not. It's I think, like, in all honesty, the arguments for it I've heard so far sound fairly compelling, although not having looked into the subject too deeply, I don't have a firmly established opinion one way or the other. But like, morality is one of the things that you and I talk about very, very often. And I think that if I add a lot of credence, if I put a lot of if I put a lot of credibility into Sam Harris's thesis, and if I look into like what Peter Singer had to say about the principle of I keep forgetting that principle. I got to look back at it, about a non-overlapping interest or something of the sort. Then I would have to say that its position I will most likely fall in line with.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, what I always boil down to is that I cannot come up with an attribute that a human has that an animal does not have, or vice versa, an attribute that an animal has that a human does not have, that would be able for me to justify eating animals.
Yeah, I mean,
so like very quickly, for instance, let's say intelligence. Is it intelligence? Is it the fact that humans are more intelligent than animals that allows us to justify eating animals? I think this is like one of the worst arguments that you could come up with to justify eating animals, because if that's the case, if it's just intelligence, then therefore you would have to admit, you would have to concede the idea that you ascribe more personhood to someone who is incredibly intelligent, let's say scientists who have managed to split the atom or who have been able to determine what happened just a few milliseconds after the Big Bang, than someone who goes to church every single day for the rest of their lives. You would have to admit that you ascribe more personhood to that person, which I don't think anybody would want to admit that. Or if you're ascribing it to something like consciousness, the ability to be able to consciously experience things in general, you would have to say, therefore, that you have no moral qualms of being able to kill and eat someone brutally, not even just like sanely kill someone, brutally through factory farming methods, kill someone who is just so mentally retarded to the point where they're not even able to understand where they are. Obviously, none of us would say that. So using my own personal moral framework, my idea of utilitarianism, I cannot justify eating animals. And the only argument that I can come up with, which is the argument that I'm going to ask or bring towards history's shittiest disciple right now. Well, I'll wait, actually. I'll put a little pin in it right now, because history was talking right before he had to leave. But thank you. Oh, real quick. Casey, thank you so much, man. I see you on Twitter like every single day. You're one of the legends, the atheist legends on Twitter. So really appreciate you being here, man. And you are more than welcome to join. So again, if anyone wants to join this stream, just go ahead and shoot a comment or a message, whatever it may be, on Twitter, whatever, and I'll send you the link to the StreamYard.
So actually, could you by the way, could you DM me Randy or whatever his name's Twitter? By the way,
sure.
I want to first respond, Bruce. Before we took the bathroom break, did I answer your question properly, or?
I think you got enough of it across, Shitty. Sure.
Okay. So Vince, you there? There's another thing that comes into moral consideration, which is traits that I would say deem as pests. For example, the rate they breed, biohazards that they're able to spread, the ability or inability to reason with such individual, and that the ability that the individual has to physically harm you, harm your property. So I mean, like there are certain traits, in my opinion, at a certain threshold and point, I would say justifies killing them. For example, rats and mice. Farmers can kill them because they breed really quickly. They cannot be reasoned with, and they spread biohazards, and they destroy their property, their crops, yada yada. But this is like, so when it comes to like the philosophical framework, are they in or outside your community, and then do they have traits that I would say that would group them in as a pest or parasite, or not, or maybe not parasite, but yeah, parasite, pests, yada yada. So these are things that come into consideration when I give moral rights to non-human beings, as well as obviously if it's practical to do so.
It's repeat it one more time.
So I look at beings if they're inside of our community or outside of our community. For example, someone's pet, someone's cat. That's one thing I look at. But then there's the other thing I look at, which is if they are pests or parasites. These are something else I bring into consideration, traits, in my opinion. For example, like within AY server, there are certain individuals who I will not mention who have admitted to being willing to shoot someone who's mentally disabled, just like they would shoot a deer. In my opinion, there are different traits that a deer or a bull has in comparison to someone who's mentally disabled who's trying to harm your property.
Right.
So, like I said, it comes down to a number of traits for parasites and whatnot. Do you want me to rename them, or
do whatever you would like? You can name those people. By the way, those specific people that have used that argument, you can absolutely name them. I already know who you're talking about.
Vincent, I'll be very straightforward with you. I will not name those people because
I'll name them.
No, don't. They've actually said some stuff, in my opinion, that is they're not worth promoting.
All right.
Like I wish I didn't even say AY server. Like I'll tell you behind. Like honestly, there's a certain individual who will not be named, but I think a lot of people know who he is. Where he's actually talked about if it's morally right to go in a helicopter and shoot non-vegans. Mm-hmm. And I've had ex-moderators and people within his server tell me, yeah, that's something that genuinely happened. Like multiple fucking people. I'm like, after I left, I'm like, holy shit. So no, I don't want to promote these people.
All right.
Like
I think we should promote them just for the sake of people recognizing how crazy, batshit insane their opinions are, and increasing the likelihood that people are going to be vegan.
I mean, like, if you want to, I guess we could, but honestly, at the same time, I don't want to, because I'm just like, honestly, if you're going to have that position, like, don't say it to a bunch of people. Like, don't promote terrorism. Like, you're not helping the vegan cause. If some vegan goes up in a helicopter, shoots people, like, I don't think the message, like I don't think it's a very effective message, you know, Allahu Akbar veganism.
Right. Yeah. Not a problem. 100%.
But we can say their names. But
no, it's fine. It's fine. Go ahead. We have 15 views. It's not going to be that big of a deal.
So with pests and parasites, now you're growing, and you underestimate that. So with pests and parasites, it comes down to their ability, how quickly they breed. If they're, their ability to spread toxins and poisons, their capacity for physical damage to you, yourself, your property, and if they can be reasoned with. So more or less, these are traits I bring into consideration when it comes to grouping something into the parasite, or maybe not parasite, pests. Parasite obviously would be like if it's growing inside of another being and harming that being, obviously, right? But I could even say that's biohazard, so I don't need to, if I even need to say that. But those are my traits for a pest, and I don't have these written down. These are off of my top of my head. And I'm a little bit buzzed, like having some drinks here.
Mm-hmm. Not a problem. I am gone already. But anyways, okay, so to me, the concept of a pest is interesting, because I find it very difficult to find a reality in which just because something is really annoying, which I would synonymously describe as a pest, justifies killing it and eating it, or deciding whether or not it gets to live or does not get to live. So for me, when I think, like, yeah, sure, something could annoy you, that doesn't mean you have the right to kill it and to eat it. So I wouldn't even include the idea of a pest into my equation of what gets to live and what does not get to live. So the original question that I was going to bring forth to you, the idea of being able, and this is actually the Armin Navabi argument from Atheist Republic, a good friend of mine, so I'll tread lightly. The idea that because these animals, they don't pass the mirror test, right? So us humans, we pass the mirror test, we look at ourselves in the mirror and we recognize that it is us. We are able to consciously recognize what life is and appreciate life. The same cannot be said for animals in regards to the most sophisticated understanding of cognitive neurons that we have. A dog cannot look at the mirror and recognize that it's looking at itself or appreciate it in any reasonable fashion. So if that's the case, if you were to kill a dog by definition, because it cannot acknowledge its existence to the extent of it appreciating it, it is not depreciating anything because it's dying. So therefore, there is no moral obligation not to kill dogs because they're not appreciating anything. Sure, they feel pain. Sure, they're somewhat conscious, probably to the same extent that a bat is, as David Chalmers says, but not enough to the point where we should even care. So in the same way that we don't care about squishing ants, we shouldn't really care about squishing dogs either, or any other animal that we actually eat to this point. So that's argument number one. Argument number two would be that because a lot of these animals, through the process of factory farming, they wouldn't have existed otherwise. So when we're breeding cows, for instance, that cow that we bred wouldn't have existed otherwise. So the only thing that we should be concerned about, because this is a life that we are personally creating, the only thing that we should be concerned about is ensuring that the conditions under which that cow lives is a net positive. It doesn't really matter the end goal. It could die at the very end, so long as it dies humanely, sanely, in a way that it doesn't really feel that much pain, and it lives a life that is relatively pretty positive. We are completely justified in eating that cow because it is experiencing a life that it otherwise would not have experienced. So what we should be focusing on, instead of veganism, instead of people not eating animals at all, instead, what we should be focusing on is making sure that the conditions under factory farming are so much better than they are right now. That's what we should be focusing on, not the fact that we should not be eating animals. We could perfectly maintain the status quo so long as we just fix the conditions under which animals are actually processed. What do you think about those two arguments?
So I'm going to go off here a little bit. First off, I guess I could just use one particular, is the psychological effects of humans. So for example, correlation does not necessarily equal causation, and I acknowledge that. However, there's a certain point where, in my opinion, if there's a correlation, a negative correlation, if you don't necessarily need something, it is probably not a good thing. For example, if everyone was informed about the correlation of cancer, or that people believe that smoking was bad for you way back when, and if people took it more seriously, before there was the same amount of proof that we have today, we wouldn't have the same problem with the amount of people addicted to smoking. But in particular, what I'm leading on to is perpetration-induced stress trauma. Slaughterhouse workers are more likely to suffer from that, doubling and also desensitization. But particularly, I personally believe that harming animals can increase one's likelihood to harm human beings. I believe that there's a correlation with this. This is the theory that I'm going under. But particularly also, I can talk about my own personal experience with being a little bit crazy. And it's going to get dark if I do so, if you want to hear about my personal experience. But in particular, when it comes to, okay, so like I said, I've been through a lot of sexual abuse.
Real quickly, if you do not want to talk about this sort of stuff, you don't feel compelled to.
I'm fine. The thing is honestly, I'm just embarrassed to admit this. But there is a dark side of me that sometimes just wants to hurt people or animals. Like I'd always think about sometimes twisting a cat or dog's neck if I was petting it, and I'm just like, wait, what the fuck? Yeah. And it took me a while to realize just how fucking crazy I am. Like last week I was a little bit drunk, and I saw.
And just realize very quickly, I don't mean to interrupt you. Just realize you are drinking right now, so just sort of think through everything. That
I've already said this before. Okay. I've already said this before. Right. Cool. I've said this before, and like I literally use this to try and make people go vegan.
Okay.
It's just in particular, like I've particularly given into urges to hurt people or beings, and between animals or human being, there is little of a difference. There is a difference, but it's not as much as you might think. There definitely is quite a bit, but more or less, I'm just saying I do have the urges, the sociopathic urges, whatever you want to call it, to hurt animals or humans, whatever. But in particularly, my opinion, from my own personal experience as well, I'd say one leads to another. So that's an anecdote. I'm not saying it's universally objective, but it's just with all the data I've looked at, that's something I particularly believe in, that theory. Now moving forward, right? Like I've already stated, this is something that we do not necessarily need. But when it comes to animals being in factory farms, you've probably heard this before, but you use that exact same justification for slaves. Instead of freeing slavery, we just need to improve the conditions that they've been in.
Mhm.
I mean, you can increase any well-being through a lie. In my opinion, this is where I often argue for virtue ethics, because in such a nihilistic universe, I find virtues to be so powerful, virtue ethics, because we don't always know if what we're doing is right or wrong. But if we have a virtue, it can help try to steer us on a path of what I believe is moral. By the way, I wouldn't mind actually talking about moral realism with you after this, if you, because I feel like I'm a closeted moral realist. I just can't prove it, so I'm calling myself a nihilist.
I'm a moral realist as well, so we could definitely have a conversation with that. And I would say that moral realism does not run very well with virtue ethics, so we could definitely have a conversation about that.
So, by the way, Vincent, so real quick here, so was that a good comeback, or was there anything else I didn't address? Because like we're drinking here, I'm not tracking this so well. I mean,
the only difference would be that I don't.
Oh fuck!
What's up?
I remember there's something I forgot to say. Do you want to continue, or may I?
No, you go ahead. Go ahead.
By the way, Bruce, you've been pretty quiet. Would you like to say something before I continue? Or?
Not really. I'm just really enjoying this back and forth because I have, like, as I said before, I'm not really educated on the whole vegan debate. So this is like really interesting to listen to you guys.
Yeah, if anybody here wants into my archive, just join my Discord on my channel. And there's another Discord channel which I have on my buddy server called Info Archive. It's where I keep all the information I use. All the statistics, all the studies, everything. So, and particularly when it comes to parasites and pests, a particularly big issue I have is, for example, let's say if I'm going to build a house, I'm going to kill ants for that. If I'm going to go out for a walk, I'm going to accidentally step on ants. Now, this is where I actually put suffering and rights together, because even though I don't believe we're going to give ants rights, I would prefer not to kill ants for fun. For example, if you're killing ants for fun, that's where I see a huge issue there. So, but you could still say, oh, well, technically you're killing for fun by just walking around. I would argue not so much, but this is where I sort of combined rights and suffering together, because there's a combination of it. For example, there's certain things that do not have rights, in my opinion, because we're just not in a position where it's practical to do so. For example, if I'm farming and if I kill a bunch of rats, you know, if I'm sort of moving the soil around with machines, and if I accidentally kill a bunch of fucking rats, that's not my problem if I'm a farmer, because I really don't have much of a choice in order to create these crops. So this is where I look at animals outside of our community from more of a utilitarian framework. And I see more of a utility from killing those rats and whatnot, from not killing those rats and not making those crops. Right. So this is also where I come into I don't necessarily find a vegan to kill these animals for fun. So I might actually change some of my definition around. I might actually add that in. Killing for animals for fun is not considered vegan. I don't know. I might actually change it around in the future. Like the problem is, like, all these definitions I found for veganism are all fucking terrible. Most of them are terrible. Like the vegan society definition is basically go kill yourself because that's practical, or go live out in a tent. That's practical. Right. Like it's so I mean, like, anyways, so yeah. Yeah. So you go.
So very quickly, Nate Talks to You will probably join us in a bit. We'll see what happens. But I agree. Here's the thing. I agree with what you're saying. But the problem that I encounter is the fact that most people, this is going to sound very elitist and very snobbish, and I apologize in advance. But the fact of the matter is that most people don't really think deeply about these sort of moral issues, whether we're talking about virtuously or whether we're talking about utilitarianistically, if that's even a word. So what I would say is that the one thing, and this is where I agree 100% with Alex O'Connor on, is that because most people don't really think too deeply about moral philosophy, they don't think deeply about Kant or Aristotle or John Stuart Mill. The one thing that we have to sort of cater towards their one value that they cater towards is their moral consistency. That's the only thing that we can't do. And even then, even using my own personal moral framework, which is that of utilitarianism, I don't think the idea of virtue is an effective utilitarian model of morality. I would say that well-being is the ultimate effective model of morality. And sure, you could probably point towards some specific instances in which virtue will increase the well-being of society, but generally speaking, I don't think it's necessarily important. So the first thing that I would probably do is convince people using their own personal moral backdrop and try to argue that the morally consistent position that they have is to become a vegan. Then after that, hopefully, cross my fingers, hope to die, and hope that they would look deeper into what morality means and they adopt a utilitarian position, let's say. Then we go even deeper into morality and lead them towards other conclusions that I would like them to lead towards. What are your thoughts on that?
So my biggest issue with that is that's all. How do I say this? Like, my biggest issue with that is we're all there's going to be contradictions in anything. Like, there's a difference between being a hypocrite and you yourself doing something and not expecting someone else to do something. And there's a difference between moral hypocrisy. Like, there's different, like, morally inconsistent. For example, you can be a sexist and have a morally consistent view. Now, could you be hypocritical when it comes to what a man can do and what a woman can't do? Sure. But this is where consistency, you have to convince someone that consistency is something that they should value. Now, when it comes to well-being, even well-being, that comes down to emotional intuition. What does emotional intuition comes down to? Brain chemistry. Something like a good example of this is, for me, like I'm very low empathy. For a vegan, I'm extremely low empathy. I've watched baby chicks being blended and I can laugh. What stops me from buying the products isn't my empathy, it's my sense of justice. Mm-hmm. It's disgust that people would support it. It's honestly like, there's different emotions that we have that create moral agency. But I think most of us just boil it down to empathy, because empathy is the most important one, but it's not the only one. So, I mean, like, once again, this is where I run into issues where I'm not sure, because, like, I'm just not sure if what you're saying is true or not, because it's like this is like our personal perspective, and the problem is like we're so arrogantly entwined within our own egoistic. We're so arrogantly entwined with ourselves that it's very difficult to imagine other people and how obsolete our opinions are. So I mean, like, when it comes to populists, I'm not sure what is most effective, and that's just my opinion. So I mean, like, I think what's probably more effective than even moral consistency is actually getting people to hang around with animals, just pet them, just be around them, emotionally connect to them. Like, I'm not saying I don't have any empathy for these animals. I'm just saying, if I had to scale it up, like, I'd say 10% of it's empathy of what I do, 10-20%, like 50% of it's like justice, and like the rest is all disgust. Or no, about around like a half and half is disgust and justice, and a portion of that is like fucking small portion that's like empathy. Like, but I was hoping if I could derail and change the subject real quick here, if that's all right.
Go for it.
So I'm drinking. I'm not gonna word this perfectly. Bruce, Vincent, are you there?
I'm here.
So I often call myself a moral nihilist just because I don't believe in moral realism fully yet. But there's actually, I've been sending down some issues with morality, one of which is objectivity. For example, we all have a sense of, the one most objective thing about morality is that it exists. We all have a sense of it, whether it's subjective or objective. And then we also have an objective sense of what is best for ourselves. But more importantly than that, like, morality comes down to pain, pleasure, like I said before, like in my podcast with you guys, which hasn't been uploaded yet, environment, evolution, the individual and collective, and then there's two more things I can't remember. But I think if there is an objective morality, I don't believe it's based off well-being. I believe that it would be based off of, no, hear me out. All
right.
So this is my theory, is that there would have to be a balance between all these aspects of morality.
What aspects?
And this isn't the individual, the collect. What's good for the individual, what's good for the collective.
Okay.
Pain, pleasure.
Wait, which is well-being? Is that well-being?
Evolution. Suffering.
Yeah, that's well-being.
So if I'm a negative utilitarian, that doesn't necessarily mean what you truly value is well-being. You can be a negative utilitarian and want to destroy the universe. I used to be that.
Mm-hmm. But if that's the case, this is getting super duper into the weeds about utilitarianism, and I'm really excited about that. So let's say that's the case for you yourself, but everybody. Okay, go for it.
I didn't quite finish. My whole point is
Go for
that
it.
like I believe to the universe, even if morality is subjective, like I believe once it's applied to a moral agent who has a complex understanding of both emotional intuition and a which can be multiple emotions: disgust, empathy, fairness, aka justice. So it's more complex than just empathy, because I think people are too naive to boil it down to just empathy. I think it's really foolish of people to say that. But in particular, what I'm trying to say is, if there is an objective decision that actually finds a balance between all these different aspects of morality, then perhaps maybe it's not subjective. Perhaps it is objective. This is an objective. Like, for example, a society pushing a button and destroying a society that has reduced suffering immensely for almost everything in its society. For example, like vertical farming. Like if I could push a button and destroy that society and restart it over. So creating a society that's bad for the individual, the collective, something that's not necessarily good for, nurture or nature, something that's not really increasing, well-being, and something that's definitely not really helping with decreasing suffering. Like if there's a decision that finds a balance between all those aspects, perhaps it is objective. Perhaps it's no longer our fifis. I don't know. That's just my opinion. Maybe it is.
Okay, so very quickly, before this conversation starts, what is your understanding of the acquisition of knowledge? How do you know what is true and what is not true? Because if we're going to have a conversation about morality and whether or not we can derive moral values from reality, we have to understand how it is that we understand reality itself. So are you like a logical positivist? Are you an empiricist? How do you know what is true?
I'll be straight with you. Like Vince, I'm actually kind of a baby when it comes to philosophy. I'm
Gotcha.
not like, honestly, I spend most of my time reading about facts that would help with vegan activism. Like with philosophy, the majority of what I read is just memorizing different fallacies and like logic razors. That's pretty much the majority of what I spend my time on. Like I'm trying to memorize as many of them as I can.
Okay.
Going back to understanding the reality for myself, like if you mean by empiricist, I believe in making observations about the world, creating a hypothesis around them, gathering actual empirical evidence and putting it into the test, and then coming up with a reasonable degree of statistical likelihood that something may or may not be true. Then if that's what you mean by empiricist, that's what I am. That's how I understand the world. That's the only real logical model for understanding reality, as far as I'm concerned.
Okay, just for the sake of not getting, well, I was hoping we would get into the weeds of it, but I guess that's so we're probably all empiricists, I would say, in which the expectation is that using our sense experience, and that includes observations and experiments on quantum mechanics. That's probably what we are. That's usually what atheists tend to be. So we're all probably empiricists. So therefore, so long as we have carefully defined definitions, we can determine an output from those definitions. So we input our definitions, let's say, of moral values, and what is the answer towards a moral value that we have, and what would be the most likely result of increasing the well-being of society. We can get an output from that. Is that okay? Are we all on board with that? So long as we defined morality, and we input a moral value or a potential moral value, that's better. We could probably, the outcome, we could determine whether or not that is good or bad or in the middle, if we had like a machine that could determine with 100% accuracy that information. Are we good on that?
Sure.
Hold on. First thing, confused heathen. I'm only a negative utilitarian when I'm fucking angry. When I'm really fucking angry, I'm a threshold deontologist. These two are just utilitarians. So obviously, well-being. What is the proper word for positive utilitarian or well-being utilitarian? Is there an actual word for it? Or is it just called utilitarian?
I mean, it's just utilitarianism.
Okay, so yeah. In particularly, I guess the majority of everything that I think of, I would pretty much say, majority of the time, I'd say I'm an empiricist. So the vast majority of the time, I'd pretty much agree with everything you said. So
okay. So if that's the case, and if we all agree on that, right? So, holy shit! Wait. Okay, I'm so sorry. What are we talking about again? What was the thing that
Okay, so we're talking about utilitarianism. We're talking about like morality, and I brought up how there would have to be a balance. So you were talking about society and increasing well-being in society. So Like, don't worry, Vince. Don't worry, Vince. We're all gonna get there. We're all gonna
I'm
start forgetting what
so
was said.
trashed right now. Okay.
Oh fuck, dude! I hit 100 subs. Like, I'm fucking stoked. I'm
Okay.
so stoked right now. Like, and you hit 1,000 subs. And honestly, like, I want to see you win because you're like you and Bruce. I want to see both of you win because there's too many stupid people on the internet. There's just not enough smart people. It's
Okay. I'm trying to think.
I don't consider myself a smart person. I like, I try to do my research, try to be careful.
dumbest thing you said all week. Don't worry.
Oh, thanks.
Okay, I'm trying to think. So utilitarianism, veganism. What the fuck were we talking about? Why did I bring this up?
You were talking. Okay, so you wanted to make it like I think Shitty earlier was making it was discussing a topic in which he thought that morality wasn't necessarily based in the concept of well-being. You started us off on what I assumed would be a reasonable chain of rhetoric that would lead us in the direction in which you would say it was.
So what I'm trying to say, what I said before is that morality is based off multiple things. I think there was I had 8 things, but I keep forgetting what the other 2: pain, pleasure, environment, evolution, pain, pleasure, environment, evolution, the individual and the collective, and 2 more things I can't remember. But basically, if you take in everything into consideration, which we base morality off of, and if there was one solution that inevitably was better in every single aspect in comparison to the other, if it was good in all aspects, perhaps that is objective, and perhaps maybe one day we can find a way to actually pass the Izzat problem.
Wait. Okay. So not objective, but realistic. Okay. Well, very quickly, we got a comment that I want to address. So this person here is the exact person that I was talking about at the beginning of this stream. So the guy who recommended the beer that I'm drinking right now, Two Ciders, Two Towns Cider House, sorry, is he's the reasoning behind it. So I'm not high, I'm drunk. So I'm extremely drunk right now. I'm trying to keep up with this conversation about morality and philosophy. Okay, so I do not agree that moral objectivism exists in the sense that we can exclude Hume's Izzat distinction. I do not agree. I think Hume's Izzat distinction is really the one thing that forbids us from getting.
Okay, go for it. I didn't say to exclude. I said perhaps maybe one day we'll find a way to.
I'm sure. Okay, so I am sure.
One day, hypothetically.
Maybe. I mean, sure. Yeah. Okay. I never rule out anything with 100% certainty. I'm sure maybe in the future that's a possibility. But for my own personal moral framework, that is not an equation, that is not a variable that I'm taking into consideration in my equation of morality. So as far as I'm concerned, there is no solution to the Izzat distinction. So if that's the case, I am basing everything on well-being. I am basing everything on the principle that most people, this is sort of the Epicurean understanding of morality, in which people seem to recognize that we tend to move away from things that we find unpleasurable and seem to move towards things that are pleasurable. So this is like a very basic Epicurean understanding of morality. And so that's what I'm basing this off of. I recognize that maybe in the future, some genius of moral philosophy will be able to override the Izzat distinction that was proposed by David Hume. Maybe. Who knows? I never rule out anything with 100% certainty, but that's not what I'm mainly focusing on. So anyways, okay, maybe now you're getting more drunk. Yeah, maybe sleeping. Wait, maybe sleeping drunk.
I believe that the Izzat distinction is a fallacy in itself, because when it comes down to it, the results from our actions and inactions ultimately determine whether or not we consider something that is right or wrong because of the effects it has on us, and what is. In that respect, does determine what we ought to do, especially if you take into consideration that we share a shared human nature. I tried to make. I got into an argument once about how I felt morality was objective, and some people got really defensive in that argumentation, and I got a sharp retort saying like, dude, you should let people live how they want to live. But that in itself is a moral argument.
Right.
The counterexample I thought of that I think I'll use next time is that, I'll take this back to the state of the world. Like, surely after World War I, in the early 20th century, there was a movement saying that each country, each people should be allowed to live as they decree, and people in these countries. I think I was reading about this in Steven Pinker's Better Angels of Our Nature. But in that same in that chapter that was describing that, Pinker posed a question I hadn't thought of before. When you're saying people should live as they want to live, and you're talking about whole countries, who the hell speaks for the people as a whole? How do you know they want to live that way? I mean, if you're living in a country that's still fundamentally Islamic, then when you say people want to live as they want to live, what is implied is that you're letting the ruling powers in that region speak for the people as a whole, for their women, for their gay people, for their minorities, and the only environment in which you can really say you can allow people to live as they want to live is in a true liberal democracy, when you honor the individual, when the only quote unquote rights you take away are your ability to physically harm another individual in order to maximize freedom. So I think from that standpoint, that's number one. If you're really concerned about maximizing the well-being and the happiness of individuals, then from an objective standpoint, from a purely empirical standpoint, if you want to make the claim that you want to let people live as they want to live, then a liberal democracy is the way to go.
Right.
Yeah. And the ability for someone to pursue their own happiness, which is in itself objective, only occurs in a liberal democracy in itself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I 100% agree. And that's the I'm doing stuff, still hearing you only on my phone. Gotcha, no worries, not a problem. So that's the entire political argument for this sort of stuff. And this is the unfortunate thing in the United States, in which most people aren't politically or morally savant enough, I guess that's the best way to describe it, to be able to recognize any of these problems. But one of the things that I always come up with in my mind is that maybe the idea, as the Epicureans described it, the idea that we tend to go towards things that are pleasurable and run away from things that are displeasurable, that harm us, that is probably as axiomatic as we can get when determining moral philosophy. That is literally as axiomatic as we can possibly get. The very fact that our human nature, that the consciousness that our human nature is predicated on, focuses on trying to go towards things that we like and run away towards things that we dislike. That's about as deep as we can get. You cannot get any deeper than that.
If I want to circle it around to what you're saying about about a shared human nature, I mean, and I was talking about liberal democracies earlier. By
the way, Nate Talks to is here.
All right, awesome.
Hey, look who's here!
Hey.
Look who's here!
So I see that you're all quite liquored up right now. I'm glad you're all having a good time.
God.
Congratulations on 1,000 subscribers. You're making it.
Hey, thanks, man. You really appreciate that. Yeah, we are absolutely, or me specifically, I shouldn't even speak for anybody else. I am like 2 IPAs out of it. I two Dos Equis, 1 Belgium IPA, 1 apple cider, which is like 9% ABV. And 3 more IPAs coming up, so I'm out of it. But this is exciting. Thank you so much. I love the fact that you're here.
Oh dear. So yeah, I hear we're having a bit of a philosophical conversation, talking more about well-being, talking about utilitarianism, right?
Yep, that's about it. So we're trying to. So this conversation originally started from veganism and whether or not we can justify veganism from a utilitarian standpoint. And what was interesting is that we tend to actually, history's truest disciple said, maybe utilitarianism is probably not the best framework to establish this conversation on. Maybe it's something from something else, right? And then I was saying, well, could that something else be moral consistency, as Alex O'Connor makes the argument from? And so we're now trying to hash out this argument of moral realism versus moral nihilism. I'm arguing for moral realism and saying that, generally speaking, we all tend to have the same moral principles of well-being, whether you agree or disagree. And so that's where we tend to be right now. What is your thoughts
maybe
on
we're
morality?
going off of different definitions here. Doesn't moral nihilism mean that you don't necessarily have no morals yourself, but you believe that from an objective standpoint, morals are not objective?
Like, very literally, moral nihilism tends to be that you do not believe that a moral claim that someone makes in a particular culture is justifiable as being superior towards a moral claim that is made in another culture, or not even another culture, someone who has a completely different moral framework as you.
Mm-hmm. So kind of like if I, as an American, were to criticize somebody living in Saudi Arabia, and I were to criticize their kind of like death penalty, for example, I can't do that because I'm from a different country.
That would be like the super duper basic like argument. Oh, that sounds really mean. I'm sorry. That would be like, yeah, that would be one of the arguments that you'll usually like associate with like the.
Oh yeah, I totally disagree with that kind of position. I think that as a utilitarian, I want to bring utilitarianism everywhere I can. I'm not going to look at a different country and say like, oh, well, you have your own practice. It's like, no, it's like, yeah, you can have your own culture, you can have your own music, your own artwork. But at the end of the day, we should all be trying to maximize well-being regardless of your geographical region.
Right, but that, generally speaking, would be associated more with moral relativism, and moral nihilism is something somewhat different. Whereas moral relativism would say that we can't judge another culture based on our own personal moral conditioning that is predicated on 20 years, 18 years, whatever it may be, of moral conditioning. Whereas moral nihilism would say that it's distinct from moral relativism, which basically states that actions are wrong or right relative to a particular culture or individual, by basically saying that the entire concept of morality, the entire concept of something being right or wrong, doesn't even exist in the first place. So someone who is in a different culture from us, who's saying that they have a personal culture from us, so therefore that we cannot justify any normative claim on their own personal culture, that doesn't even like make any sense. Like, conceptually, that makes no sense whatsoever, because the idea of morality doesn't even exist in the first place. It is not ingrained in the laws of physics. It is not ingrained in the laws of logic itself. So it makes no sense whatsoever.
So from your perspective, how are you defining the term moral realism then?
So from my perspective, the way that I'm defining moral realism is the same way that someone like Paul Bloom defines moral realism, or Sean Carroll or Sam Harris defines moral realism, in which, sure, the idea that morality axiomatically exists in society or axiomatically exists within any living conscious creature technically doesn't exist, but the fact of the matter is that something is evolutionarily beneficial and something is not evolutionarily beneficial is something so patently clear to us. We can easily distinguish something that from a utilitarian standpoint will increase the well-being of our own personal selves or increase the well-being of society. Is so obvious that we can distinguish what is more likely to be moral and more likely not to be moral. So from that perspective, because we can clearly define what is more moral, so long as we have our definition set in place, something is clearly more moral and less moral than another thing. So,
but why do we care about well-being to begin with, though?
That is the David Hume-Izzat distinction, right? Is that what you're bringing up? Yeah, I don't think that we can. That's the one difference that I have with Sam Harris. Sam Harris thinks that distinction is an illusion. Yeah, Sam Harris thinks that distinction is an illusion. It's not that big of a deal, technically. And Sam Harris is correct on saying this. David Hume just kind of said that passingly. He didn't even like make that his own thesis, or he didn't write like a specific dogma to make that claim on. He literally just said that passingly, which is true. He actually did just say that passingly. He didn't really make a big deal out of it.
Even if he didn't, I think there's still value in the claim itself.
Yeah, 100%, which is why I disagree with Sam Harris. I think even though he said that passingly, that's still a pretty strong claim that Sam Harris has not been able to argue against. So that's the one difference that I would have from someone like Sam Harris. And Paul Bloom is on my side on this, or better yet, I am on Paul Bloom's side on this. Where yes, the Izzat distinction is true. There's no reason why we should be moral, why we should do these things. But we can all kind of agree that we prefer one state of being over another state of being. So this is the sort of Epicurean realization where we tend to go towards things that are pleasurable and move away from things that are unpleasurable. So we sort of agree on that, right? And in a way, and this is not something that I agree with, but this is an interesting argument that was brought upon by someone that I do not remember who it was. They said there is not, and I'd love to hear your opinion on this. There is nothing on this planet more axiomatic, nothing more axiomatic than the idea that we tend to go towards things that are pleasurable and move away from things that are unpleasurable. You cannot explain that aside from evolutionarily standpoints. You cannot like go any deeper than that from a moral perspective. So because that is as deep as you can possibly get, that is an axiomatic truth. So therefore, by definition, morality can be objective, which I disagree with, I should say.
Well, regarding the claim that like every human being is trying to achieve maximum pleasure, I guess I can kind of agree with that. Like even if you were to look at some fundamentalist Christian, for example, who is depriving themselves of a lot of the pleasures of life, they're doing it because they're hoping there's some kind of paradise to come afterwards. So even in that kind of situation, there's an ultimate goal, which is again pleasure.
Right. So you're a utilitarianist, I assume. Yeah. Okay, look at that. All right. So you see, we're already on good standing point. But that's the thing that really matters to me the most. So usually the ground for utilitarianism, from what I've seen, is that some people ground their own personal utilitarianism either like from a Sam Harris perspective, in which they somehow derive it from the values of, not the values, but like the rules of nature and logic, which, okay, sure, I disagree with that. But at the very least, your end goal is utilitarianism. Or other people, such as ourselves, in which we recognize that morality is subjective, and the trajectory that we go towards based on our subjective understanding of morality is utilitarianism. That doesn't really matter to me so much as the fact that because we are utilitarians, we agree on political stances such as like abortion or Planned Parenthood or anything like that. That to me is like, okay, cool. So whatever. We disagree on the axiomatic principles of it, but at the very least, we agree on like the important things to me. Like,
I suppose in the immediate sense, like it doesn't matter that much as long as we're all striving towards the same kind of end goal. Then that's what matters ultimately. But down the road, I could imagine if we finally achieve like our utopian civilization, then we're going to come into conflict if we have different axioms we're going off of.
Yeah, 100%. So 200 years down in the future. So this is the conversation that I always have because I consider myself a futurist. So I think that the universe that is envisioned by Star Trek, which is my favorite TV show of all time, is perfectly possible if we play our cards straight. What is your envisionment? If we play our cards right? What is your expectation of the future of society?
I imagine us leaving the planet Earth. I imagine there being millions of people existing on perhaps Mars. I mean, we're already traveling to Mars right now, at least with robot technology. And I think that as time goes on, there is a possibility that we may not be able to save planet Earth, and we may have to leave. That's just a bit more of like a bleak prediction of mine, but optimally, I do hope that we can stay on Earth. We can undo climate change. We can try to like replicate the Nordic model around the entire planet.
Okay.
Are you guys familiar with the with the 4 stages of civilization? I think Michael Shermer outlined it in his book. I don't remember specifically what they consist of, but I do know that they are all related to a certain level of technology that humans are able to utilize to harness sources of energy to power the technology in that particular stage, and that amount of power that you're able to harness determines the level of that technology. And going back to the question as to where we're all going, I mean, Star Trek again is just another. It's definitely one of my favorite shows, and I like to believe a future based on Enlightenment principles can exist, but whether or not we can actually get there is questionable. I mean, I think there's an argument to be made for a more pessimistic view of the future, in which we will eventually have to leave the planet in what's in a certain state. But optimistically, and I also do believe this is possible, we could approach a state of civilization in which we're an extraterrestrial species and are able to propagate humans beyond the planet itself, and our civilization continue for a good, long, extended while.
Or any series of Gundam could happen, and those who colonize outside of Earth could go to war with Earth. Who knows? It could be an intergalactic repeat of all of our fuck ups. By the way, Nate talks to you. I just want to say I hope you're having a wonderful day and welcome to the stream.
Oh yeah, thank you. My days are going pretty well so far. Unfortunately, my schedule isn't the best right now, so I actually woke up maybe 2-3 hours ago. So I'll correct that later on. But either way, I'm happy to be here. Mm-hmm. By the way, this is a little tangential, but do you distinguish between short-term well-being and long-term well-being? Like a person could say that it's justified to drink lots of alcohol, kind of like right now, because the short-term pleasure it will give somebody. Mm-hmm. But at the end of the day, if you were to do that continuously, it's going to lead to a detriment to your health. Mm-hmm. So would you make a distinction there between that kind of pleasure and long-term pleasure, meaning eating healthy, working out, et cetera, et cetera?
Absolutely. So the way that I personally would view it, because I'm assuming that I'd probably have a different viewpoint as everybody else in the stream, is that I 100% recognize that in the myopic viewpoints, drinking alcohol would probably make me happier, but in the long run, it'd probably do some damage to my liver and decrease the lifespan that I would live. But I recognize that, I know that, and I increase the I hold the idea of happiness from a short lifespan higher than I hold the idea of a long lifespan, but less happy. So therefore, I prioritize a life in which I don't live as long, whether it be by a couple of years or by maybe 7 years or 8 years, more so than a lifespan in which, sure, I'm happier and whatever, but I don't really drink that much, so I'm not as happy as I would be if I were drinking, but I live longer. So I recognize that, I put that into my equation, and I prefer to drink now than I would be somebody else. So I recognize that 100%.
I agree. Sorry, go.
Sorry. To steer the conversation in a slightly different direction from that, I think, if we take it away from well-being for a second, and if we take it towards a more utilitarian standpoint, I think back when they were arguing this particular school of moral thought, Jeremy Bentham and John Stuart Mill were arguing about the maximization of the maximum utilization of utility, of increasing happiness, increasing pleasure. And there was some argument back then as to whether or not how they determine how they measure someone's state of. How do they measure joy? How do they measure happiness? And how should we act to maximize that being? Should we just drug someone up with so much opium that they're in a state of bliss the whole time? Or if is that an advocation for someone to become a hedonist? Or should someone alter their activities, their pleasures, their actions, their ways of being in order to look at happiness and pleasure in a more holistic and a more encompassing standpoint, playing the long game, so to speak. There was some discussion of that back in the day. I don't recall if they've ever, in my reading of philosophy, if they ever came to a firm answer. But if we can take that argument and extend it to the concept of well-being, there's an extension of their argument there.
So kind of like in Brave New World, the whole idea of taking soma to make yourself happier, even though the world around you isn't necessarily all that great.
Right.
I suppose for myself, if there were no negative consequences that came with taking this drug that make me feel ultimate pleasure, then I wouldn't have an issue with it. As long as I were to live the same length of time on this earth, if there wasn't going to be some kind of side effect, maybe I developed cancer from this drug, then I suppose I wouldn't have that big of an issue with it.
I don't think I'd have too much of an issue with it either. I mean, when we talk about well-being, and we're talking about, I mean, when I think about it, I tend to think of it in with that long game, with that more holistic perspective, as we were talking about earlier, because morality, when it comes down to it, is a system that allows you to interact with the other people in your society. That's the whole point of morality, just how you treat other people. And if the goal of it is indeed well-being and the propagation of happiness, then your actions have a direct effect on me. I think I remember seeing Matt Dillahunty in a moral debate in the Atheist Experience, in which he made a comment like, oh, "Your freedom to swing your fist ends precisely 2 inches in front of my nose." So if we're not only talking about swinging our fist, but we're also talking about the consequences of our actions on other people, then we have to take that into concern whether we're swinging fists or taking a drug. I mean, like if we take a look at what happened to China way back when they were suffering under imperialism, one of the things the Western powers did to China was just to ship a load of opium into China and get the people to indulge so much that it made them easy. I'm butchering my history here, so don't take my word for it. That this is what happened. They drugged up the country so much that it made it easy for them to continue selling opium and making hash out of China all the way back then. So, if we're not talking about opium, if we're talking about like indulging in a drug, and it doesn't have that kind of negative side effect to my society, then I don't see a problem with it. But if we're going to repeat the China scenario, then I would say there's a huge problem there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like so. For example, here in America, I mean, aspirin is totally legal. There aren't really many negative side effects, to my knowledge, from taking it, at least in small doses. So in that kind of situation, hey, it's going to relieve the stress of a headache, then we can continue taking that kind of drug. But if it's opium, which can be addictive, it can lead to a worsening of your life. It can make you starve yourself because you're just so hooked on this drug. Then yeah, in that kind of situation, obviously not so good.
Right, and that's where that's when our pursuit of pleasure, so to speak, our pursuit of the axiom that we tend to retreat away from that which is negative and head towards that which is positive comes into play. And I don't think there is a precise moral calculus there that we figured out. There's no hard and fast way to do it. I think that somewhere along the line, I'm totally babbling here. So I think what I'm trying to say, and I've used this analogy before, is if we're talking about morality, if you fall into the idea that it is a choice between two states of being, then I think it's objective up to the point to where you can think of morality as a compass as opposed to a map. You point to a direction. How you decide to go in the direction of well-being, that there's a myriad of responses there. But the reality of it is, there's only one real direction overall to head in that scenario. So morality is like a compass, not like a predefined map, but there's a hard and fast rules.
I do like the compass analogy to a degree, although I think for myself, I would make more of an analogy like what do you call that in evolution where they show like the lines branching out into different species? Is there a term for that?
I think called speciation. Isn't
Yeah, I wasn't sure if it's like a name for the kind of like a graphic they use, but I would kind of visualize it like that. If you make this decision, then you have these two different options. Then between those two options, if you pick one of them, you have more options going ahead, etc., etc. So whichever branch we can follow to the end, that'll lead to the most well-being. We should take that one.
May I interject? I'm so sorry. By the way, everyone in the comments, comment senpai, please like, share, subscribe, comment, all that jazz. Let's spread Vincent, the Babylon Project, far and wide. I'm sorry, by the way, Nate. I apologize.
No, it's all right.
And Nate Talks To. Let's not forget Nate Talks To. He's a fantastic guy, absolutely brilliant. Definitely needs to get way more attention than he has. He needs to be the next Cosmic Skeptic. Am I right, Nate?
Goodness, I hope so. Yeah, I do admire the work of Cosmic Skeptic. I do think that he's a great orator. I actually did watch one of his videos. I think it was originally recorded maybe back in 2018. It was him giving some kind of presentation, I think talking about morality or some other subject. And yeah, I'm quite happy to see how far he's gone. Obviously, there's a lot of people online who are thirsty for this kind of discussion about morality and about atheism still.
I'm surprised that you haven't done, I'm surprised that you've actually taken a sort of break from YouTube in a while, because from the conversations that I've had with you, you're clearly just well astute, and you have a good head on your shoulders, and you know what the current temperature of the social and political climate is. So I'm actually amazed. I'm surprised that you haven't done more content recently. How come you've been sort of just waiting on uploading videos?
It's a little awkward to get into, but it comes down to 4 letters: ADHD.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
I find that I'm very easily distracted by the threads on Facebook, on Twitter, and a lot of that makes it difficult for me to stay focused on a video topic. So videos that should have taken me a lot shorter period of time to create, it just extends out because I find that I'm prone to procrastination, unfortunately.
Okay. And by the way, if any of you haven't seen his channel, to me he comes across as incredibly intellectually honest. And my opinion, when diving into politics and culture, if there's one thing to fear, it is not being wrong. It is being bad faith and dishonest. Y'all should check out his channel. He's got a great sense of humor, great content. And I've seen a few of your videos. I'm not too familiar with you, Nate Talks to You, but I'm actually curious. May I ask you a quick question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, you can call me Shittiest or Disciple. I can explain the name if you want to hear it. But anyways, and particularly, I'm actually curious because I saw you on, like, you kind of was on Jeff Holiday's videos saying that you really like Nightmare Fuel. That's why I first heard about you. Mm-hmm. Vincent, I was on his stream one day and he was talking about you and I decided to go check out your channel. I thought, wow, this is great content.
Wait, Nightmare Fuel was talking about me?
No. Vincent, he was talking about Nate Talks to You.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, so there was a clip where Nate Talks to You was like, yeah, Nightmare Fuel likes to go hard on, the porch sitting atheists or whatever they're called. But in particular, I'm actually curious, are you vegan? Because you had a video where you said that you were transitioning. I'm not sure. Did you give up on that? I'm just curious. I'm not gonna like bombard you because I am a vegan. I'm not, but I'm just curious. Where are you at?
I've kind of gone back and forth. I have gone from a vegan diet to having a bit of meat here and there. I'm trying to stabilize myself, but the ultimate goal is to just go purely vegan.
Okay.
But as somebody who grew up eating, burgers and chicken, it can be tempting to go back every now and again.
Yeah. So, Vince, Bruce, mind if I re-explain earlier what I was talking about with the point that I was trying to make? I'm going to try and re-steelman it. Because and also I wanted to actually do a reductio first on what I was saying that Bruce was saying. Multiple times he brought up nature. So something I really enjoyed about the show Supernatural was the philosophical dilemmas. For example, if there is a creature like such as a demon, whatever you want to call it, an alien, something that's nature wants to make others suffer, is that therefore moral because it's their nature? I mean, like, this is why I brought in multiple different aspects of morality, and I said if there is some way to balance all these aspects of morality, perhaps morality becomes more objective at a certain point. Perhaps there is a point where morality is objective when you calculate for the environment, evolution, pain, pleasure, individual, collective, and two more things I can't remember.
Hold on, like when you're talking about all those other factors, what do they have to do with morality? I don't see what you mean when you say, like,
because when you look at morality, you're either valuing it through utilitarian standpoints such as the collective or a individual standpoint threshold. Deontologist, threshold deontologist, pain, pleasure, what negative utilitarianism, positive utilitarianism, nature, moral naturalism. I'm not too familiar with moral naturalism, so I will try to refrain from making any objective
But what do those have to do with morality? Like,
there are all different aspects of which morality is based off our basic intuition.
Okay, yeah, but so are you talking about balancing schools of thought of morality? You're talking about like about psychological, physical, biological, those kinds of factors? Because I don't see. I think there's a distinct difference between having balanced schools of thought, which no disrespect intended. I don't think that has anything to do with with coming to objective moral terms. I think there's a stronger argument to be made based on actual empirical data in the natural world.
Even then, but even then, the issue I have with, for example, if it's within something's nature to enjoy and to make itself feel better by making something else suffer, is that then therefore moral?
Can you be more specific?
It can be any creature. If some creature evolved through making others suffer as a means of pleasure, and if it has happened for so long, perhaps billions or millions of years, it needs to make things suffer to make itself feel pleasure. Is that therefore moral?
No, because that's an extension of the naturalistic fallacy. Because if you want to use that argument, then like carnivores, like dinosaurs from dinosaurs to animals in the natural world, we've all evolved from making each other suffer. Right? But if you read Yuval Noah Harari's book, I think he made the argument there that when humans began the consumption of meat, the calories, the nutrients coming from consumption of the flesh of other creatures allowed us to evolve the brains we have today. And I think you can also extend that argument to say that the creatures all around have been able to evolve because of this kind of nature that we have. But morality exists because we have evolved instincts, and we understand there's something in the natural world called the naturalistic fallacy. Just because something is natural doesn't mean it's moral, because morality inevitably has to do with how we treat other beings and each other. So I don't see that as necessarily relevant.
Okay, so I'm drinking some. I'm kind of barely keeping up here.
No problem.
So once again,
very quickly. Wait 1 second.
You go,
very
Vince.
quickly.
Yeah, sorry.
Before we forget, because I have the tendency to forget to read comments. This is a comment towards Nate Talks to You. So Nate Talks to You. Sabalatora is asking, I want to ask to Nate Talks to You, what do you think of Gamergate so many years later?
It's kind of hard to answer that one, because looking back, I think that there's a lot of bias I had going into it. I watched a couple of YouTube videos that just like reinforced my position. And I just went into things, I think, a bit emotionally motivated rather than having like strong reasons for getting involved in that movement. But rather than saying what Gamergate really was exactly, I'll just say what Gamergate was to me. So at that time, I believe it all started with a woman named Zoe Quinn. There were allegations that she was having sexual relations with people that were gaming journalists, and she was an up and coming game developer, just like creating little like point and click type of games. I think there was one called like Depression Quest, I believe was the name for it. And again, point being, the allegation was that she was having sexual relations with people in the gaming industry to get better reviews of her games. Now, I didn't really care about the sexual aspect of it. What mattered to me was that if you're going to have a relation of any kind, be it just a platonic friendship, that indicates a conflict of interest with, the reviewer and the game developer. And I just view that as being corrupt. And people say, oh, it's just video games, man. Who cares about that? It's like, okay, well, the gaming industry is blossoming right now. I believe it's like a multi-billion-dollar industry. And even if it wasn't, I don't like seeing people displaying a lack of integrity. And I want to try to combat that kind of behavior wherever it pops up. So along with that, I believe there were other accusations of different people, like in the indie game industry, doing the same kind of thing, just having like personal relationships behind the scenes to get positive coverage. So that was like the first half of what Gamergate meant to me, was that conflict of interest. And the other half was what I and other people interpreted as, I guess what you call political correctness infiltrating the gaming industry. People took issue with people like Nita Sarkeesian, for example, doing all of these reviews and essentially trying to push for more regulation, more censorship over how games were created. So anything that was too sexual, that ran too along the lines of a certain type of trope, it seemed like her end goal was to first criticize it and then eliminate that from video games.
Okay.
We kind of, and a lot of people in the gaming community felt like she was an outsider looking in. And there is some evidence of that, by the way. There are clips of her going out there and saying during different speeches, like, I'm not actually a fan of video games. So we kind of just like, okay, you're not a fan of video games. Why are you trying to intervene into this culture and try to like switch it up into your own utopia? It's like, we like the way things are right now. Don't ruin this community for us. Right. It's kind of like, imagine, for example, you were a big fan of archery shooting. You like going to a range, like firing arrows at targets, and then somebody who's never done archery in their entire life comes in. It's like, oh, by the way, did you know that that archery is actually a very violent hobby to engage in? Maybe they'll say that you're appropriating Native American culture or Viking culture or something like that. And it's like, what are you doing here? You don't belong in this community. We're doing our own thing. We're just having a good time. Can you leave us alone, please? And that, again, so that in summary, that is what Gamergate was to me.
Right.
Now, looking back, again, I think there was a bit of emotion on my side going into it. So maybe my perception of what it was all about wasn't actually true. Because there are a lot of accusations that went around at that time when Gamergate first began, that it was more so a harassment campaign against women and people of color in the gaming community. Now, I didn't see that much of that at the time, but I mean, I'm pretty sure, you know, as someone who's fairly big online right now, I do know that I do get my fair share of hate comments. So it is possible that people like Zoe Quinn and Anita were getting some pretty nasty feedback. I believe there's even like an Adobe Flash game that somebody made where you actually beat up Anita and like make her get black eyes, a bloody nose, and it's like that's uncalled for. So
okay,
it's a bit of mixture of truth on both sides, I think.
I gotcha. So very quickly, that's an interesting take. So I was first starting to get into the like culture war around Gamergates. So I this is the interesting part. I still to this day not have a definitive understanding of what Gamergate was, because the definition that Chris Reagan will give is completely different than the definition that Milo Yiannopoulos will give.
What did Chris Reagan give?
Chris Reagan basically says that it was this journalistic integrity that other people were having, that maybe we should take into consideration other people's gender, other people's personal grievances when it comes to the way that women are treated in games journalism, and that some people were just saying the way you're being treated is not because of journalism, it's because of other factors. And then Milo Yiannopoulos would say that it's just an entirely huge game of identity politics. So it's like, all right, man, look, I have my own personal moral principles. I will apply those moral principles to whatever it is that you're talking about. These moral games that you're playing, these games of Gamergate that you're playing is kind of annoying. So anyways, Ronnie is saying, now that you're a popular big boy on YouTube, which is not even close to being the case, can I get a shout out on my channel? 100%. So Ronnie, everybody go subscribe to them. They are a trans YouTube channel, 100% fantastic. I would absolutely love to have you on my podcast to talk about trans issues and to talk about gender issues. We could absolutely have a fantastic conversation, 100%. Hey, let's do it, man. So anyways, so guys.
Can I interject? Hold on real quick.
Quickly, because we have someone.
Could you shout out Ronnie on Twitter, because I couldn't find Ronnie when I typed into YouTube. So yeah, continue. Sure. Apologize.
Okay, wait. Okay. Oh, okay. So anyway, so we have someone by the name of Manny. So guys, so Manny, thank you for joining us. Very quickly, let me explain who Manny is and why I invited him into this conversation. So in the Atheist Republic Discord channel, there is this one particular person that has been constantly just lambasted people. In my personal opinion, Manny, you are more than welcome to refute these accusations and promote your own personal arguments for them. That's perfectly fine. But this person who has constantly, for the past couple of days, as I've seen in these Discord channels, argue against atheism, argue in favor of religiosity and the claim that religiosity is the rational claim. And so over and over and over again, this person has wanted to engage in this argument, voice chat related. So I said, you know what better route to go about this conversation? What better route to go about this debate than in the 1K subscriber stream special on behalf of the Babylon Project? So here's Manny Boy from the Atheist Republic Discord server. Manny Boy, how are you doing?
Okay, yeah, I'm good. But I never said that irreligiosity is bad or something. But
wait, I didn't say that. I didn't say that you said that.
Okay, you said something like I was arguing against irreligiosity.
You were arguing on behalf of one position over the other.
Right, yeah. I mean, but atheism is like failing to provide moral foundation.
Right, that's fine. Yeah, sure. But that's an argument that you're providing, and so that's why I invited you on. Is that correct? That's just like a general argument that you're providing?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
How are you doing, man? How's your day today been? Just without first getting into the argument, how's your day been today? What have you been doing recently? What's Manny's life been like?
Okay, recently I've been studying like religions and stuff. But I just happened to watch atheist channel. I mean, I feel like atheists are more talking about religions than the religious people, because if you bring up religion among like a family or something, they would be like, oh dude. So that's why I just feel like there's more like so other than that, I am, yeah, I mean things are, I mean, like because of the lockdown, I've just, like the
Hmm.
project has been slow. So, you know,
Okay. So one of the things that you said that I think is absolutely incorrect and completely inconceivable that anybody would believe on my behalf is the fact that you believed that the
Mhm.
popular consensus among philosophers is that philosophers believe that atheism is a claim. That if anybody is an atheist, they are claiming, they are making the affirmative positive claim that God does not exist. Is that correct?
Yes, according to the scholarly consensus, the standard definition, the scholarly definition of atheism, I mean, it's like the same, like Christians or Muslims. Christians are wide spectrum. Like Christians could be Mormons or Christians could be Jehovah's Witness. But the standard definition of Christianity is like the one who ascribes to the Nicene Creed. That's the scholarly or the standard
Okay.
traditional. So
Okay.
just like that, I mean, what scholars are defining atheism as the belief that, I mean, the claim that no God exists. I mean,
Okay.
there
So
atheists are of course varied on their beliefs, like agnosticism, things like that. But the
sure.
standard, yeah.
Sure. So for the first 20 minutes, best case scenario, 20 minutes, we're going to be undergoing the definition of atheism and whether or not it is in congruency with your definition of atheism, because I think that you have the
Mhm.
farther, not even close to the burden of proof. So even if what you are saying about atheists is correct, if your philosophical arguments against the case of atheists is correct, that doesn't even come close to justifying your position on whether or not God does or does not exist. So we're going to get into that 20 minutes later. So first, I do want to get into what your argument for atheism exists. So first, I want to bring this forth over to Nate Talks to you. Nate, I hope you've been taking notes. What is your argument
Oh,
on the claim that most philosophers believe that the idea that God does not exist is itself a claim?
well, I know there are various definitions out there in regards to what atheism means. I know that the one YouTuber Steve McRae has gone to a lot of debates on social media for a while now, arguing that the philosophical definition of atheism is that it is a claim that God does not exist. Personally, when I call myself an atheist, I'm using more of the general layman definition. And what that would be is that it is a lack of belief in a God existing. Not that it's a claim that God objectively does not exist.
So even if most philosophers believe that the claim of atheism, that if someone ascribes the moniker of atheist, even if most of them believe that someone who describes himself as an atheist, they believe that it is a positive claim against the existence of God, that doesn't really matter to you because that's not what you're adopting, right?
Yeah, it doesn't matter that much. I care more about the way that words are being used right now rather than how it's being used in academia. I mean, there obviously is some value to that still, but I think that from an activist standpoint, as an atheist YouTuber, someone who's trying to combat religiosity, I just want to use like the more established definition. So
Mhm.
I have to plead ignorance. I'm not sure how common in the philosophical realm that definition of atheism is, but I just prefer to go by the layman definition.
Right. And even if that were the case, even if it were the case, which it clearly is not based on the understanding of the polls that I have, that most atheists believe, as far as philosophers are concerned, atheism is simply a lack of belief in any positive claim about the existence of a God. But let's say, for the sake of the argument, that that atheism itself is a positive claim about the non-existence of a God. I think that's pretty strong, regardless, based on the historical perspective that we have, the likelihood that a God was positively claimed by anybody in past, the fact that the philosophical arguments against the existence of God are so extremely strong, the scientific arguments against the existence of God are so extremely strong, to the point where I can pretty much be okay, not like certain. I'm not certain about anything, but I'm okay with a positive claim against the existence of the Abrahamic gods specifically, not the deistic God, but the Abrahamic gods.
Actually, may I interject quick, Vince?
Go for it.
Okay, so I'm not sure which fallacy this is because there could be more different fallacies. I thought it was equivocation first, but I realized it's probably closer to a straw man. So popularity when it comes to definitions is
on behalf of me or on behalf of who?
Manboy, not you.
Okay.
So popularity is not always fallacious when it comes to definitions, because if 99% of the population wants a definition to describe a certain thing, it might actually be justified. So appealing to popularity does have a little more legitimacy when coming to definitions. Not always, hashtag not all, but particularly it comes across to me, Manboy, that you're actually taking the weakest straw man of atheism and then arguing against it. So you're actually trying to make it so these arguments in your favor, particularly against people that do not understand what you're saying. And I think allow you to respond to that. So, yeah.
I'll jump in here quickly. Prior to that, one of the things I believe I heard mentioned earlier was that atheism was a declaration or something of the sort, an acknowledgement of a claim that you're saying God doesn't exist. Now I will agree that I think I've heard people define atheism in that way before, and the stance that we take on here, that we simply lack enough evidence to say that a God exists, is I think people ascribe that definition more to agnosticism. So I'll go ahead and jump here by saying right now I ascribe to the view that atheism is a lack of a belief in a God. It's not a declaration by any means. For a Christian to say to take his or her point of view, or for a Muslim to take his or her point of view, they would have to go through some kind of, I believe, some kind of acknowledgement of say the Nicene Creed. Or if you're a Muslim, you would have to take the Shahada. Either one of those two rituals or is some form of acknowledgement, whether you believe Jesus was the savior, or if you believe that Muhammad is Allah's prophet. It's not the same as atheism at all.
Manny boy.
Hello. Yeah. So what I'm saying is that it's not the popularity, even it's the atheist philosophers themselves, like Michael Ruse. I think I forgot the name of the guy who wrote the Stanford. That's also an atheist. So it's them defining atheism as a proposition. And I mean, different atheists, like individual atheists, can have variety of beliefs. Like I don't know, Dawkins. I think I heard someone saying about Dawkins spectrum or something. But I feel like different, just like a Christian can be agnostic Christian, like Oprah is like a universalist, right? But she also identifies as a Christian. But that doesn't fit the standard traditional definition of Christian, being a Christian, right? But
right,
so what I'm saying is that this is the thing, and atheism also has a burden of proof. That's what the scholars are saying. So that's what.
Very quickly, whatever the scholars that you're claiming are saying, I've yet to see. So when you said Stanford, I looked into the Stanford definition, and when it was completely different than what you said, and I linked you to it. But even if that's the case, that is completely different than the claim that people that you are arguing against in Atheist Republic Discord are saying. So even then, it doesn't really matter, because you're arguing against the claim that is different than what the people that you are arguing against are claiming from. But anyways, we are joined now by Thomas Sheedy, the founder of Atheists for Liberty. How are you doing, Thomas?
Doing great. How about you guys? Sorry for jumping in a little too late. I've been out all night, so I'm glad to be here, though. Glad to be celebrating your 1,000 subscribers. Got to say, very, very happy to hear that. Hope you're able to really monetize soon there.
Not a problem. Yeah, so we're in the process of monetization. The only problem is that, okay, so I'm going to go ahead and dox myself for a bit. I had a gaming channel when I was in the 7th grade in high school, not high school, but junior high. And I created a video game channel, which I guess I got enough subscribers to the point where I could monetize. And then recently, right now, when I tried to monetize my philosophy channel, I realized that, oh shit, I monetized my video game channel. So I have $35 that I did not recover from my video game channel. So I'm in the process of disabling my video game channel and recovering those $35 that I made from them and monetizing this. But Thomas, I got to thank you so much endlessly for helping us out, for constantly shilling us out to your fans. As I've said constantly over and over again, I think that the cause that you are purveying and the cause that you are conveying, I guess, is totally honorable, and I'm very happy to have you as a friend on my side. Thank you very much for helping us out, and thank you very much for existing so we can try to secularize the conservative right.
Well, thank you, Vincent, for having me. You know, I really, you and Bruce and many others have been so nice to me and many of the other people on our team, and with the mission that we're trying to do. The least I could do is help you out, help your team out with trying to get at least to 1,000 subscribers. So I wish the show well. I wish the channel well, and I hope you guys are able to really monetize and do well financially very soon, because you deserve it. You have done whatever you can to try to get as many great guests, to get the best content on your show for your viewers. You have been intellectually honest. You have been kind. You have shown so much dedication to your work. This is the least that I could do. And I'm so glad to be here, at least to just get this word into you that you and Bruce mean so much to me, means so much to the Atheists for Liberty team. And I wish you guys all the best.
That I promise you, I'm not even saying this for the sake of just pampering up to you. I promise you that means a lot, because when I first messaged you, I think I messaged Michael Trollin first when I first found out about your guys' organization. I messaged Michael Trollin first, and then he responded by saying that we should get in touch with you. I never expected this to occur, where, you know, I pretty much adopt a Sam Harris sort of philosophy mindset when it comes to lying, where I try my best not to lie. For philosophical reasons that are based upon Sam Harris's moral philosophy. And so I 100% try to make sure that I do not lie. So I don't know if that means anything or much to you, but I promise you I am not lying when I say that your organization means so much towards the atheist movement, towards the secular movement, towards what we are attempting to do to secularize the conservative right. So hopefully we can make some movement forward when it comes to Planned Parenthood, when it comes to abortion, when it comes to any of those issues that have absolutely no domain in religiosity. I hope that's the case. And I'm very happy that I've been able to play Warzone with you and have these conversations.
Yeah, I was about to add in that this is how I know you're absolutely telling the truth, because we spend a lot of time off the show too playing Call of Duty, and you know, knowing, you know, how you actually talk and how we actually interact, I know that, okay, this is the real Vincent saying this, and that is you on camera and off camera. So by the way, I'm looking forward to getting back on with you. I just got back for winter break, so we got to get on. What did we get, like 3rd place, 5th place last time? That's unacceptable. We gotta get first place.
Yeah, 100%. So whenever you are situated in whatever house that you're in, get back to me. We will have you back on to have a conversation on my personal YouTube channel or your YouTube channel, whatever it may be, to promote whatever it is that you're attempting to promote. I am more than willing to do that.
That's 100%. Great. Thanks, Vincent. Oh, by the way, I want to share something real quick. I know we were talking about alcohol last time and how you are a disgusting California resident, and how you don't really understand what this is. This is a Yuengling. It's a classic Yuengling lager from America's oldest brewery based in Pennsylvania. This is something that only East Coast people will really understand, you know, how great this is. You haven't had any good lagers until you've had a Yuengling. So if you ever come out, well, when you come out to Florida, or if you come out to Florida, depending on if they cancel the Student Action Summit or not, I'm going to buy you a Yuengling, and we're going to have some together, and I'll have some on the show in front of you before I head out.
Let's do it. Let's 100% do it. My dream world is to be in the same room as you, Bruce, Armin, whoever it may be, drunk out of our minds, being able to talk about this sort of stuff, because even though, like, right now, I'll openly admit I am drunk out of my mind. I have no idea what I'm saying. I have no idea what I'm thinking. I love this. And so even if that's the case, I am absolutely willing to have these conversations, and I love this.
Glad to hear it. I'll be joining you in that.
Oh yeah, I'm drinking a Delirium right now, which is 8.5 ABV. Yep, 8.5 ABV Belgian beer. I am drunk out of my mind. By the way, have you met Nate Talks to You?
I've heard of him. I know of your of his channel. I have not. I don't think we've been acquainted though.
Nice to meet you. Yeah, I have heard quite a bit about you. I heard that you're trying to get the religion out of the right. So I do respect that that movement that you're trying to push forward. How do you feel? What do you think is like the best method in reaching people that are more conservative leaning? Because I think that depending on who you're trying to talk to, be them a liberal or a libertarian or a Republican, like there are different methods that are optimal in engaging with each group.
So I think there are two methods that work very well. The first method, of course, is just simply be out in the open about the fact that we're atheists. For too long, the atheist movement, and I've been involved with so many of the national organizations in the United States and throughout the world when it came to atheist activism and secular activism, there has not really been much of an open motion to go into these communities and go into this movement and talk about, how being an atheist in those circles is okay, especially due to the infiltration of the atheist movement with Atheism Plus. We've kind of developed a sort of fence on this movement with what is acceptable and what's unacceptable, what groups are okay to talk about atheism to and what groups are not okay to talk about atheism to. And I've been to CPAC, I've been to the Turning Point Student Action Summit, I've been to so many different Republican and conservative events throughout the country, and I've met so many atheists and so many secular-minded people just in those circles alone. And it was a little weird for me to see that at first because, the movement has not tried to do that at all. And the second strategy that we can use is to talk about how the atheist movement was actually sort of this first culture war against feelings that are unacceptable to talk about. When atheism was the counterculture movement in 2013, 14, and 15, what was the sensitive religious movement that was against us? It was organized religion. Now, in this whole new counterculture for free speech that we've seen over the past several years, that's overtaken what atheism was, the sensitive counterculture, the religion, is this sort of social justice far left that some people like to say. And we can try to connect the dots and show how both the religious right of the 1980s and 1990s and the social justice left is very similar in their behavior and very similar to the outcome of what they want. They both rely on feelings. They hate factual evidence that contradicts it. And even when speaking to many religious conservatives that are trying to combat this sort of woke left, I've earned their respect by getting them to see how we have sort of fought the same fight. Something that really they haven't really thought about just over the past few years alone.
So it's more of a way trying to elicit empathy from them to make them realize that actually the same behavior that they're against, they should be against on their side as well.
Correct.
Yeah. I want to respond to Daedalus over here. Is everyone here of conservative mindset? And then he responded with, sorry, I meant the people in the Zoom meeting. No, every single person here is of the liberal mindset. It's except for this disgusting, gross Republican Thomas Sheedy over here with the American flag in the background.
To be honest with you, I have no idea where I am on the political spectrum.
He's Canadian.
Now.
Yeah, he's Canadian, so don't worry about that. But
I'm a disgusting human being. I'm from Canada.
So I'm sort of in this nice middle ground where I'm not as partisan as people think I am. But people think, I'm automatically of the right. I must be very partisan. I got my start in politics with Bill Maher. I've been an avid real time with Bill Maher viewer. I called myself a liberal for so many years. I'm not like a perfect walkaway example. I'm simply a Republican because I found out that I happen to agree with the political right more on issues than the political left. But for many years, I consider myself to be an anti-woke liberal. And that is a position that you can be in too. The idea that, being anti-woke is only something that libertarians and conservatives that is only acceptable in libertarianism and conservatism, that's also nonsense too. So when it comes to my organization, Atheists for Liberty, we have liberal members, we have conservative members, we have libertarian members, we have members of all across the political spectrum, but we believe in the core values that make the United States possible and that make American secularism possible. And we're trying to make the claim that there are plenty of other movements and plenty of other political communities that accept those principles than what we've tried to perpetuate over the years.
I mean, my personal position is very, very similar to Thomas's. Like, if you rewound the tape back about 5 to 6 years, you would have seen me much further left. But like, my introduction came to my political awakening, I guess you could say, had to do with when I had a friend / mentor of mine who I've always known to be a really rational thinker, made some incredibly negative comments about Islam. Not knowing what I knew at the time, my first reaction to that, and don't take this the wrong way, Thomas. My first reaction, and this is how I used to think back then. This is when I was fairly woke.
Mm-hmm.
Was that did you just suddenly become a Republican? And then, but later on, but it was him, and I was like, okay, no, he would not have said this without a reason. And I took a deep dive into Islam, found out about Ayaan Hirsi Ali, about Maajid Nawab, about Sam Harris's stances. Like, oh, that's what you meant. And I found out that there's something very, very wrong with the left, in which there was a lack of moral consistency.
Well, Bruce, I used to have very similar thoughts, and I actually wouldn't call those thoughts woke. I would actually call those thoughts logical thoughts, because that was how the political right was probably just 6-7 years ago. That's where the political right was 6-7 years ago, when the culture war surrounding atheism was present. I've noticed ever since this sort of fight against social justice warrior culture emerged, the political right has changed a lot. It has become way, way more secular. This whole idea of, oh, we're the true accepting people, we're the true liberals, whether you agree with it or not. The political right, and at least people in the mainstream political right, at least within organizations and conferences, I have seen organizers try to adapt to that sort of look to try to not look like this sort of old religious moral majority right. But that was the case in 2013 and 2014. The Republican Party and the conservative movement was way, way more religious. And when looking at, say, how Ben Affleck treated Bill Maher and Sam Harris, I was a live viewer of that HBO viewing. I thought, oh, wow, they're just like the religious Republicans. They're just like the religious right. I had the same exact outcome, because they wanted to make their own religious beliefs into actual policy. Yeah. That's the truth. And that's not a woke talking point at all. That was my opinion, how politics was back then.
Well, you're diving into something I wanted to bring up. It's like the when you're talking about liberalism, ever since that time, I've done a deep dive into political philosophy, and in my not so humble opinion here, and again, anyone out there, please feel free to correct me on this, but in my opinion, no one in the mainstream public has any idea what the word liberal or conservative even mean. Most people do not know who Edmund Burke is. No one would say that John Locke is what was known as a proto-liberal.
Their view of liberal and conservative is like a 2010 meme.
And very quickly, I do want to debate endlessly against Manny Boy 2015, just because I'm in the same Discord server as him. So quickly address this.
Actually, I wanted to bring that up, but real quick here, Vince, may I interject? Real quick here is a good idea to progress this forward.
Go for it.
So I know we have the very beautiful looking Thomas Shady here and the very beautiful looking Nate Talks to You. But he kind of had a bit of introduction here, but I'm particularly, as a suggestion, Vince, maybe two people should talk to Manboy, because as much as I would love to debate atheists, I love to debate something other than veganism. Perhaps maybe it'd be better if we had 2 or 3 people talk to him, particularly because I think 5-on-1 is a bit difficult for us to all have a flowing conversation.
Yeah. So I don't know what this is about, actually.
In my defense, I am convinced, and Thomas Shady could disagree with me, I am convinced that in minimum 1 year of conversation with Thomas Shady, he would become a vegan. Minimum. You don't think so? I think so.
I just had 3 Big Macs, 2 double cheeseburgers. I was at Applebee's today. Had
same
double
thing.
cheeseburger.
Same thing with
Thomas,
mozzarella sticks.
Thomas,
same thing with me.
Would you be willing to talk to me if I reached out to you on social media sometime on veganism? Yes or no?
Sure.
It's fine.
Sure, but I might be willfully ignorant on the topic.
So I'm very charitable. I really try my best, but particularly right now, I think who wants to talk to Manboy the most, I vote to mute myself, because I am so humbled that I have these giants that I'm with here, and I'm just some nobody on the internet. So I'll just mute myself.
Okay. So Manny Boy, so just for the sake of everybody else in this stream getting some context about who Manny Boy is, in the Atheist Republic Discord chat, Manny Boy constantly, day after day, argues that atheism itself is a positive claim, and that the claim that not even the claim, the rejection of a belief in a God is a positive claim. He is making that argument. So Manny Boy, and he says that he associates this with academic academic sort of links, I guess, for lack of a better term. So Manny Boy, what would you respond?
You mean respond to the definition, or I know that in the popular circles, the atheism is like lack of belief, but when you read philosophy written by atheist philosophers, so they are construing the definition as a proposition, and they are also saying that atheism also has a burden of proof, unlike the popular the I don't know what's the online thing, but in philosophy, if you look at atheism, it also has a burden of proof. Mm-hmm. So that's what I was just
sure. Even if that's the case, let's say that you are correct on that. Mm-hmm. Most atheists, and I've linked you to this link, most atheists, most philosophers are atheists. Mm-hmm. Like over 70% of them are atheists. So even if they say that, sure, the idea of atheism, we are making a claim, but we're still atheists. How would you justify that?
I mean, it doesn't matter, right? What their personal beliefs. I mean, people could be atheists for so many reasons. I mean, people could be irreligious. People could, worship Kim Kardashian. So I'm pretty sure.
Wait. But very quickly, I do not mean to interrupt you. But if you are saying that you are making the claim that atheists are saying that the belief in atheism, that the claim of atheism is a claim itself, you are using that as a justifiable argument, and you are saying it is an argument because most atheists are using it as an argument, so therefore it is academically credible. If that's the case, why are you completely ignoring that most philosophers, are atheists, and that is therefore by definition academically credible because most philosophers are atheists? So why are you saying that one thing, the fact that most atheists say that the concept of someone being an atheist is a positive claim is academically credible, but therefore all of a sudden most atheists making the claim that they are most philosophers making the claim that they are atheistic is a positive claim itself? You're ignoring that, but you are using the previous arguments as a positive claim towards your specific argument credible. Why is that the case?
No, for something to be taken credible in research, at least you have to have that in a peer-reviewed paper, academic source. You can't just, there are so many.
What do you mean by academic source? I can point you towards a bunch of different academic sources that claim that the Earth is 6,000 years old. That does not mean that it is academically credible.
No, you can't.
You can't? I can't? Oh, all right, let me link you towards them.
I need a secular peer-reviewed source like Oxford or Cambridge.
So if I send you a peer-reviewed paper that says that the Earth is 6,000 years old, will you completely change your mind?
I can agree that there might be some,
No, not might, not maybe, 100%.
I mean, if you have a peer-reviewed paper that says Earth is 6,000 years old.
So therefore, it is impossible. It is crazy to you that there is a peer-reviewed published paper that is wrong.
No, but I'm saying that I am pretty sure that the current scholarly consensus is the Earth is like 1 billion years ago. I'm not like 6,000.
Wait. So you're basing your arguments on scholarly consensus? Is that the case?
Yes, I mean, what's in the academia?
The scholarly consensus is that most philosophers are atheists. So why aren't you an atheist if you're basing your philosophical worldview on consensus?
No, that's their opinion.
Come on,
no, that's their
Manny
personal
boy.
opinion. No, that's the personal opinion. Like I can have, I can believe. I mean, you go to a doctor, but you don't care whether he's a Muslim or a Hindu or a Christian or an atheist, right? He can have his own reservations about anything, but that is just a personal opinion. But as long as something is in a like an academic source.
Sure.
Okay. For example.
Wait. So
for example, there are philosophers that says Jesus never existed. I mean, not philosophers, but historians.
Yeah,
but that's
sure. Richard Carrier was one of them. Yeah.
But he's just that's not. It's like that book. Richard Carrier,
mythicists, right?
Yeah. No.
Mythicists. Yeah.
No. Okay, so the difference is that has to be an academic source because Carrier's book.
Wait. Richard Carrier is an academic source.
I mean, the book is not academic; it's a trade book.
Wait, his book, the mythicist argument for Jesus, is academic.
No, academic. No, it's not academic.
What is your definition of academic?
Academic is like something from university press, or
So if I were to link you towards an academic source that claims that it is unlikely that God exists, would you therefore believe that God does not exist?
I mean, you have a. I mean,
come on, Manny.
No.
Would you believe that?
No, okay. Maybe I don't know.
Maybe. I don't know, Manny. You gotta be consistent. Come on,
hold on. Okay, hold on.
All right.
Okay, no, hold on. There are controversial issues, right? There are to and fro arguments as well. But this thing, the atheism has a burden of proof. That is a consensus. That's
okay.
But the thing is,
do you believe? I am so sorry. I do not mean to interrupt you. I promise you, this is the last interruption that I will have.
Okay.
Is your definition of what is true and what is not true based on the consensus? Is that a correct understanding of what you believe on consensus?
I mean, that's the way that you do research, right? Like when you do research.
If you were to travel 1.7 thousand years back into the past, in which the consensus was that Neptune did not exist and that there were only 8 planets revolving around the Earth, would you therefore say that because that is the consensus, that is the truth? No, because
why
not? What is the distinction? What is the distinction between that and the argument against God now?
No, because now we have logical fallacies, right? Like we have.
We didn't have logic and fallacies back then.
No. I mean, see, so the current definition of, that's what I'm saying. Okay, so are you saying that the Earth is 6,000 years old, or why are you an atheist? You say like science say God does not exist, or is that the reason that you're an atheist?
Mm-hmm. So 2 things. One thing is that we are now officially at the time in which the expectation is now for you to justify your argument for why you are not an atheist, not why I am an atheist, but just for the sake of the argument, I will continue to oblige. So what was your argument before I said that amazing freaking announcement?
No, you said that, Richard Carrier's published a book, and that is academic, but that's not academic. That's a trade book, not academic.
Wait, Richard Carrier is not academic? Richard Carrier, by definition, is academic. Even if he's not
the
correct,
definition of academic.
Still academic, yeah. Even if he's not correct, he's still academic.
Okay, see, but the book that he argues that he wrote his arguments, that's not academic. That's trade book, right?
Wait, how are you defining academic?
Okay, I'm going by the what the library's index. When you go
what definition? What is the definition of that?
Okay, hold on. I can send you that.
No, you don't need to send it to me. Just tell me.
Okay, see, this is the standard definition. A scholarly resource, intended for use in support of conducting. There are 3 types of sources: scholarly, popular, and trade.
The percentage of people who are adopting Richard Carrier's definition of mythology or the existence of Jesus is increasing. So it doesn't even matter if it's decreasing or if it's remaining the same. It is still academic because Richard Carrier himself is an academic source. So that is an incorrect definition to use.
No, that's like saying, the founding fathers were deists, so America is not a Christian. I mean, America is not founded.
Wait. No. That has nothing to do with a positive claim. It has to do with whether or not it is an academic claim. That is different.
Any scholar can publish anything, right? I can, if I have a PhD or if
and it can be an academic claim, but it doesn't mean it's true.
No,
we're talking about academic claims. We're not talking about truth values.
No, you're confusing. There are academic books, there are popular books. There are some books are written for entertainment, but that's not academic. In order to be an academic, you have to have that published in a university press, and it has to be peer reviewed. It undergoes a lot of process. That's what my understanding when I was in graduate school. I mean, not graduate, but undergrad school. I mean, that's the standard definition they give in when you do research. There are three types of sources: scholarly, popular, trade publications. So Carrier's book comes under trade or popular. I'm not sure, but it's not academic. Because
wait, really quickly. I don't mean to interrupt.
Yeah.
But even though Richard Carrier has published peer-reviewed papers in which multiple people have reviewed these papers and have disagreed with them, even though they disagreed with them, they say, well, the methodology in which he obtained his answers is still okay. We'll let him publish the papers. Even though that's the case, you still don't think it's academic?
No, I don't know if a peer-reviewed paper that Richard Carrier published, arguing for the mythicism of Jesus. No.
How would you define academic again?
Academic sources. Okay, this is the thing that's. Hold on. Let me. Okay, to be a scholarly book, it's to share with other scholars the results of primary research. The author is a respected scholar. If the publisher, it's a university press, a professional association, or known, or scholarly publisher. Yeah.
Okay. And Richard Carrier has a PhD in historicity of. Wait, hold on. Richard Carrier has a PhD in historicity of religious thought from Berkeley, one of the most top-tier universities in the world. So even though you may disagree with his definition of whether or not Jesus himself existed, it is still academic.
No, because Deepak Chopra. I don't. Have you heard of Deepak Chopra? He's a medical doctor.
Of course. Sure. I would consider a claim made by Deepak Chopra because he is a medical doctor still academic. I would still consider it academic. I would not consider it. Oh, hold on. I would not consider it reasonable, or I would not consider it something that I would consider even in my own purview of what it is to be true or not true. But that does not mean that it is not academic. Deepak Chopra himself is a medical doctor. He went through the proper steps, academic steps, to become a medical doctor. So he deserves, at the very least, that respect, even though he is completely wrong on almost everything he says. But that does not mean that he's not a medical doctor. He's still a medical doctor.
That's appealing to his prestige.
Wait, historicity? What are you talking about?
No, appealing to his prestige. Like, appeal to others.
Wait. So claiming that Deepak Chopra is a medical doctor is appealing to medical prestige? That's not appealing to medical. He is a medical doctor.
No, I didn't say that. I said whatever.
That's literally what you said.
No, I said whatever Deepak Chopra says is correct. That's an appeal to his argument. I mean, I'm sorry, appeal to his prestige.
What are you talking about? I'm not even agreeing with anything that Deepak Chopra says.
No, okay. So you said whatever Deepak Chopra says is credible or academic, right?
No, it's academic. It doesn't mean it's credible. It means it's academic.
No.
Those are two different things. Something that is academic does not mean it is credible. I can point you to a million things that is credible, but it's not academic. I am a physicist. I promise you, I could point you to a million things.
Yeah. So, so what I'm saying is that, to be credible, that is academic. That's what
No, not necessarily. Like, there's an overlap between things that are credible and are academic, but there's no overlap between things that are credible and academic.
This is a Vincent Owens moment with facts and logic right here. Just put the thumbnail
Honestly,
image
could
of
we
Vincent
make
going like,
could we make a thumbnail of like a Ben Shapiro thumbnail of Vincent destroys Manny Boy with facts and logic?
Vincent destroys in all caps
I
with facts
cannot.
and
Yeah,
logic.
I cannot do this.
Vincent gets the victory royale at the end. I get my mom's credit card. We pay Vincent with some V-Bucks just out of loyalty and respect for his facts.
So very.
You'll get Richard Carrier dressed up as Satan in the background.
So very quickly, Manny. Now I've said that up until 10 o'clock, I will let you argue against my personal position. How do you define your personal position? How do you know what is true and what is not true?
How do I know? It should have evidence, and it should have it should be published in a peer reviewed
Do you believe in God? Do you believe in a God?
Yeah, I think God exists.
What type of God?
Christian.
The Christian God. How do you know the Christian God exists?
Lot of evidence. I mean,
what?
I mean, if you look at the I don't know how to say that, like the revolution that humanity has undergone since the dawn of Christianity, the morality, the scientific revolution. That's one argument. Another argument.
Wait. Say that again.
Okay, if you study human history,
right.
So I think in the last 2000 years we have undergone a lot of reformations, or in law, politics, science, so those are, so in the Bible it says, like, by thy fruit you will know, something like that. So and
I could make my own Bible and write that Vincent will be drinking on November 27th, 2020. That doesn't mean that it's still true. And when it comes to the scientific revolution and some of these innovations that have happened throughout the past few centuries, can't you just attribute that to European advancement, or the advancement of the technologies and resources in that area at the time? So let's say the advancements were in the Islamic world, the advancements were in ancient China, the advancements were in, I don't know, South America. Can't any religious believer of that area credit their own God and credit their own belief system to the advancement of that? When in reality, it's the people and it's the innovations and technologies and knowledge of that area that made that success happen, that made the scientific revolution possible. Is that not true? If the scientific revolution happened in the Islamic world or happened somewhere else, can't you just make the same argument crediting the gods of that area, that geographic area, for those advancements?
No, I didn't say that. That's the only thing. That's one thing. It's not because they were theists or Christians. It's because of the ideology that was in the Europe that time that led to the scientific revolution. For example, if you look at the Islamic world, they paid lip service to the Greek science.
Wait.
But they were okay.
So I'll pretend to agree with you. I'll actually let me pretend to agree with you. I'm going to pretend to be like this. I'm not a fan of atheists who do this, though. They pretend to be these cultural Christians who suck on to Christianity so much, and they give Christianity all the credit for it because they're in a certain political area right now where they have to say that to be accepted. But let me pretend I agree with the whole cultural Christian standpoint. That is the doctrine of Christianity. It's the religion and the church that drove the advancement of the scientific revolution in Europe. Let's pretend that your claim is right. Does that still mean that the God of Christianity exists, or that maybe Christianity just has some good tenets that has enabled people to advance themselves?
I mean, so far it is the most successive system on the planet.
Sure,
wait, that's not even true.
That the Christian. Let's pretend you're right about that. Does that mean that the Christian God therefore exists?
I mean,
Yeah,
that does not make. Of course, that does not lead. That does not automatically prove that Christian God exists. But for an ideology, for someone to subscribe to an ideology, that should be proven. That, I mean, I feel like for an ideology to be if someone what I'm saying, like, it's I mean, if it has a positive effect, if it revolutionized, that ideology is praiseworthy. So that's something that's what we do usually. Like for veganism, if you see the benefit of veganism, then you will adopt veganism. That's the same thing. And for the proof for the existence of God, there are so many arguments, like cosmological, things like that. But this is one thing that has always amazed me about Christianity, that it has produced so far the most successful system on the planet, and no other ideology.
Wait, successful? Are you sure you want to play that game? Because most Nordic and Scandinavian countries that are overwhelmingly secular perform better on just about every metric that you can imagine. That has nothing to do with religion. And when the meta-analysis have been performed on whether or not religiosity plays a role into whether or not these countries, specifically Scandinavian, plays preferably towards the lack of religiosity in their increase in well-being, is pretty much like a positive claim.
No, I mean Scandinavia is founded as a Christian nation. Like most of them
come on, Manny.
No, hey Ben,
you go to a doctor. If you have a disease, you go to a doctor.
Hold on, one second.
Hold on.
I have like 9 people willing to join. History Shitty's disciple. What you got?
So actually, if you wish, I could interject here, particularly when he said increasing well-being. If you wish, I could interject, or you can continue. This is up to you. May I interject?
Go for it.
Okay, so Manboy, I want you to actually explain what do you mean by increasing well-being, and I'm going to ask you this so. I'm asking you to steelman your position. Can you please explain by what you mean by increasing well-being? Welcome, Apiro. I hope you're having a great day.
I'm having a good day. Continue.
I'll be right back.
Continue your conversation.
Okay, this is epic. Aporius here. Therefore, the conversation is going to be great.
But no, particularly Manboy, you said increasing well-being of society. So I'm asking you, what do you mean by that?
Oh,
because
okay.
I have a good amount of ideas, but I'm asking you to explain to me what is your idea of how does religion increase well-being? I'm asking this.
Okay, so first of all, it was Christianity which kickstarted scientific revolution, kickstarted humanism, kickstarted human rights, gender equality. Even the whole Western law is based on the Bible. So so far, no other ideology. I mean, it started as a like a hearsay. It's a persecuted sect, and then ideology could produce so much. So much transformations in the world. That's like a pretty amazing to me. And so that's what I said. Like the modern law is based on the Bible as well. So that has shown to be workable because you mentioned Scandinavia, and Scandinavia was founded as a Christian nation. Like until Sweden or Norway, I think they separated the church and state. But they are culturally Christians. I mean, because of consumerism, technosexuality, people are getting irreligious, but that they are far from atheists. So just because you see a doctor to cure the disease, that doesn't.
I find it to be interesting how you say they're far from atheists when, if you ask a good chunk of these people if they actually believe in God or not, the bulk of them would say no. Not to mention, you have even multiple conservative religious individuals right now in modern day media admitting that atheism in and of itself, with those non-religious statistics, not like non-religiosity or spiritual but not religious, but atheism is rising in the world. Michael Knowles of the Daily Wire, he's a good example of this. He went from being a new atheist to now a pretty staunch Catholic. And he made an article he published an article in April of 2019 saying, oh God, no, atheism is on the rise everywhere. And he cites the same statistics. It's the same statistics that we can see for the growth of secularism in the Nordic countries, the growth of secularism in Europe, the growth of secularism and atheism around the world. So I would actually attribute that, yes, these people are actually atheists. Maybe just a good chunk of them aren't calling themselves atheists. Atheist has a negative connotation.
Hold on, Thomas Shady. Before you respond to that, Manboy, did he cut you off or did you finish what you were talking about?
To be honest, I'll criticize myself. I think I cut him off.
Yes,
I apologize.
I'm curious, man. Like I'm not sober. So, Manboy, would you like to finish what you're saying first?
Yeah, so I'm saying is that what you see among these advanced nations, like in Japan or Scandinavia, because people don't have time for God because they are increasingly, they are
They got
workaholics.
things to do.
People want to. I'm sorry.
They got things to do.
I mean, no, I'm sorry. I'm saying, people have a lot of stuff, right? Like, I mean, no one needs. I mean, there are other steps like they want to have party, they want to booze, like even in the Scandinavian thing, neo-paganism, witchcraft, tarot card reading, fortune telling. If you say like science has thrown religion out, then why isn't the West is ISKCON and neo-paganism, Deepak Chopra, he is more popular in America than in India. I mean, not in America, but in the West in general. There are Indian gurus that have a lot of disciples in the Europe and America. So you can't just say people are throwing religion because of advancement in science, and that's not a valid point. It's just
okay.
because,
Wait,
hold on,
quickly.
Vince.
Okay.
So, man, boy,
Go for
I've been
it,
taking notes. So, it sounds like to me it boils down to kick-started progression, and these nations that have had success with, and these nations are now advanced nations. So these are two propositions. So a kick-started progression, and these nations are advanced nations. So therefore, this belief has led us to progression. Therefore, is good. Am I correct?
I'm sorry. Can you say that again?
So some sort of argument along the lines of blah blah blah, something, religion good. Premises: kick-started progression, and it has allowed. So second premise: it has allowed for advanced nations to flourish. Result or conclusion: this belief has led us to progression. Therefore, is good. Is that a fair steel man, or is that not a fair steel man?
I mean, they progress because of Christianity, because of work ethic. Because
no, I don't.
Yes.
I don't care. Is that a fair steel man? Do you want to make any changes to what I said?
No, I said this Christian. I mean, because of religion.
Dude, I'm going to cut you off maliciously.
Wait, careful.
Is that a fair steel man of your position?
I am saying that because of consumerism, technology, and because of all this, that's why people are getting irreligious. I mean, they are not. I mean, most people, even Christians, they don't worry about God. I mean, they should be worried about their work, or unless they have a crisis. I mean, but most people don't want to have most people want to be free, like they want to have multiple partners.
Okay. But I'm just trying to break down what you're saying to be a very simple context.
Yeah.
Blah blah blah. Something argument. Religion is good. Premises. Kickstart progression. We have technology and we've moved forward. Second premise: we're advanced nations, wealthy nations. Result: this belief has led us here to progression. Therefore, is good. Is this a fair steel man? Is this not a fair steel man? Do you want me to change anything from what I've said?
No, I don't think that's what I meant. I meant is that
well, can you break it? Can you break it down into an argument of premises and conclusions?
Okay,
can you do that?
No. Okay, so I don't know why you even brought up Scandinavia in the first place.
I never said Scandinavian. I said progression. I never said it.
Okay, let's go back. Okay, so I said the theology kickstarted scientific revolution, humanism, and a lot of things. So that even contributed to the advancement of nations. Like Europe was nothing. Europe was very backwards compared to Middle East and India, China. And so there are a lot of things at play, like how theology led to scientific revolution, the Protestant work ethic. The Catholic Church was a cornerstone in the development of the West. So that's what I see. That's what I said, like how Christianity led to all these,
But that's my problem with what you're saying. Is I'm trying to just get a fair steel man of what you're saying, and it feels like you're trying to tiptoe around it, so I can't build a steel man. In fact, I don't even think I can build a steel man.
Okay, let's start with.
Wait.
I'm trying to be as charitable as I can be here.
I'm not trying to interrupt, but very quickly, Ben, would you? Sorry, not Ben. Manny, would you admit that just because something is beneficial to society does not make it true? Would you agree with that statement?
I mean, that is true as well. That is true. I mean,
So
I'm
you
saying-
agree that it's true. Just because something is beneficial to society, whether we're talking about the preservation of likelihood of whether or not a species is going to be able to increase the likelihood that they're going to be able to reproduce, that doesn't mean that the theology behind it is true. Would you agree with that?
Wait, what? I'm sorry. You said
because a lot of people make this argument, and I'm not
Okay,
saying that
let's
you're
start
making. Okay, very quickly, a lot of people make this argument. I am not saying that you are making this argument. I am not making that claim, but a lot of people make the argument that because it increases the likelihood to believe in a Catholic God or a Christian God or whatever it may be, it increases the likelihood to believe in this specific God that you are going to reproduce. Therefore, it is the likelihood that this God increases. Would you say that, okay, that is probably not valid? Would you agree with that?
No, I have a confusion with what you said, like regarding reproduce and stuff. I didn't quite catch that.
And also, Ben, your email did not go through. So if you want to join the not Ben, sorry. Who the fuck is the guy that wants to join? Sorry, there's some guy that wants to join that his email is not going through.
Ben Beckick.
Ben Beckick, your email is not going through. Ben Beckick, you
Yo, Vince.
send your email again.
Vince, can I continue or?
Go for it.
So, man boy. Okay, so I'm gonna try and ask you again. So, when it came to theologically, so when you're referring to theologically, like, can you actually lay down your definition? Like, so just in particular, just so I could you put a definition in either public or private chat? Because like I'm trying to steelman your position because I don't understand what I said was wrong. Like religion helped kickstart progression and advanced nations. Those are two things that we have.
No, I didn't say anything about advanced nations or something. I said how this ideology contributed to scientific revolution. So
so it kickstarted progression scientifically. So it kickstarted scientific progression. Okay.
Scientific revolution, not I'm saying because what happened in Europe in 15th and 16th century, that's called scientific revolution.
Oh, okay, yeah, but I mean, like, this is the same. Religion is also pushed against it, but I'm not going to talk about that too much right here. So, in particular, no. So it kickstarted progression and scientific revolution. Is that a fair steelman, or is that not a fair steelman?
I don't know what exactly is steelmanning. I'm sorry.
So, okay, I'll explain to you what a steelman is. It's the opposite of straw man fallacy. So it's actually building up a fair representation of your opposition, because you're actually ranting, particularly. And the problem is with your rhetoric is it's harder to actually understand the exact argument, premises, and conclusion when intoxicated with drugs, aka alcohol. So I'm trying to ask you for your steelman so I can better represent what you're saying, so that way I can actually break it down while dumbed down drunk.
Manny, in other words, is what Shitty is saying, is the question, is the statement he posed, is it an accurate representation of what you're trying to communicate? That's a steelman.
Okay, so do you have any objection to what I said? Christianity led to scientific revolution, human rights, dignity, abolition of slavery.
I mean, I could talk about a ton of things, whether it be about how you can use religion to justify slavery, or whether how religion has tried to stop scientific progress. But
no,
in particularly, no. That's not what I'm going for right here. In particularly, if the reason being for you believing in religion is because it started scientific progress and technology, I mean, like, we would not have been here. We would not have existed if it wasn't for murder, rape, and everything else terrible that is taken to get us here. So I mean,
what
like,
kind of murder race? What kind of murder? What are you talking about? I mean,
what I'm saying is everything that it has taken to get us here perhaps is not justifiable within the modern day. Or perhaps there is not a good reason within the modern day. For example, there could be something that could have progressed us in the past, but perhaps in the modern day, it might not be reasonable for us to have that set belief system. So, for example, something could have moved us forward, whether it be slavery. For example, perhaps maybe we had slavery long ago, and perhaps maybe we would not have the same civilization if we didn't have slavery thousands or hundreds of years ago. But is that justified within the modern day is the question. So just because it helped us way back when, is that reasonable within the modern day?
So we reached here because of the religion, right? We reached today because of
what I'm saying is, just because something has pushed us forward, is that necessarily a good reason to believe in it in the modern day? And I'd argue not. It's not necessarily alone a good reason.
I mean, so for example,
wait, very quickly, just for the sake of very quickly, Benjamin, your device is not connected, so I cannot, by force, introduce you into this conversation because your device is not connected. Your device needs to be connected in order for me to introduce you into the conversation.
So, Thomas, you had something to say. I feel like I said what I had to say. So,
yeah. So just to add on to what you were saying is my tipsy self. I guess when it comes to pushing or shoving, I think someone said something. Let's pretend that you literally push or shove someone in the right direction. And maybe that violent push, that aggressive action caused someone to make a good change for themselves, which ended up, I guess, maybe bettering them or bettering the people around him. Does that mean that the violent act of pushing or shoving overall is a good thing? I know it's very, very silly, but just think about it from that context, from a very basic concept. No, the answer is no. We can see that there are more negative repercussions to that physical action than positive outcomes. But when it comes, I feel like we give this special treatment to religion because it has to do with people's deeply held beliefs that up until, I would say, the 2000s has not been politically correct enough to criticize.
Is that fixed? I'm sorry. Is that fixed? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear. We can hear you
very loosely. You got to increase the audio.
I can turn it up.
Yeah,
no
turn
worries,
it up
no
for
worries,
sure.
My friend, no worries.
Where are all these people from, by the way?
Honestly,
I'm from Canada.
Random people that just watch my stream.
Cool.
And I just I invite them to my stream and then I destroy them.
Oh, there you go.
Come
We
on,
destroy them
Vincent.
with facts
we
and
had a nice
logic.
conversation last time we talked. You don't.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
So nice.
Yeah,
You
we
know,
have a
you
nice
be-
conversation. I'm kidding. We have nice conversation.
It's
We're gonna
very,
destroy them
very
with facts and
nice.
logic, like Ben
Nice.
Shapiro.
I wish you would. And I appreciate it. And I do
Sure,
appreciate it.
not a problem.
No
It's gonna be
worries.
Daily Wire
So,
2.0.
I've said this. I've said this a million times about this.
I enjoy it.
Yeah. So the main points of this YouTube channel is not to destroy people with facts and logic. It's to just have a conversation.
Well, then I
That's
just gotta
all
leave.
I care about.
Yeah, I'm here to get destroyed by facts and logic. So I mean, if you're not here to destroy us by facts and logic, then I guess I gotta go.
I mean, if that's what you're focusing on.
I was
then go
joking,
for it.
Vincent. Can
All
we have a
right,
joke?
all
One second, I gotta interrupt
Can
you
we have a
guys.
joke here? Yeah.
History's shittiest disciple needs to apparently be let back in. He's chatting on the side.
Oh, you're right. There we go. He's back in.
Yo, Thomas, thank you, senpai. Thank you. And also, everyone in the
You're
comments, like, share, subscribe. Come on, share this channel.
Everyone
God damn it.
subscribe. Everyone subscribe to History's Shittiest
reason-
Disciple.
Destroy the subscribe button, the like button, and the notification bell. You gotta destroy it. You can't just click it. You can't just tap it, give it like a TikTok tap. No, you have to destroy it. Okay,
You have
or else
to rub your
Vincent.
ass on it.
Bro, you gotta do all exactly. You gotta do that.
Destroy it like it's some hoe that your bro paid for.
You gotta twerk
Sure.
on the like button. Do push-ups on it.
And if not, Vincent's not going to get the epic victory royale that he
No.
needs to monetize this YouTube channel, to monetize clear, logical discussion and exchange of ideas. He's not going to be able to exchange those ideas. Bruce and Vincent won't be able to exchange those ideas unless you destroy and wipe that on the like button, the subscribe button, and the notification bell. You got to do all three, and you got to click the share button too. You got to get all your buddies and all your friends to watch the Babylon Project, because if your buddies and friends don't watch the Babylon Project, then you're a loser, and you got to get more friends.
True.
If you don't have friends, you got to get friends, and you got to get them to watch Vincent and the Babylon Project, which has great quality streams and educational content.
If you don't watch
So,
the
yeah,
Babylon Project, if you don't watch the Babylon Project, you ain't black.
There you go.
All right,
That's
go for
another,
it.
Oh, God.
that's another great statement.
Well,
That's
shit,
another great factual statement.
Damn.
So very quickly.
Right, down,
We're talking facts
down.
and logic.
Okay,
Sure, so
Vince, let's talk, Vince. Talk.
So very quickly, the main thing that we are trying to destroy right now, in Thomas's language, the main thing that we are trying to annihilate is religion. There are people in here that still, for some godforsaken reason, still
No,
think
it's
that
not
religion
godforsaken.
is a good thing. I think it's
We can't have
godforsaken.
that.
Okay,
So let's get that out of here.
Vince.
Okay,
So,
go for it. Go for it.
Well, if I can stop stuttering, then maybe I might. But
Go for it.
well, so there are many types of zealotry, and I do believe that you guys address a certain level of religious zealotry that has precluded, especially in the last, like between the 2000s and on and before that.
Very
that
quickly.
Very quickly.
Well, I do not mean to interrupt you, and I'm super duper sorry. But the only reason why I am interrupting you is because I just want you to get a better understanding of why we reject religion. So me personally, I reject religion from a historical standpoint. Whether we're talking about the contradictions between the Gospel of John versus the Synoptic Gospels and versus the likelihood that an apocalyptic Jesus existed in history. I am rejecting Jesus from a philosophical standpoint, whether or not it is even philosophical consistent for an all good, all bad creator to even exist in the first place. And on top of that, I am rejecting God from a scientific standpoint, in which it is overwhelmingly unlikely for a creator to even be consistently possible with a scientific worldview of the world. So I am only interrupting you for the sake of establishing that. So go ahead and continue.
Well, I honestly don't know how I come back at that, because you made a lot of very complex points and a lot of complex ideas that I cannot necessarily dismantle in a very short amount of time, even if I was capable of doing it. And I don't necessarily think I am. I do not believe I am.
That's how epic Vincent is, by the way. The fact that he states things that are so mind blowing.
He just facts and logics me out the fucking board. But
yo, Vince. So can I cut you off there? May I interject or may I not interject? May I interject, Vince?
Go for it. I'm not stopping
so
you.
man boy, I gave you an example. Rape has pushed us evolutionarily forward. We would not exist without rape and murder. So I mean, like, should we still rape and murder because it's pushed us forward? I mean, like, would we've had the scientific progress we've had today if we didn't have apes raping millions of years ago? So I mean, like, I'm just saying, at any point you use what if you use whatever has progressed us forward as a means for justification in the modern day in comparison to the past. I would argue there's a number of philosophical issues you might run into. Do you understand that, man boy?
No, what I'm saying is that if you let us say you invented a vaccine for, polio. I mean, so let's say you eliminated polio, so is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Yeah, but I'd almost argue that's a red herring, because my whole argument I was coming down to was the fact that your premise is based around what has kickstarted progression and scientific revolution. Scientific progression and revolution may not have existed without rape and murder, because rape and murder has led to genetic competition amongst different mammals that have now evolved into humans. So what I'm saying is, just because it was justified in the past doesn't mean that it's justified in the modern day. There's an issue with that. Do you recognize that, or do you not recognize that?
Okay, I see what you're saying. I'm not saying that this is my only argument for Christianity.
So what is your true argument? Like, I'll be very straight with you, man boy. Whenever I hear, this is my issue with debate. I was actually going to make a video on this. The issue with debates is that a part of what we believe is also a mixture of both emotion and logic. So if you actually debate a logical proposition, we can actually better expand upon a logical proposition if we wish to expand upon a logical proposition. However, a part of it is also emotion. So expanding on a logical proposition in and of itself can be a red herring. Therefore, having a free-flowing conversation might be more productive in getting to a core of a belief. What is the true belief that you hold for Christianity? What is the true belief? Don't lie to me. Don't lie to me. Tell me truly at the heart and core of who you are. What is your belief?
I mean, I believe in the Nicene Creed. That's true.
Why? Why?
The what and what? The what and what?
Can
I-
The
Nicene
Nicene
Creed.
Creed.
The what and creed?
Nicene.
Okay.
What's that mean?
The Nicene Creed.
The Office Creed.
It's
I've
just
never heard
like-
of it.
It's just a
Okay.
basic. It's just a basic 101 Catholic creed. But
And I
why do
believe-
you believe in that?
Because the Bible is true.
Ooh, how do you know the Bible is true?
A lot of evidence, like resurrection. is
Like
true.
what? Like what?
The resurrection. The resurrection has been.
Ooh,
proven.
wait. Give me evidence for the resurrection.
I think I posted that sometime. a
Well,
while
I'm
ago.
sure you did, but give me it right now.
It was Swinburne who proposed that. I mean, not proposed.
Wait,
he
who?
shown-
Who?
Swinburne.
proposed
Richard
it?
Swinburne. Richard
Proposed
Swinburne.
it? So
Richard Swinburne.
how many people is that?
I mean, he published it in Oxford. and
Oh, so
far no
one
has
person.
refuted it.
Wait. So one person, right?
Yeah, no one has refuted it.
Ooh,
So
so is one person enough to definitively claim whether or not an instance occurred? Yes or no?
I mean, one person was enough to invent a vaccine.
Wait. Simple. This is not a gotcha question. Yes or no? Is one person enough to definitively state whether or not an instance occurred? Yes or no?
I don't know what you're saying.
Yee, come on, man. Come on, Manny.
No, okay. One person invented what is it called? The vaccine, the polio vaccine.
Yeah.
One person invented the Newton.
Wait,
it was
I'm
Newton.
not saying it hasn't happened in the past. I'm just saying, is it an effective method at determining what is or is not true? One person making a claim and backed up by evidence. Is that 100% definitively being able to prove
That
to be
that
proven?
went through peer review. That went through peer review.
So yes? So yes?
Yes.
All
no one
right.
has refuted it.
Okay. Okay. Perfectly fine. That's fine. So you admitted that one person making a claim is okay, is enough, so long as it is peer reviewed.
I mean, so other people cannot publish the same thing because
I mean, by definition, they wouldn't publish the same claim. They would publish other claims.
Yeah, they would publish other claims, and it was
So
Swinburne.
if someone publishes a different claim using the same method that you published, would there be a problem?
Yeah, there would be a problem, but no one has
Oof,
published.
but
a
that's
different
happened
claim.
like that's happened so many times. So
no
do
one
you
has
have
refuted.
Wait, no one has refuted the resurrection? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, no one has refuted Swinburne's probability.
No one has refuted the resurrection. Are you
Actually,
seriously
Vince,
about to
let's
claim that?
Let's just go
Vince,
on
Easy, okay, hold
YouTube.
on.
Let's go on YouTube and find like a Richard Dawkins or Christopher Hitchens
Yo,
refutes the resurrection.
no
video.
we don't
Vince,
even
Vince,
wait. We don't
I
even need
wouldn't
to do
go
that.
to them.
We need.
That's not academic source.
We
Vince,
don't. We don't even
They're
need to do that.
academics. Well, except Hitchens, but
Yo, Vince, can I interject real
the
quick?
arguments are still good.
Go for it.
Okay, yo, man, boy. So if somebody raped a child, so if there was a scientist who
Always
raped
sounds
children
I-
all, hold on. If he raped children all day, and if raping children is what gave him the well-being in order to become a successful scientist, and if he invented a vaccine, would therefore raping children would that be worthy of believing in because it led to progression?
No.
Yo, man boy.
This is I don't know. Okay.
I'm just saying there is a million and one things that could lead towards progression. Yeah, but hold on, Benjamin. Yeah, but Benjamin, I'll be very charitable to you. I would never use that against you because you never presented that to me so far.
Okay, so where do you live actually?
Oh,
History
okay,
shittiest disciple. Where do you live? History's shittiest disciple.
I live in Canada land, the land of maple syrup, mooses,
Me too.
beavers,
Me too.
and
me and
hockey.
you are a province apart. Me and you.
Yeah,
are
the
a province
Canada is
Yeah,
based on the British
we'll go to war with Trudeau with hockey sticks. Just wait,
Yeah,
Benjamin.
Canada is based on British law. Canada runs on British law. I mean, the US runs on British law. That is based on. the
Yeah, but
Bible.
I don't care. I asked you an actual
Well,
question, and you
we-
dodged. No, you dodged the question. You avoided the question.
Okay, no.
But Benjamin,
To a certain extent,
Ben, let him.
you did push that to an extreme hypothetical based on his principles and his beliefs. So that question is not really fair.
I would not
It's-
argue. No.
it's not fair in the abstract sense.
Benjamin. There's a difference between a straw man and a reductio to absurdity. For example, if I misrepresented the foundations of why he believed in something, the foundations of why he believed in something is because I've written it down. This belief has led us to progression, scientific progression and revolution.
The
For example,
argument you made
no, Benjamin, I don't care. Yeah, Benjamin, with that logic, yeah, but with that, Benjamin, no, I will not let you. The point that I'm trying to get here, the point
is the alcohol?
anybody at that point can avoid a reductio to absurdity by not having to acknowledge the logical reductions of their logic. Just because it is a extreme doesn't necessarily mean it's invalid. It's only invalid if it is misrepresenting the reasons why they believe in something.
I'm not saying it's invalid, but you phrase it in such a way that you could not possibly disagree with it because it's so absurd and so extravagant. It would be immoral to disagree with what you're suggesting.
Yeah, but that's my whole point, Benjamin. That's my whole goddamn point. My whole point is hold on. But my very point of which I'm trying to make here, Benjamin, is that the foundations of what he's believing in could be based in almost anything arbitrarily. It's just he's choosing one specific thing. I'm just saying anyone else can choose another specific thing. I appreciate that you recognize that, Benjamin. I genuinely appreciate that you recognize that I'm not strawmanning him.
Can I jump in very quickly?
Of course.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So, Benjamin, how do you know what is true?
I don't. I mean, you have an objective level of truth, but that is also inferred by your perceptions.
Like what?
Well, but maybe it's cultural. Maybe it's the way you're raised. I mean, there are multiple different layers on how you can view reality, and therefore you might have your own objective reality. But there are objective realities in the instinct that most people agree that blue is blue and green is green and etc. Right?
But how would you know that?
How would I know that?
Yes.
Well. Are we on a live stream together?
Yes.
So is this objective reality?
Yes.
Right. So we can both agree on this objectively that this is objective. Okay.
So if someone comes up to you with a claim like, "Hey, Benjamin, I just found a seashell at the other end of the universe."
Right.
And he says, "This is 100% true because I've experienced it." And why would you say no?
Well, Well, so here's something that makes that really interesting because it very well might be true, but I mean, the way Alan Watts describes. Are you familiar with Alan Watts?
Sure. Yeah.
So he describes physics in one way, and how you cannot determine if one object is moving from another, or if they're moving from each other, or they're moving close together with each other, because there's only two objects. You need a third dimension in order to determine where they're going. So I mean, so in your analogy, you need a second party to verify that objective reality. So I would not be able to say that your reality is not true.
So what is your second objective reality in order to determine whether or not it is what you are perceiving to be true is or is not true?
Sorry. Can you rephrase that for a layman's or a dummy?
Sure. How do you know what you personally are perceiving is or is not true?
Only by the set of rules that we agree on, and that we can determine together. Well, like I just said, we're talking on a live stream. Yes, no, true, sure. Yes. That is verifiably objective, and we both agree on that. Now there might be things that we don't, and then there are a lot more nuance. But sure. I mean, right. So where are you going with this? Because I feel like
so very quickly, and I do not mean to go super duper deep into the woods about this. Sure. But let's say the rules of quantum mechanics, which, from my perspective, the rules of quantum mechanics seem to provide an invisible entity existing. So therefore, if you are walking up to me and saying, "Hey, there's a person that you do not see, but I do see," with the rules of like whatever it may be, I see this person, but you do not see this person, even though the rules of physics that you yourself are super duper an expert in do not see. Therefore, it is perfectly possible for me to see this person and you do not see this person.
Okay.
How would you convince me of that?
I don't know.
Because I'll say
I
this,
have no answer for that.
and I don't mean to be like an elitist about it. I'm a physicist, so when I look into what the Large Hadron Collider has been able to prove and disprove, from my understanding, is that if ghosts existed, then we would have been able to determine the existence of ghosts via the Large Hadron Collider. And the fact of the matter that we haven't been able to detect signals small enough to the point where we could easily distinguish them between ghosts and non-ghosts shows to me that ghosts probably don't exist. So therefore, you have to convince me that ghosts do not exist. Because I've been convinced for my own personal... Wait, very quickly. From my experience in ghosts and from my experience in physics, it seems to me that it is overwhelmingly unlikely that ghosts do not exist.
Vincent, I respect you a lot, but you just spent 20 seconds, 30 seconds talking about ghosts and whether or not they do believe. I was never stating that ghosts believe, and I know your position wasn't that I was stating that ghosts believe. Maybe it was related to some other point, and therefore you thought I thought ghosts believe. But that was not that was not a position I held to begin with. To begin with, right?
So you don't believe ghosts exist?
I don't know, but
come on, Manny.
Slow down. You didn't let me answer You're starting to interrupt again.
All right,
I would not put my money on it.
Okay.
And but you put a question out and you argued against a belief that I didn't even hold, just because you felt passionate or fervent about it, and I don't blame you for doing that. But because you have a background to back it up, and I did enjoy hearing about it. I won't lie about that because I did learn something. But I didn't believe The Exorcist was real. I didn't believe ghost truly existed. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So I'm actually going to quickly interrupt. I'm getting a bit tired now, so I'm going to retire for the night. This is definitely very very heated, but man, I can't wait to come on this channel next time and continue our discussions. Hope this continues to be lively as always, Vincent. Thank you for having me on. A pleasure meeting some of you and chatting with some of you, Bruce. It's been great as always.
Oh, Thomas, before you go, would you be willing to answer a quick question?
Sure.
I was wondering, before you came in here, we were talking about philosophical ethics, and I think that Vincent and I are both more so utilitarians. And I'm curious, what do you ground your moral values?
Mostly from the same position. Yeah.
Utilitarianism.
Before you go, actually,
right,
Jesus Christ, I'm like the only threshold deontologist here. So Thomas, really quick here. So if I reached out to you, would you be willing to have a discussion on veganism either on my channel or Vincent's channel?
Sure.
Do you not care?
Absolutely, sure. I'll here's what I'm going to do. We have for those of you who are watching the stream who don't know what we're in a StreamYard chat. So in the StreamYard chat, I could technically put this on the YouTube stream as well, but you guys can reach out to me at Thomas Sheedy at atheistsforliberty.org, and I'm willing to go on any shows and talk about things at any time. I'm just falling asleep now, so that's why I'm prepared to get off.
Before you
keep in mind, Thomas is like 3 hours ahead of us, so so keep that in mind.
Yeah, it's nearly 2 a.m.
It's late for you, eh?
Well, I usually stay up till 3 or 4 usually, but like things have been like my sleep schedule has been just messed up entirely over the past few days, so I'm gonna hit the hay. But what was it? I'm looking forward to coming on more. I'm looking forward to chatting more about stuff. Vincent, it's great to talk to you as always. Same with you, Bruce. Yeah, if you guys ever want me on your shows, your channels to talk about things, let me know. Nate, it was great to meet you. I actually am a viewer of your channel. your stuff every once in a while. So it was nice to talk to you for a few minutes, I guess, and it's great to be here,
gentlemen.
Yeah, nice to meet you too.
Before you guys go, like let's let you, just so I can get the word out about this event. Yasmin Mohammed is having an event tomorrow in her book club. She's going to have Masia Al-Hijad on her channel. She's the Rosa Parks of Iran. So
Yasmin is a fantastic woman. She's a great activist. She's an advisor for Atheists for Liberty. She has gone through quite a lot, and I'm glad that she just has so much energy to get involved in every single event possible. Bruce, send me that information. I might be interested in promoting that myself.
Will do.
All right. Well, I'm gonna be the old man in the room, and I'm gonna say good night to all of you.
All right.
God bless. God bless every single one of you. No, I'm joking. God doesn't exist, guys. God isn't real.
Flying spaghetti monster. May the flying spaghetti monster bless you.
Yeah. God. May the flying spaghetti monster. See, that exists, but God doesn't exist.
May the force
get that out of the way. So thank you all, and have a wonderful night.
Realistically, thank you so much, Thomas, for joining us. Again, I've said a million times, and I don't mean to hold you back. You are a good friend. Thank you so much for joining us over and over again, and I hope to see you again in the future.
Vincent, it's a pleasure as always. If you ever want me on, I'll be first to answer yes.
So real quick here, Nate, Bruce, Benjamin, Apiro, Vince, did anyone notice when I gave the Reductios to Manboy, he just like up and left? Did anyone notice that? Like I
feel like you might want to choose slightly better Reductios. Like not better as in like more logically sound, but like going to rape every time just gets people dismiss it without really consideration.
I mean, it can be.
You were making a comparison on the most extreme basis, without. I mean, they might have had a principle basis, but you're basically accusing the person of the worst possible crime you could ever commit, and you're comparing it to that.
You can say, for example, that you know, the history of the United States, for example, or most countries is of conquest and war.
Yeah.
But we shouldn't do that now. Like that might be a slightly less antagonistic. Like,
I mean, even within the conquest and war, there was tons of rape within that.
Yeah,
I mean, Apiro. I'm taking the worst.
This is more
example.
Rhetoric.
Like, don't get me wrong. No. Don't get me wrong. I actually gave Apiro. Hold on, Benjamin. No, Benjamin. Before I actually mentioned that, I actually mentioned another Reductio, and particularly when it came. I can't remember why. I mentioned two Reductios. The worst one he dropped out.
You painted him as literal Satan, though.
I mean, but that is appeal to emotion at some point. I mean, like, I'm just pointing out the logical conclusions and where it can lead to and what someone else can justify with the exact same logic. So I don't think it's invalid because of that. I could give a number of other Reductios. I already gave another Reductio before that.
I just think rhetorically that Reductio makes people, like, not really address it as a Reductio and more like an attack.
Yeah, I mean, like, I won't lie, Apiro, that is a bit of an emotional appeal. Like, to some extent, hold on, Benjamin, from a marketing standpoint, Apiro, you may have had a point, but before that Reductio, I gave another one, but I'm too drunk to remember what the other one was. If you were here for that, what was the other Reductio I gave, Vince? I gave another Reductio. I can't remember what the other one was.
You don't even have to give a specific Reductio. You can say strictly like that.
I mean, I argue from Reductios. It is a bit of what I do with religion. Like I gain the premises, then I do the Reductio. That's what I generally do. So
I'll go so far as to say this. I thought your point was perfectly valid, because there are many times inside the conversation that Manny kept saying that Christianity was the foundation for Western law and whatnot. But that rape example was in my opinion a perfectly valid one, because the fact of the matter is Christianity became whittled over time. It got watered down so much. It gave so much weight on philosophy and modernity. That's what gave us the culture we had. We had coming up. So taking it to that extreme, painted the example
what's so toxic about
I mean, yeah, you're right. Because like thousands of years ago, like
he ran away from it.
Thousands of years ago, hundreds of years ago, technically, you could rape your spouse, and it might not be considered rape legally. So what we legally consider rape and what is considered rape factually by what is empirically happening is two different things.
Well, and the same thing in the American context. Hundreds of years ago, the Declaration of Independence declared all men equal, but they still had slavery. So that did not make slavery good, right? Like you can say
those are apples and oranges, Benjamin.
No.
That does come down to.
Are they really?
Yes, I mean, they are. Yes, they are.
That does come down to
why are those apples and oranges?
In the Constitution, it was written by imperfect people. It could be revised. It could be adjusted by the debate. That doesn't happen in Christianity unless you go through extreme mental gymnastics.
Benjamin.
Wait, very quickly.
Okay. One at a time.
Very quickly, Benjamin. Do you think that slavery is okay?
Yeah, I just think it's fucking grand. It's fucking great.
You think slavery is okay?
Obviously not. What a fucking stupid question that is.
So how would you justify?
Why you didn't ask me that question?
Because how would you justify the apostles of Jesus walking up to Paul and asking them, "Is it okay to hold slaves?" And Paul basically saying yes in the New Testament.
I can't and I won't. And there is something that in the Bible they basically enshrine slavery, and I cannot defend that, and I refuse to defend that, and I won't. But because if we'll do it, man. So what are you thinking what is going through your mind when you feel that way? But because I say like I am a Christian, but I won't defend the Bible defending slavery. Do I have to defend the Bible to its every single word in order to believe in God?
Yep.
I do. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, so here's where we might disagree.
Mm-hmm. So if you're going to make a claim that this is a book and these are morals
I
created,
didn't make that claim. I didn't make that claim.
That's fine. But if someone is going to make the claim that these are the morals and these are the beliefs of the creator of the universe, that everything that you see when you
written by men.
No, not written by men.
No, they're written by men and their interpretation of God's will.
So what is God?
Is that not what the Bible is?
No.
No.
Nope. If God is telling you what to write,
is written by God Himself.
If God is telling you what to write and you write it down, is that not God's will?
If Joseph Smith is writing down notes on a golden plate, is that not God's will?
Depends if whether or not God is telling you to write it down.
Well, I guess so, right?
Yeah. So if God is telling you to write it down and you write it down perfectly, then yeah, that is God's will.
So
you're the one saying it. I'm not saying it.
Real quick here.
No, wait. Well, hold on a second. Yeah, I'm not saying it.
Hold on.
The claim is that.
Again, Vincent, I told you this and I told you this last time. I'm not going to argue you with positions that I don't necessarily hold. Yes, I do consider myself good. I do consider myself religious, but I don't understand the historical pretext of how the Bible was written and all the people that wrote it. You could make a valid argument that the Bible was written and religion was used to control people 100%. And even from the Bible's own standpoint, men can become corrupted and they can use that to enforce their own will on others. So who's to say that they didn't use that to change the Bible to enforce that on other people? I don't know that.
Yeah. And so my argument would be that based on your own personal understanding of how biblical scripture works, it is overwhelmingly likely that this is just scripture that was made by men. And so I don't really take it too much seriously. So if the things that I disagree with, biblical scripture, like whether we're talking about whether or not the synoptic gospels coincide well with the Gospel of John, I don't really care because it's probably just an error of human beings. So therefore, I base mine on an atheistic / secular perspective. I do not really care about a religious perspective.
Sure. So why do you have such a zealotry, like religious zealots would have?
Wait, zealotry? Define zealotry. Define zealotry.
Undying belief in that this is what is true and this is what needs to be heard.
Is that what you heard?
Well, I might have been biased in the way I was hearing it, but I mean, I'm gonna offer you. Do you want to clear that up?
Sure. I mean, I don't have a bias towards one particular direction, but my understanding of reality is that based on what I know about the history of scripture, based on what I know about the history of the Gospel of John, based on what I know about the history of the Synoptic Gospels, is that it is overwhelmingly likely that John wrote the Gospels after the Synoptic Gospels were written in a way that it is overwhelmingly likely that he wrote them in a way that makes Jesus come out as this Messiah, in which it was unlikely that to be the case before the Synoptic Gospels were written. So therefore, the Synoptic Gospels were probably meant to be written in a not a metaphysical way.
Before we get into this real quick, everybody, my friends actually DM me on Discord. If you're not a loser, you're only a loser if your friends don't watch the Babylon Project. So, you know what? Two of my closest friends watch the Babylon Project. So if your friends are not watching this, there's something drastically wrong. And I would love you so much. If you get them to watch the Babylon Project, I'm going to retweet you on Twitter or some shit like that. So yeah, just share. Everybody share.
Mm-hmm.
Vincent, mano to mano.
Okay.
So the last argument that you just presented to me, do you believe that I understand what you just said? Genuinely, sincerely and genuinely. Do you believe that I understood the last thing that you just said?
So very quickly, and I do not mean this to be a gotcha. Reframe how you know what is true and what is not true. I'm going to do my best to listen to it. I'm so sorry.
No. Well, you kind of deflected my question.
Okay.
You answered way overhead of something that I don't understand, and you did that on purpose to frame it in a way. No. We can agree to disagree on that.
Okay.
So my whole platform is I want to make connections and I want to be able to agree and understand things that we understand. If we disagree on them and you educate me on some things, I am entirely fine on that. But I do believe that you intentionally went way overhead and that you presented a whole lot of things that you knew I would not understand in order to roadblock me. And you might be able to say, well, gee, he's dumb. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Very, very quickly. Okay. You are pointing towards instances in which I presented cases in which you did not understand, but I did not understand. Okay, sure, fine, whatever. But what was it that you understood that you felt like I was not addressing?
I honestly didn't understand the chain because I didn't understand the premise of what you were talking about.
Okay, keep going.
That was pretty much. I had lost my thoughts about how I felt about it because I couldn't understand it from the get-go.
Okay, so what was your original claim? What was your original claim?
I didn't realize that I had a claim. I thought you had a claim, and that was what we were talking about. I might be wrong about that.
Okay, and I might be wrong as well, and I apologize if that's the case. So my main focus is that atheism is not a claim; it is a rejection of claims. So what I am specifically addressing is your claim and the reasoning behind why I am personally rejecting your claim. So that is my main focus on this conversation. So what is your claim for why God exists?
I didn't make a claim on whether or not God exists. With Vincent, we talked about this last time. I don't know whether or not God exists, but I'm not agnostic. I carry on the side that it probably does. I don't know that. I can't prove that, and I'm not going to pretend that I can prove that.
Mm-hmm.
Then why do you
why do you believe it then?
And specifically, what do you believe? Be specific.
So how about it's too hard because you're asking a question from a certain framework where it goes, hey, well, Christians believe this.
Ben, let me be simple here. Let me be no. Let me finish.
Okay, go ahead.
I hear you. I hear you answering questions, and it seems to me, pardon me if I'm misrepresenting you here.
Sure.
But when someone asks you about questions about the Bible, about your religious beliefs, or right now, it sounds to me like you're dancing around a lot of questions. Like, you know, can you like
ask me a specific question?
What you believe and what your specific system is? So we can talk about
me a specific question. So I can know because you keep asking generalities. Ask me
no,
it
is
generalities.
Wait.
Right now.
Very quickly.
Ask me a specific question about a specific issue, and I will answer that.
Very quickly. It is the benefits, or not the benefit, but the it is your prerogative to prove what the claim is.
It's not.
Why not?
But because I'm not trying to convince anybody of anything.
Then why are we here? What is your point in being in this chat? What is your goal?
What is my goal?
Yes.
Hold on. Vince.
No, wait.
Benjamin, hold on. I know, but Vince, hold on, Benjamin. Benjamin, take the time you need to think about this. You don't need to I know you often feel anxious. Take the time to confidently respond. Sure. You're not a bad guy. You're an honest individual. I respect you for that. One day we will go to war with Trudeau on our horses and mooches on hockey sticks. But until then, we need the honesty from you. Just take your time. Take your time to think about it. Take your time to think about it.
Okay, so the only thing, ask me a specific question about something I think about reality, and then we can talk about that, and we can debate about that. But because you're talking about religion as a generality, and you're using it as a straw man.
No, Ben, I'm not using it as a straw man.
Not you.
No. You were asked a question specifically before. Why are you here? What are you trying to argue? Then you turn the question back on me to ask you a specific question about what we're arguing. But you're here obviously for a reason. You're here to interact in a conversation. You're here for a purpose.
I was originally here to help back the religious argument for Manny, and he has left.
Okay.
I was not gonna bark.
Finish.
I was not gonna back the intellectual argument that Manny had about religion because 1, I don't know about that. 2, I don't think it's necessarily true. 3, the whole point of religion is and this is something that I talked about with Vince before. Is half religion is faith-based arguments. Now, it's very hard to debate faith-based arguments. Because for multiple reasons.
Okay, so what is your? So let me ask you specifically.
Right.
What is your religious belief? What are the specific tenets, and why do you believe in them? Answer specifically.
Right. I believe there is a God.
Okay.
I don't know of an Abrahamic God, although I do tend towards Christianity because I appreciate the way that it is written, but I also love the way that Buddhist texts are written, and well, I mean,
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, of course.
Can I ask you a question?
Of course you can.
What would it take for you to change your mind about the existence of God?
You would have to pop up in front of me, in front of my computer screen, Vincent.
What? So your arguments for the existence of God as of right now have been based on knowledge and reason. So therefore, you prioritize.
No. I think you're miscategorizing that.
Okay.
No, they're based on spirit and faith. They're not based on knowledge and reason.
I'm not interested.
I would not. Yeah, I know you're not. I know you're not. And I'm not going to ask you to do that.
Okay. That's fine. I'm not interested. So my argument would be that.
Oh shit. Yo, Vince, can I? Actually, no. I'm drunk. Fuck me. I'm sorry, guys.
Go for it. Attack.
Okay, Benjamin. So with my I've dumbed down my IQ points by at least 20 by now with all this booze.
Sure.
Oh fuck, it feels great. So I want to be very fair to you. So I uploaded our debate that we had last time, and you received a bit of criticism on the live premiere. But I'll be very fair to you. You were drunk. Are you drunk right now?
Yes, I am.
God damn it. It's hard to get a fair steelman of you.
I know.
And so you're never sober. So I mean to be completely fair.
That is not true, but for every time.
No, it is actually it is relatively true. I mean it's hard to give a very fair representation of your intellectual capacity unless you're sober. So I mean a large portion of your belief is not based in rational reason. It's based on emotional realism. Am I correct?
Okay. Yeah. Well, I mean that does sound pretty accurate. I mean,
okay, so I was gonna upload a video about this in the future.
I'll give you that.
I'm gonna upload a video about this in the future. So I've actually suffered from psychosis. I used to believe when I was a kid I was possessed by a demon, and particularly it's because I was insane. I was sexually assaulted multiple times. I was losing my sanity. I didn't even remember I was sexually assaulted because I was continuously suppressing those memories as they were happening. So it was a process of torture and suppression. So I was literally out there in Lululand, but in particularly when it comes to your belief, once you believe that there is some sort of power or some sort of voice you can talk to. This is my issue with theism. So this is my issue with spirituality. Like you said, you love Buddhism. So honestly, I don't have an issue as much with Buddhists as I do, or Shintoists as I do with any particular religion.
Buddhism is very different, because Buddhists would describe it as the religion of no religion.
Right? Yeah, but Benjamin, in particular, what I'm trying to get to here is my beef with theism is in particular because you've actually said this in our last conversation is that Christianity holds people to a certain standard. And one of my particular issues with that certain standard is that certain standard, because we are mammals that crave status for achieving ideal reproductive mates, because we try to achieve status, we try to achieve approval. When you are hoping to hear from a god or a deity, at any point you can hallucinate and believe you're hearing a voice. When I hallucinated, I believed it was real. So if that demon I believed I was being possessed by told me to kill somebody, I would have believed it was real. And it is impossible for anyone in here to even know Hold on, Benjamin. Yeah, Benjamin. The terror you have to go through, the the intense insanity, the intense fear, anxiety you have to go through 24/7 through dealing with that level of psychosis. Hold on. No.
I'm sorry.
Like this is the issue I have with when I have with people throwing out absurd reductios. If the reductios are completely legitimate when it comes to the premises of the ideas, if they're completely legitimate and completely equivalent, then at that point, all you're saying is, because I feel like that's an extreme, I don't want to have to hear it. All you're saying is, well, I feel like I just don't want to acknowledge the extremes of my logic because I just want to believe in my logic. So, Benjamin, I'm telling you, the extremes of theism can allow for any individual to believe their delusions is reality, to live in constant pain, to never have to acknowledge that their delusions is to never have to acknowledge that their illusions is not justified. That pain is beyond what you can imagine.
I think you have a very shallow view of religion, and
no, I don't. No, I don't.
Come on,
in comparison to Vince, I actually do believe there's a few good reasons to believe in religion. And Nate talks to you. Bruce would disagree with me, maybe, but the thing is I believe there's overwhelmingly more reasons to not believe than there is to believe in theism, in particularly. I think you're now strawmanning me. You often talk about how we're painting you as a caricature. I'm never painting you as a caricature. I'm taking your position and then reducing it to absurdity. So no. I never said there was no positives. I just said in particular the negatives. I'm particularly saying the negatives outweigh the positives.
Okay, in all cases, the negatives outweigh the positives, or on a broad societal basis, the negatives outweigh the positives. Is your argument? Like on a generality, religion generally makes society more corrupt, or like I don't know, maybe those are the wrong words. I don't know how you would phrase it.
But Vince, that doesn't counter my point. My point is,
I wasn't trying to counter your point. I was trying to understand you.
Okay, so how are you trying to understand me? Can you say again? I'm kind of
yeah, for sure. So, if religion was demanded from the government and it was instituted all around and everybody had to do religion, would that generally be a worse thing for society, or would it not? I mean,
this is why I often ask, what do you mean by better for society? But particularly, I don't even care about that right now. I don't even care about that. What I'm particularly saying is that this religion, this belief, can allow you to believe in your delusions. And the liberations I have had from realizing I wasn't possessed by a demon was so powerful. I could only imagine what someone believes when they believe they're getting revelation when they're not. I mean, have you ever seen the TV show by any chance Supernatural?
I don't watch a lot of TV.
Okay, so in that TV series, there's only a small portion. Like, even if God was real, there'd be such a small portion, like 1 in billions and millions of people, that have some sort of spiritual intuition, or thousands of people. Like, even if there was some sort of magical spirituality, it would be so. Even if spirituality was real, even if God was real, it would be so minute. Even if he was real, the overwhelmingly negatives of believing in religion and how it affects the mind is fucking horrific. And you will never have to deal with it. I actually had to deal with it firsthand. So when I talk about religion, I use hypotheticals and I use my own examples of what I had to go through.
No. And I wouldn't want to try and discredit what you went through, or I mean, because that does happen. People use their institutions for power, and this has been happening throughout society for years, and it's always going to happen. No. You got to make the argument: is that God's fault, or is that man representing God on representing God and then abusing his power? I mean, you look at the Catholic priest scandal with all the fucking pedophiles. I mean, are those men really of God? Are those men really doing God's will? Well, obviously not, because they're fucking pedophiles.
You know. Benjamin, this is why I particularly believe in the foundation of Jack Donovan's philosophy. And even though Jack Donovan is a religious person, I don't believe in religion. I believe that virtue, any virtue you encompass, whether it be justice, courage, honor,
okay,
I believe it can empower you to have that same sense of empowerment that any God can give you.
Sure.
So in particularly, like when it comes down to it, like you can believe in whatever you want to believe in. I'm not forcing you to not believe in God, right? But before I want to get into that, I believe in other virtues, other things that can, on a realist sense, give you a sense of empowerment. Because one of the main problems with atheists is their ability to recognize that religion is not just a philosophical absurdity, but the problem is our human nature is a it is a empirical absurdity of what we can do without
Thank
any.
you for that. Thank you for that.
Okay. So I'm gonna guess. Okay,
I appreciate that. Thank you.
So I'm gonna take a guess. Do you watch any Red Pill creators by any chance, Benjamin? Because if you do, I can put in
I watch a lot of right wing guys. But
no. I'm not talking about right wing Red Pill. I'm talking about Red Pill, like sexual dynamics between men and women. So like whether it be Rollo, Alexander Grace, yada.
I have there's this one Better Bachelor.
Better Bachelor. He's okay. I won't lie. He says some stupid shit, but Better Bachelor has a pretty good attitude. Okay, yeah. He says he has a very good attitude. Actually, I kind of like him.
Well, I like him because he's like on the Joker. I got a voice. I got a voice not for radio and a face.
I have a voice for radio. I have a voice for radio and a face for print. So in particular, when I want to talk about absurdities, this is my particular. If I could say anything upon religion, like a big part of my channel is a matter of standing with character and recognizing all absurdities, whether it be God or whether it be sexual dynamics between men and women, whether it be non-monogamy creates more decreases well-being in comparison to monogamy. We don't need religion to recognize what is. I mean, there are many religious people that cheat on their spouses. Now, religious people probably cheat less. But what I'm saying, Benjamin, is we can no. Just hear me out.
Yeah, okay.
We can have an epistemological revolution. We can believe in all absurdities. We don't have to choose one over the other. We can have the courage to journey into the unknown and to find truth. You don't need religion to do that. And that's a big part of my stance as someone who's in the Red Pill community.
I entirely agree with you. You shouldn't put the cart before the horse, and you shouldn't make the tail wag the dog. However, for me, it required the dog to wag the tail. Being that it required religion for me to wag the tail, right? Like there are so many different nuances of people, and people come in all different shapes and sizes from all different platforms and from way different situations that they coalesce at the exact same resolution that a lot of other people do, and but that might come from religion, that might not come from religion.
But in particular, this is like the issue I have with people like Yogi Oates or any religious people in particular, is that religion isn't just a philosophical mechanism; it is a sociological mechanism. So when atheists debate religion, they're debating something greater than philosophical, and this is a problem with the human experience. We'd like to attach ourselves to identities and to our superiority complex. Our superiority complex is based off our means to reproduce. One of the reasons why I don't show my face is I'm disgusted by how much we want to reproduce. And to be honest, there's a part of me that would rather never show my face on YouTube and be an incel for the rest of my life than show my face. What did you say?
Okay, very quickly. Hold on 1 second. We got a new player in the field. His name is Daedalus. How you doing, Daedalus?
Oh, I am fantastic. This has been quite the show.
How's it going, buddy?
Vince, are you cringing at what I'm saying? Like, why are you laughing?
Daedalus is a good friend of mine. He's like an old school hardcore friend of mine. So Daedalus.
Sure. You're laughing at me. It's all because I'm white.
Yeah, because Because even though you're like evidently,
it's because
Vince has seen what I look like. He knows I'm black. He knows I'm black as like fucking vegan gains. No joke. He's seen what I look like. He's seen me.
Because you're Canadian.
Okay.
He saw you walking over the river, and he saw you with all your fucking.
Yeah. So Daedalus, what do you think about the religious argument that is being made right now?
What's the argument exactly? Like that's my
hold
issue.
On.
There is
hold
no
on. I want to go down. Yeah, Daedalus. May I continue with Benjamin, or would you like to interject? Nate, talk to you. Would you like to interject? You've been very quiet. Hold on, Benjamin. Nate, talk to you. Has been very gracious.
I'm going to leave. I'm going to leave.
Fuck.
5 minutes. You guys interrupt.
I guess we're not having an argument then.
Before you go, Benjamin, thank you for your time.
I'm coming back. I'm coming back.
This is a shit show.
You guys argue. I'm coming back.
Okay. Nate talks to you. Would you like?
I finished off all of my Smirnoff by this point.
So very quickly. Wait, 1 second. Very quickly. Nate talks to you. Nate, what have you drunk so far?
I didn't have very much of it left, but I had the citrus Smirnoff. I had a lot of this mostly during election night, and that helped tide me over for a while. There wasn't much left, but I feel a bit mellowed out now.
Just for the sake of trying to compartmentalize this conversation, Nate, what is your argument towards what Benjamin has been saying so far?
Okay, Benjamin, could you just like summarize everything? I know you said a lot this entire conversation. Could you just compress it all into like 1 or 2 sentences?
Benny, you there?
Did you mute yourself? No, it doesn't look like it.
We have
he was stuttering a lot when I joined.
I mean, that's his.
I mean, stuttering is
no, it's connectivity.
Stuttering is part genetic and part intellectual. So I mean, let's not make fun of him. He's a good guy coming on here, sharing his views, or honest guy, whatever. Yeah. By the way, Nate talks to you.
The entire time.
You've been so gracious to mute yourself. Would you like to interject on any of your thoughts towards what we've been talking about? Does anybody want to know who Better Bachelor is? Does anybody want me to expand upon Red Pill, what I was saying earlier? Does anybody wish for any of that?
I suppose one thing I could point out is how he was saying earlier, how the Bible, how the Quran, etc., have all been written by man. Well, it's like you were saying earlier, these are written by man, but it's supposed to be the word of God. God relayed this information to them. So if you're going to fall back on the argument that, maybe these Bibles are somehow flawed because man writ them, then what's the point of trying to abide by the book at all? If you think that they've been corrupted in some way, then couldn't the entire thing be corrupt?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Mm-hmm. So we're all atheists here so far.
Particularly, mind if I explain to the audience what I was talking about earlier between what I was talking about when it came to the benefits of religion? Vince, may I have a short rant?
I don't even like the idea that you want to say anything positive about religion, but I'll go ahead and let you do so.
I mean, be honest with you. Do you want me to?
Go for it.
Well, one positive, it gets you pretty quick if you're in the right position.
I wasn't even going to talk about the positive religion. Particularly what I'm just talking about here is the fact that there is absurdities with human nature. So human nature has absurdities. Religion has suppressed certain absurdities. Our non-monogamous nature has issues in particularly. So I could expand on this. Now, I do need to research further to understand the absurdities with it and to understand how legitimate it really is. But more or less, it's just human nature left to its own accord within a civilization is an absurdity. Therefore, you run into multiple absurdities. For example, you could recognize philosophical absurdities that might contradict psychological absurdities. Therefore, you could recognize psychological absurdities that recognize philosophical absurdities. So, for example, Jordan B. Peterson might recognize psychological absurdities, which would generally take the realm of the more red pill type, manosphere type perspective, women being more hypergamous, particularly preferring a man that is equal or greater status. And more or less what I'm trying to get to here is every single absurdity has another absurdity to it, or every truth might lead to another absurdity. So you might just pick and choose what you want. So what I'm arguing for is you can recognize absurdity in all realms rather than picking and choosing absurdities. So an easier way to say it is Benjamin might be saying here, well, okay, religion does try to promote might create more well-being for the most amount of people. What I'm trying to say here is, okay, well, we can recognize the reasons why it creates more well-being for the most amount of people, and we can actually throw away religion. We don't necessarily need an absurd belief. Yeah. So he even recognizes we don't necessarily need a belief of a dogmatic religion in God. I wouldn't even say absurd. I'll just be very charitable. We don't necessarily need a religion in God to recognize absurdities with psychological human nature. Instead, what we can do is we can read upon it and then talk about it, and then try to encourage other oppositions. We can try to encourage other cultural decisions. That's a better way to say it.
This whole debate almost sounds like the Ben Shapiro Sam Harris debate, where they're talking about was religion a prerequisite for moral foundations, and Sam Harris argues it's not, because it's the logical conclusion that acting in a moral way is more beneficial to society. When Ben Shapiro argues, and I'm not even a Ben Shapiro dick rider, trust me, I'm not. But he argues that it was religion that set up the pretense for that to happen.
Or an easier way to hold on, Vince. So an easier way to say it is, if you believe, if a woman believes that she will. If women believe that there will be some sort of God, that if cheating is not good, whatever, and if monogamy is good, therefore it might create a greater well-being amongst most amount of people, is another way to say it. But anyways, Vince had something to say. I'm sorry, I cut you off, Vince.
No, not a problem. So even if that was the case, would that increase the truth value of religion?
It might, depending on which side you land on.
No, I mean, depending on the side that you land on. If the claim that you are making. So if let's say
not my claim. It's not my claim.
Wait, okay, so the claim, okay, not your claim.
An argument.
Sure, whatever. But the claim itself, that religion exists, that there's a God, and that if you die, that you will go to heaven, whatever it may be. The claim of religion, if the idea that if you believe in this claim, whether it may be true or not, increases the likelihood that you will be happier in life. Does that do anything to the truth value of whether or not God actually exists?
Of course not.
Okay, so therefore you disagree with Ben Shapiro?
I do.
Okay, cool.
I never said I agreed with Ben Shapiro.
I was just I wasn't assuming that you did. No, hold on one second.
No, I know.
I wasn't assuming that you did. I was just asking this to see if you actually did.
Okay. All I was trying to say is that the argument sounded the exact same between the argument that Sam Harris and Ben Shapiro had. That's all I was trying to say. I wasn't saying I agree or disagree with either party. But it sounds like that almost exact same argument. The argument that we're having here is what was religion a prerequisite for morality, and Sam Harris's argument was it morality is the logical conclusion. Despite religion, if you didn't have religion, Sam Harris argues that you would have morality no matter what. Mm-hmm. And religious people make the argument that you wouldn't, or like your Ben Shapiro touch or whatever. That was what I was trying to get at.
Daedalus, what do you think?
Sorry, I kind of cut out for like the last minute or so.
So Daedalus, you're a pretty hardcore Christian evangelic Trump supporter, right?
Oh yeah, man, you know it.
So what are your thoughts on Benjamin's argument so far?
See, that's kind of where I'm getting at. It's that there's no real argument here, and that there's no premise, as well. There's no real supporting evidence. So I wouldn't call it an argument per se. I would just say opinions.
So what is your specific argument against the claim of religion? Are you an atheist?
Me, I wouldn't even say I'm atheist. If there is a God, then there is a God. But I have not been presented any evidence to the point that there is a God.
So you are not agnostic?
I suppose so. I haven't been presented evidence for or against, and so I don't believe, I guess.
Nate talks to you. Does that sound like an agnostic position or an atheistic position?
I suppose more so agnostic. If you don't know one way or the other, then you're just kind of so you don't believe in a god, you're saying?
No, not in any specific god. There might be a higher power, but again, I haven't been presented evidence for or against.
So it sounds like you might be what the Dawkins scale would qualify as an agnostic atheist, where you're open to the possibility, you don't know for sure, but because of the lack of evidence you've seen right now, you don't believe in a god, so you'd be an atheist.
Okay, then yeah, I suppose that would be a good summary of it.
I mean, that's what I am too, so I think we're on the same page pretty much.
I feel like that's what we all are, yeah.
Okay, I feel like that's the general consensus of most atheists anyway.
Mm-hmm.
There are some more hardcore atheists that do believe that there's absolutely no God and that they have irrefutable evidence, as it may be.
And I disagree with them wholeheartedly, where my personal belief is that because I haven't been convinced of a religious based argument that there is a God, specifically actually an Abrahamic based God, I have not been convinced of that. So therefore I am atheistic towards those specific arguments, and towards the deistic arguments, whether or not we're talking about a Benjamin Franklin or an Isaac Newton version of whether or not there is a clock constructor out there. I don't think those arguments are particularly strong either. So therefore, my belief in the absence of a God is a matter of rejection rather than a matter of exception. So that's where my philosophy stands. So where Manny said that because I believe, in his own words, I'm not saying that this is what I believe, but in Manny's own words, the person who was in here before, he says that because I believe that there is no God out there, that therefore I must be rejecting, by definition, every single God that has been proposed out there. Whereas if you are a Christian, you accept the Christian Abrahamic God. So therefore, a priori, you acknowledge that the Christian God exists, so you do not need to investigate any of the other gods. Whereas if you were an atheist, you do, by definition, need to investigate every other single God. That's where I disagree with Manny. Unfortunately, he left, so we cannot debate him here.
Right. And I mean, that kind of gets to a whole different argument of whether all religions are incorrect or correct.
Right.
And essentially, I think what a hardcore atheist would say is that all religions are in fact incorrect, because presuming the existence of a single God can also presume the existence of every single God that has supposedly existed throughout history.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it seems like to me, from what you've been saying, Daedalus, is that you're pretty much an atheist.
Yes, I suppose. Honestly, I'm
you're
not
pretty
sure.
much on my team, and I really appreciate that, and I would like to congratulate you.
What would it take you, Benjamin, to be an atheist?
I don't know. I don't know. I mean.
Well, let me ask you this question, and I don't mean to ask you this question just to divert away from my question that I just asked you right now, but why did you subscribe to this channel?
James Lindsay.
Okay, so what was it about James Lindsay that you agree with?
So I didn't understand critical race theory, and I appreciated his in-depth view of it. But because a lot of people like even if you looked at it, I'm gonna make this really shallow for a minute, but if you would bear with me, I appreciate that.
Okay.
And in the debate versus Joe Biden and Donald Trump had banned critical race theory in that, and Chris Wallace had framed that as he had banned racial insensitivity training, and then they just ran with that. But what he had banned is critical race theory. So I looked up critical race theory, and I found James Lindsay, and I found his opinions on it. And like there was a lot of nuance to this. I mean, there are some good things about critical race theory, and there are some dastardly things about critical race theory. And I think James Lindsay does a very good job in painting and what these future and present problems might be with that ideology.
Okay.
And I really felt his view was trying to be honest and sincere.
Okay. So James Lindsay is a good friend of mine, and the reason why he disagrees with critical race theory is because there's no evidence from sense experience to claim definitively that that people are racist in the way that someone like Robin DiAngelo or Ibram Kendi says.
Right.
And so
Right.
because of that, he himself is an atheist. So therefore, the methodology that he uses to disregard claims of explicit racism in the same way that someone like Robin DiAngelo or Ibram Kendi says, because he is an atheist using that logic, he is an atheist using implicit logic. So he does not believe in a God. So why do you agree with James Lindsay on the topic of racism, but not on the topic of God?
I don't know if you can separate James Lindsay's argument from a religious argument and the ideal that well, I mean, like from a really again, very simply and shallowly, love thy neighbor. That implicitly implies you should not be racist.
Love thy neighbor. Well, wait,
Yes,
very quickly,
on its
very quickly.
Yes, okay.
In the Bible specifically, love thy neighbor over and over again. It is said, love thy neighbor only when it comes to your specific tribe. Whether we're talking about the Synoptic Gospels or the Gospels of John, it is overwhelmingly clear that love thy neighbor is explicitly meant to love the person who believes in the New Testament or believes in the Old Testament. It is not an overarching claim about love people who disagrees with you.
Well, you could harken that back to Jesus. He says, love your enemies. So the people that disagree with you, we disagree with each other, right?
On simple things.
Yeah, for sure. And I don't consider you my enemy, but we might be ideological enemies on that pretense. But that doesn't mean I should throw your opinion out and not hear it, but because you're an enemy, I have to engage and hear you out because that would be prescribed of the Bible is to hear people out and
Benjamin.
Right.
To interject here for a minute. So you're quoting Jesus, so you're quoting from the New Testament, right?
I believe so.
Well, did you know that there are actually quotes from the New Testament that advocate for slavery?
I do know that, and I do believe that, and I'm not able to put those in context because I'm not a biblical scholar and I have not studied it very well. But you might, I will grant you your position, not only because it might not be true, because it might very well be true. This is something that I found problematic with the Bible in general. Is that there is an enshrinement of slavery in the Bible, and I do agree with you, and I do think it's wrong, and I do think that is problematic at the very least.
So this is my position when it comes to the Bible. I do agree that there are valuable lessons to be taken from the Bible. Like you just mentioned right there, love thy neighbor. There are definitely positive messages to be found in the Bible. At the same time, though, you can't just cherry pick the positive parts and then leave out all the negative stuff too. So my position would be that even if there are good things in the Bible, there's obviously a much better framework that we could find out there that doesn't include also legitimizing slavery.
And I would highly agree with you, but I also believe that the Bible is a little bit. So I'm gonna grant you atheists a little bit of a bone here, in a way. The Bible is a fictional story, in certain ways that it's meant to capture and characterize human experience, right? Like there are certain things about humanity that are good and bad, and you will never be able to change them. And these are never changing. So it offers stories and experiences about these people, about this is what is human nature, and therefore the Bible tries to make statements about what is right or wrong based on these stories about these people. The Bible is trying to say that people are objectively misguided, or they will run into situations where I think I'm running on my sentences a little bit too long. I think
so to jump in there for a minute, if I can.
Nate, can I interject when you're done?
Okay. I just wanted to say, couldn't the exact same thing about it being a fictional story with valuable human lessons be said about the religion of ancient Egypt, of ancient Greece? I forget if it's from ancient Rome or Greece, but there's one about, not flying too close to the sun, like, like the glue
Icarus.
of the feathers of the wings. What is that again?
Yeah.
Icarus, yeah. So that's an example of fictional story, which has a valuable lesson about, being careful with how close you get to something because it could end up, going downhill in the end. But we don't have to believe any of those stories or have to dedicate our lives to them. We can just pick and choose a couple of things here and there, but not base our entire civilization around the religion of ancient Egypt, Rome, and Greece.
I'm not arguing for statewide religion.
All right, but do you believe in a cultural wide religion?
I don't think it should be suppressed and attacked in the way that it is.
Question, very quickly. Do you believe that if someone doesn't believe in the same religion that you believe in, they will go to hell?
No.
Oh, okay. Then I'm done.
So actually,
Shillelagh Disciple, go for it.
So, in particularly, because I think we both exist in the Red Pill community, if we're correct, Benjamin. We both watch Better Bachelor. Do you watch anyone else by any chance, Benjamin? Just to get an idea of where you land.
You would have to tell me other. Excuse me. Other Red Pill people that you watch, because
I watch a number of them, whether it be even if I like them or dislike them, whether this be Coach Greg Adams or whether this be Yo Elliott Rogers. Now, I think Yo Elliott Rogers, I have a much beef with him. I have much issues with his quote unquote masculinity camps. I could make a whole video on why I think it's terrible for masculinity, but in particular when it comes to mentorship. But I'm just saying I'm familiar with the Red Pill community relatively. But I'm just saying, is there any other creators you watch? Is there anyone else who inspires you? Is there anyone else who inspires you besides Better Bachelor?
Are you familiar with Ryan Dawson?
Oh, fuck. Okay, hold on. Who's Ryan Dawson again?
Isn't he a 9/11 truther?
Yeah, a little bit.
God.
Or am I thinking of a different guy?
No, kind of pretty close.
I could be wrong. Isn't this guy an anti-Semite?
Well, that's how they paint him, but he's not anti-Jew. He's anti-Israeli.
I've never heard of him before, but
his website is called Anti-Neocon. He's anti-neoconservatives.
Okay, so I will.
Do any of you hear a dog whistle? Or is it just me?
Well, there you go. That's your argument, right?
I will tie my own slip knot and watch his content on a later date. But until then, hold on, Benjamin.
He's not a fucking neo-Nazi, and that's the kind of arguments that people make. He's like, well, he said something bad about Israel, therefore he's a neo-Nazi. No, that's a bullshit argument to begin with.
Okay, I can agree with that. But in particular, what I'm trying to get here to is, it sounds like to me a large portion of where your belief comes from is the absurdities of what human nature is when it's left to its own accord. And I think a part of it was religion helped you personally, but I think a part of it is also the absurdities of human nature. And whether this be female nature, male nature, on average, I think that's why you believe in religion. So we could talk all day about the philosophical issues, but I don't think you'll actually get anywhere, because that's just a red herring.
No, you are entirely right. You are entirely right about that.
So yeah, this is why I often say religion is a sociological mechanism that exists within dating, exists within dating philosophy, exists within philosophical philosophy, meaning of life philosophy. It exists within so many different aspects. It is a sociological mechanism that is so complex that cannot be boiled down to just one level of questionnaires. It is a multiple level of questionnaires. So in particular,
if we can kind of get a little bit of a bigger picture from my perspective, maybe you guys might think it's dumb. I don't know. I think people use these divisive agents, whether it's race, whether it's religious for atheism, to divide people up. So we can sit here and we can fight about small things, while the fucking other people fucking rob us blind. That is how I feel.
Okay, so now it's two perspectives. So not only is it human absurdity, but then it's also robbery, which is or limiting of freedom. So, for example, elitism. So it sounds like to me a large portion of your belief comes down to a commandment of altruism. Am I correct?
Define altruism.
I don't know. Am I too drunk to define it? Let's altruism.
Okay.
So I probably mistyped. Oh my god, I spelt it right. It is a miracle.
Yeah. So
yeah,
keep in mind that me, history's shittiest disciple are like drunk out of our minds. So the only people here.
I am too.
Okay, so the only people therefore who are in their right minds is Nate Talks to You and Daedalus. Aside from those, we are like out of our minds right now.
I mean, I feel like my brain melted a little bit.
I am like, because keep in mind, I am celebrating hitting 1,000 subscribers. So I was forced to drink like crazy. So I am not in my mind right
with
now.
a gun to your head, I'm sure you were forced.
I had 1,000 numbers, so I just had to pound the vodka.
Yeah, you had 1,000 guns to your head, didn't you? Okay, so I might just go with the awkward definition of altruism. The fact of caring about the needs and happiness of other people and being willing to do things to help them, even if it brings no advantage to yourself.
Okay. So I don't think you intentionally did this, but you conflated that with elitism, and I think that has an opposite connotation, right?
It can. It doesn't necessarily have to be. For
Right,
instance,
right.
there's circles where elitism can just be considered.
Where'd he go?
No, I got him. He's
There you
not
go.
leaving.
You
Right, but
can't
it's a-
leave. You can't leave.
Why?
Wait.
how
Am
come-
I back? Am I
why
back?
am I
Am I
the
back?
why are me and Nate the only people with videos?
Am I
on?
back? Am I
Don't
back?
be-
I
guys?
don't know.
Hey,
By
Kate,
the way, I know
we'll get a
kind of-
webcam. I'll be back next week.
Yeah, don't be
I'm on my
pussy.
iPhone.
Put on your webcam.
I'll get a webcam. I'll be back next week.
Vincent,
I'm
you
on my
can
phone,
screen
so-
share, can't you?
Yeah, for sure. What's up?
I put a couple links in the chat. I wasn't sure if you'd be able to screen share those for a moment.
Not a problem. So long. I mean, it's not porn or anything, right?
No, it isn't porn, although it is degenerate, but not
Okay.
not in a way that's like not safe for YouTube.
God,
Okay.
is it hentai?
I mean, if it's hentai, I 100% would share it.
I mean, I hope so. But Benjamin, are you there?
Okay, wait.
Okay.
Yeah.
So anyway,
So my whole point, the whole point I'm trying to get to here is it sounds like a part of, even away from the definition of altruism, a big part of your belief system is based in
So
sorry.
so
No, sorry, I won't name. I won't name. No. I'm not.
I want to talk to the
Hold
guy
on.
that went and cherry picked. Thanks for my
No. Hold up. I want to say
What?
something.
But cherry
So-
picking is essentially what it's all
What I
about.
wanted to say, Benjamin, is a large portion of your belief. I'll just say this very simply: a large portion of your belief is based in the absurdities of human nature, and you are seeing the benefits of convincing people of a deity, whatever. But I'm saying any benefit you can get from having a virtue and believing in it with your life, whether this be courage, loyalty, whether this be justice. I'm just saying, Benjamin, I'm saying that believing in God, in short, in my opinion, is the coward's way out. It is the easy way out, rather than acknowledging all absurdities and moving forward.
Right.
Like I defined altruism, but then I can't remember what you had another counter to that. We can continue with that, but respond to whoever you were going to respond to. On my table.
Because I want to talk about this, and yes, that is a tweet that he sent. But you have to listen to him in the context of what he talks about. Yes, he is very anti-Israel. He is not anti-Jew.
He says
He is
that
not
the American
he
system is
not
totally in
anti-Jew.
control of this is like textbook Jewish question rhetoric right there.
He's not anti-Jew. He's
Wait,
anti-Israel.
very
and he's
quickly,
explained
let's
that
just-
multiple
I mean,
times.
Nate talks to you. Is the amazing atheist anti-Jew or is he anti-Semitic?
The Amazing Race.
I've never heard anything from him that would give an impression. Maybe I've missed something.
Something he said was Ilhan Omar was pointing at the fact that there's a Jew. Hold on, Benjamin, hold on.
You
Oh,
did 2 minutes of research. You did 2 minutes of research in order to try and discredit.
Yeah, it is that easy to find stuff about him being an anti-Semite. It's that simple.
But
Just
Benjamin,
Google
hold on,
defend
Benjamin.
the
I was
position
trying
anyway.
to
You can't just
defend.
choose
I was
not
trying
to.
to defend your point. I was trying to defend your point.
Okay.
TJ Kirk. So I'm not sure if there is a Jewish lobby or is not a Jewish lobby, but something that
He doesn't
TJ
hate Jews.
a claim that he made was that it just so happens to me a part of the lobbyist groups that are lobbying the government is a pro-Israel Jewish lobby.
Exactly.
So the moment you point out a pro-Israel Jewish lobby, you are accused of being an
Of being
anti-Semite.
anti-Semitic.
So
Yeah,
is he
exactly.
still? Is there a legitimate criticism that he's still anti-Semitic? Past that criticism,
There might be.
Nate talks to you. So I'm actually throwing this at you to be very fair, to be very honest.
Yeah. I mean, I think that there are lobbying groups of all sorts in this country which are a problem. But I think when you have somebody like Ryan Dawson who focuses like almost exclusively on the Jewish lobby, and you see this like pattern of comments from him about Jews, I think we can inductively reason that there's more going on here than just this like concern over Israel. There's probably a lot more going on here. And if you go to that clip that I put up, by the way, from his YouTube channel, here's an. Are you finished? I'm not finished yet. No, let me finish.
Wait a minute, Brian. Wait a minute, Brian.
The quote that I timestamped in that YouTube video, this is Dawson saying, and I quote, "Whatever these Hasidics going around coughing on stuff, round them up, put them in the paddy wagon,
You might
throw
be
them
taking
out."
it way out of context.
Okay, then play the clip. Get the context.
No. You did not have time to watch that whole video. You cherry pick something. Go where there's something that he might be saying, and he might be quoting somebody else. How about you watch his whole video debating an IDF soldier from Israel? Because he will actually debate anybody. He will debate anybody from Israel or any Zionist person. How about you watch his video with after the stream or whenever you feel like you debate him?
Fine, I can do that.
You watch him debate an IDF soldier from Israel.
So let me ask you this question: When you have someone like Richard Spencer going off on a lengthy racing tangent,
different.
But it was only like half a minute. It was only half a minute. We can't get the full context from that.
Way different.
Benjamin, let him finish. Let him finish. No, shut up, Benjamin. Shut the fuck up. Let Nate talk to you finish.
Whoa, wait, careful.
I wouldn't go that.
Careful. Yeah. Let's be cordial about this.
I'm just saying,
Benjamin's a cool guy. Benjamin's a cool guy. I'm just saying, let Nate talk to you finish. I'm sorry. I'm not hating on you. He's a cool guy.
His head isn't too cool right now.
Nate. I do apologize. I got pissed. I'm sorry. That was out of line.
Okay. But all I'm saying is that I don't think that every situation requires you to like watch like a 2-hour or 3-hour long video to get the full context. If there are like a couple of paragraphs of dialogue and you can get the gist of what they're saying, I think it's reasonable to come to a conclusion about it. Like in the Richard Spencer example that I just highlighted right there. It's like, sure, we didn't get the entire clip, but based off what he's saying, like there's really no charitable way you could interpret that.
So you, without a doubt, you believe that he doesn't like Jewish people for the sake of them being Jewish.
I mean, I'm not a mind reader. I can't go in his brain and like analyze what's going on. But I think that based off his pattern of comments, you can inductively reason that for sure.
Should we watch this video? Should we watch this
I mean,
clip very quickly?
actually, Benjamin, are you wait, Benjamin, are you claiming that Richard Spencer does not hold bigotry or does not hold hatred towards Jews?
No. I'm not going to defend Richard Spencer. He's a racist.
No. I'm asking. Are you defending Richard Spencer as an anti-Semite? No. Okay. Just curious.
No, not at all.
Then what's the reasoning behind pointing out that it's out of context? Like,
no, because I don't know the point. I haven't watched the video that you're talking about.
But I thought it was out of context, though, so you should know more than I do, right? If it's out of context, how would you know that?
Yeah, even so, what's the point of
what was your process in pointing that video out? Did you type in Google Brian Dawson saying anti-Semitic shit, and then you fucking found a video and then pinpointed exactly where it was. Did you watch that entire video and the context of the conversation?
It turns out
did somebody else watch it and tell it for you?
It turns out there are actually a lot of sources out there that have for a very long time been documenting all of this stuff.
So you didn't watch it for yourself, and you didn't do any of your own homework. You made up your own mind based on what somebody else said, and therefore you parroted it.
Well, maybe I'm wrong. Let's play the clip. I'm not sure if you can do stereo mix in here.
Sure.
But yeah, that's possible.
How about we play his interview with an IDF soldier on stream, and then you tell me
I don't care about that.
Right.
Wait.
Yeah, exactly. You don't care about that.
That isn't relevant to what my grievance is. Maybe he's right in that particular situation. But I mean, I'm sure there are clips of Richard Spencer where it makes he might say water is wet one time. It's like that doesn't debunk everything else about him.
Do you want to play the clip? We can play the clip.
I want to play the clip. I might have to refresh it though, just to get back to the specific.
You probably have to play the whole interview.
Sure. I mean,
why would you have to play the whole interview? You can just play that 5-minute section. You don't have to play the whole interview to get an idea of what they're talking about.
Yes, you do.
So 22 minutes is 18 minutes okay?
You have to play the whole interview if you want to get an idea of what he's talking about, because you might be taking something out of context.
Okay.
It begins at 22:15 specific. We can do 22 if that's cool too.
So is 20 minutes okay?
20 minutes
way
is good,
longer than it needs to be.
20 minutes is 20 minutes okay, Ben?
That time sample?
No, because I don't know what happens at the beginning of the video.
Wait, okay.
It doesn't matter. All you have to know is what's happening at the current topic.
I don't know.
Yeah, so hold on. The crazy stuff is supposed to happen at 22. So when would you like to start the clip?
At 0.
18, 20.
You want to see 20 minutes?
Yes, I do.
All right.
Why? If they're transitioning topics, what's the point of hearing about the other topics that are unrelated to the topic at hand?
All right.
Says you.
We can speed it up a bit if you want.
Yeah, we can do this two times.
Okay.
We can do this two times, double times.
Whoa! All right.
If I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
Because somebody said, "Wow, the shower
We're sober enough to make up for them."
Hold on, it's going live.
Carlos, did you just say we're sober enough? We're not. None of us are sober enough.
No. Me and Nat are sober enough to.
Okay.
Make it up for Nate.
All right. By the way, Nate.
Play with subtitles though.
Okay. What? Okay. All right. Sure. Whatever.
What's going on?
By the way, Nate, is this like some Soph level like anti-Semitic stuff?
I don't think this guy's really much of a comedian the way that Soph would be, where she's a little bit more vague in her terminology. It seems like he's like much more of like a formal speaker and stuff.
All right.
You claim he just hates Jews for no reason.
I'm sure he has his reasons. I don't think that they're going to be good reasons though.
All right, it seems to be working. Okay, it seems to be working. I don't know. We got the showers came on quickly last stream. It was not even 2 minutes long or something. Kind of like Prince Anthony.
The showers came on.
Don't know what happened there. I think it's because we used the P word in the title. I said fear horn is paralyzing people. I think that's what it was.
What?
I don't know. I'm gonna have to eat like Nicolas Cage. My hand like this. You know, Nicolas Cage will do all the most embarrassing stuff, but he won't eat on camera. He's on a cooking show in Japan, and every time he ate something, he'd do this. He got it. Won't eat off the same plate with people like family style. I won't. I know you won't. But I don't see how eating in front of people affects them through the screen. Although, with today's culture, you never know. They'd be like, "Oh my god, that guy coughed on the internet. I could get sick." Oh my gosh. Okay, what we were saying is I made my joke about how we got to deal with it secondarily while China had to deal with it right off the bat, which segued into some information about this bat. Now the memes went around with a picture of a woman eating bat soup, which was not in China; it was in Micronesia. However, they do eat bats, snakes, scorpions, and pretty much everything else in China, especially in these wet markets. But you saw a Tucker Carlson report, which was buried into a video of ridiculousness, but this was a gem. So according to Tucker, what was he saying about the origins of COVID? You know what?
Tucker was saying that like everybody's been reporting it came from this wet market, which he said we've reported it too. But according to the most recent study into where it came from, it seems like it probably came from this what they call intermediate horseshoe bat, which he said has never been sold. I haven't actually read this study yet. I just saw what Tucker said about it, but like where that it hasn't ever been sold in that market. But coincidentally, it is being studied in that Wuhan virology lab about 8 miles away, and where they're studying bat coronaviruses. Which I mean, I guess that lends some credibility to the idea that it could potentially be something leaked from that lab. I mean, I don't think that's evidence of proof of like it being a bioweapon or whatever. I think what's more likely is China mishandling biological samples the same way they mishandle things like food.
Well, according to South Korea, who's not China and doesn't like China, their idea was that it wasn't from a bat to a person; it was from a bat to another animal, and then probably a snake, and then that to a person. And so they did sell all those snakes and things in the wet market. And I think that came out after the Tucker thing to explain it. So they're always studying viruses and stuff. It's weird. We still have vials of incurable diseases. Like, why? What are you gonna do with those? Destroy them. You know,
right.
They let gingers walk around openly in restaurants. Well, not now. No one can go in America, land of the free, home of the stay at home. But Tucker has always been on top of things, so that can't be dismissed.
And who hasn't is the WHO. They have not that they had that much credibility to begin with. They get their funds from member nations, so it's kind of obvious that they're going to have some bias there. But
you saw them hang up on Taiwan, right?
Yeah, this was ridiculous. One of their officials was doing an interview with some journalist that asked him about Taiwan, and he pretended like he didn't hear it. He was like, I couldn't hear that question. Let's move to the next question. And then she repeated the same question, and he hung up on her. And but WHO has been
only government could do something that stupid. Like China won't acknowledge Taiwan exists.
Right.
It's got its own government, its own laws, its own everything.
And the WHO guys know they're probably going to lose some funding if they acknowledge that it exists. Can't even answer a question about the situation in Taiwan.
Dude, China made Disney bow down. They made the mouse bow down because Disney wants to get its films in China, and they only accept $10 a year or something.
Yeah, but China only spends $250 billion a year on American goods, and then we're spending $10 trillion on China's fuck up. I think there's gonna be some animosity left over from this.
I know, but it's not just the goods; it's us selling our goods over there. That's the thing. If your movie hits in China,
that's what I mean.
It doesn't matter.
They spend $250 on American goods. We spend way more on theirs, but
we spend way more on theirs. But they sell. If you can get in there, it'll go well. But they restrict it from everything. In fact, the movie Mulan. Disney did all this stuff to get Mulan put in China, right? They added things that shouldn't have been, and they cut completely, and they gave them so much, and they were like, well, we made a Chinese princess movie, even though she's not a princess or whatever. This is going to do well in China. And China's like, well, you can only do it on the deadest part of the year and only limited.
So much anti-Semitism in here, right?
They wanted it so bad, and it completely fell on his face.
Well, I gave the timestamp. It's going to take a while to get to there, apparently.
Yeah, I know.
Do you just want to start at
Yeah,
10? Because this is crazy.
Yeah, this is mindless dribble.
Yeah, I guess.
Okay, I need to call bullshit where I see it. Benjamin, the reason why you want to start from 0 is to give him as much leeway as you can to argue around it. It's not because if 22 is where the bullshit starts. You're trying to give yourself as much reason around to wiggle around this. Now, we don't even have to talk about this if you don't want to.
No, we
I don't know if you do you even want to talk about this?
Yeah, let's go.
How about 15? How about 15? Is that okay?
No,
Sure.
20.
No,
20 because this is just mindless dribble. This has nothing to do with what we were even talking about. They're talking about research on the coronavirus, which is completely unrelated. There's no context here. We might as well just skip.
Benjamin,
we can skip back more.
Benjamin, I'm literally isolating from my own family because I was just tested for coronavirus today. I am literally not even able to hug my parents because I am so scared that I might have COVID right now.
Wait, is this guy denying COVID?
No, he's saying
I
that
don't think he's denying COVID.
They were talking about the origins of it. Or the potential origins of it. That's
okay.
Does the origins of it have any effect on the... Does the origins of it have any effect on the veracity of it is right now?
Vincent, what is the date on this? Did anybody know anything about coronavirus in April?
This is April 6th, 2020.
Wait. April 6th? Absolutely.
Hey, Benjamin. A large portion of what I've been trying to mention to you here is, from everything you've said, I kind of get the feeling you're taking the Jordan B. Peterson route. You'll try to avoid saying you do not believe in God, when in reality, it's not a matter of you do or do not believe in God. You want something to believe in. I'm telling you, you can believe in anything you want to believe in, and you can have the courage to face any absurdity that you might recognize. Is this even worth looking at?
Why?
You are strong. You
guys brought it up. I don't care.
I'm just saying any strength.
If he says something truly anti-Semitic and he can't back it up, then I will agree with you guys that he is anti-Semitic. But
why don't we start?
Look, let's just skip to 20 and go from there, because
why don't we start?
It has nothing to do with anti-Semitism.
Yeah, why don't we start at 20 or 18 or something? But particularly Benjamin, I'm just saying you have the strength to face any fear you have, to face any anxiety you have. You can hold any virtue you have without God. Every atom in your body was forged in a star, bruh. You can do it. It's just a problem I have is that people don't want to, and particularly because it seems more convenient, or it seems more divine to look to the divine. That's my whole point to you, bro. I know, even if you don't recognize it around these guys, I know when you no. I know when you go to bed. I know you know what I'm saying, and when I say you're scared. You're scared of the absurdities. You are scared. I know you're scared.
Have you been live for 5 hours?
Have I?
Bruh.
That's what it says. It's 5 hours.
So yo.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, sure.
Bruh. Before we watch this. Actually, you know what? No. Let's play. I'm pretty fucked up. I'm sorry. I'll shut the fuck up. Nate, Vince, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, everybody. I'm sorry. I'm pretty fucked up.
Okay.
Let's look at it.
Just Dro since 3 says, Ryan, how bad will this economic depression be, and can you explain what would happen?
Slow it down.
Issued a debt jubilee. Thanks. Well, it's not going to be bad here because we're not shutting everything down. Well, although, when one nation coughs, everyone else gets sick too. We're all related. It's going to be very bad. It already is really bad in the United States. I mean, people can't work. Millions of people are out of work right now. They're like 10 million unemployed or something.
If it was over today, I think we'd still be facing the consequences in 5 years. Like, I think, and it's not over today.
Right. And the thing is, a lot of this is easily reversible. I mean, you lift the lockdown, people go back to work, and then they do have a job, and they do have a salary. It's not like, it's very different than true unemployment where someone just can't find work. Most of these 10 million had work and can't work because the government won't allow them to. And once they're allowed to, they go straight back to work. So the majority of those 10 million will immediately have employment once this is lifted. So that will reverse a lot of the economic damage. But the longer this lasts, and the longer they don't work, you're going to have moratoriums on rent and mortgages. You have to. You can't just kick everyone out of their house when you force them to be unable to work, right? This isn't because, and it's not because so many people are dying from COVID or sick or anything. It's the lockdown that's affecting it all. But they don't know how else to deal with it. They don't know how else to keep it from spreading. And what really pisses me off is people spreading it on purpose. If you're going around and just touching everything and coughing and sneezing on stuff, and there have been people caught on video doing this, I think you should be in solitary confinement. That's just nasty. It's not funny. Right? First of all, sneezing and coughing on food, even without a virus, is disgusting. I won't even eat food that someone touched. So I'm a little really grossed out by this. But, that should not happen. Declare it an act of terrorism if you want, whatever. All these Hasidics going around coughing on stuff and all. Like, when you round them up, put them in a paddy wagon.
Yeah, that just came out.
You kind of sped past that one, but if you go back,
that was hyperbolic. That was not serious.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah, it's always a joke. It's always sarcasm. It's irony. I'm a big irony bro.
That was not hyperbolic at all. You specifically mentioned Hasidic Jews. That is not hyperbolic. That is specific targeting.
No, go back. I no, he didn't say that, did he?
Wait a minute.
Yes, he did. He said these Hasidics.
Go back. I didn't hear that.
You did,
bro.
Okay.
No, I didn't. No, you might be right. I didn't hear it. Play.
Okay. All right. Hey, I'll play it again.
I didn't hear it.
All right.
Like 22
you might be right.
something.
You might be right.
But yeah, make like normal speed.
Okay, I'll make it normal speed.
Normal speed, subtitles, extra volume.
You might be right. I didn't hear
it. Normal speed, subtitles, everything.
So there have been people caught on video doing this.
Thanks, it was so fucking dumb. Thank you.
Solitary confinement. That's just nasty. It's not funny. First of all, sneezing and coughing on food, even without a virus, is disgusting. I won't even eat food that somebody touched, so I'm a little really grossed out by this. But, that should not happen. Declare it an act of terrorism if you want, whatever. All these Hasidics going around coughing on stuff and all. Like, when you round them up, put them in the paddy wagon.
All these Hasidics going around coughing and stuff? All of these six?
Yeah.
Hasidics.
Yeah.
That's what he said? He said Hasidics.
Yes.
Yep.
What does Hasidics mean? Wait, what the fuck does that mean? I'm pretty.
They're bringing drugs, bringing crime. They're rapists.
What does that mean? I don't even know what the fuck that means. Nate talks to you. So in Canada, we don't know half the slurs you Americans use.
Hasidic is not a slur. It is a branch of Judaism.
Yeah. Okay. We don't even use that up here in Canada. It's been long forgotten of. We don't even know.
Right. I mean, you can look up the definition of Hasidic Jew. They are a subgroup of Judaism.
Okay,
but I'm not sure there's like any evidence they're like disproportionately going around coughing on stuff.
I'm not trying to be a dick here. He talked to you. I've just never heard of this before. That's all. Like he's saying shit I've never heard of from Canada.
But even if that isn't good enough for you, I have more to show off. Can I show my screen, Vincent?
Go for it. Yeah, I'll go ahead and add the stream.
So Ryan Dawson had a Twitter account a couple of years back. Now it's been, for whatever reason, taken down. But here are a couple of tweets that he made back in like 2018 or so. So here we have one. I'm not sure if that's showing up for you. Jewish success is because of nepotism and people already in power converting to Judaism so they could continue the practice of usury. Being a parasite requires a host.
That is pretty racist.
Here we have one from 2018. Judaism pathologically breeds psychopaths. And then we have another one. Most of America is white. Percent-wise, most mass shooters are Jewish. So come on, like this is an obvious pattern.
I agree with you.
Okay, by the way, I'm actually Benjamin. If you look between 2019 or 2018 to 2017, you'll actually see a large portion of shooters were Islamic jihad. No. You can listen. No. You can let me finish. A large portion of shooters was Islamic jihadists and white nationalists between from 2019 or 2018 to 2017. A large portion of them were Islamic jihadists and white nationalists. Jewish terrorists were not really up there on the tier list.
There's barely any Jewish terrorists. There's barely any. He says no, but but Nate, I do want to credit you for showing me that because I was not aware of that.
Yeah,
So,
fair enough. I mean, there are people that I used to
that.
watch back in the day too, who I looked back on their work and I was like, yeah, there's a lot of stuff here that I probably missed out on. So I'm not going to hold it against you.
No, well, I'm not a Twitter hound. I don't actively go and look for that kind of stuff. So, but you know, I do agree with you in the fact that when you're actively targeting a certain group of people on and again, and you're trying to make you're trying to make a foundation like yeah, that is racist, and that should be called out and condemned. And I do appreciate you showing me that because
all right, no hard feelings.
Yeah,
we're almost there. We're almost there at a bread.
Almost atheist. Almost atheist. We're almost there.
So,
almost
by the
there.
way, Benjamin. So, I'm actually curious. Have you ever heard of Rollo Tomosity?
Part of my what hell?
Oh, fuck me. Okay, so you've heard of Better Bachelor, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so he's pretty much the biggest red pill name there is, and particularly because he's less retarded, and like the vast majority of red pill content creators are. Oh, I'm sorry, Vincent. I'm so sorry. The vast majority of red pill content creators are retarded. They are retarded. They are very special needs.
They're regarded.
Can we just say they're insane?
No. They're philosophically absurd. They are philosophically absolutely deluded. Most of the creators, but Rollo Tomosity is actually considered to be the godfather of the red pill quote unquote community, including Better Bachelor, whatever you want to, the whole community, whatever you want to call it. In particular, the thing I'm trying to get to here is a large portion of the community is like recognizing absurdities when it comes to human nature. Like I'm just saying, you even acknowledge you can recognize all absurdities. You don't have to be religious to recognize absurdities when it comes to male nature, female nature, or human nature, whatever you want to call it. I'm just saying, I know why you believe what you want to believe in. I know everything they're pointing out here can perhaps maybe change some of your views, but it won't change your foundations. I know you. No, you can say whatever you want. I know your foundations. I know your foundations is based upon your comfort zone of what's helped you grow. Number one, and number two, the absurdities you see with human psychology.
Okay,
I'm just saying.
So here's the question from me to you: how much does it help you that my entire philosophy or my entire being changes? What satisfaction does that give you? And don't say none, because I know that's a lie.
It gives me a lot of satisfaction.
Better.
So the satisfaction I get is, I hope one day humanity essentially reaches like a Star Trek type universe, or like at some point we move past every issue we have today, and we can actually build a so much better future than tomorrow. But until we can recognize every absurdity there is, until we can recognize every objective truth, until we can recognize what is our personal truth, until we can recognize where our emotions come from and where that correlates to objective reality, I'm not sure if we can get there. So the satisfaction I have is getting people to a better tomorrow that perhaps we can't even imagine. My satisfaction is one day I will be remembered as a retard on the internet. Right. Even if I'm smart, even if I'm 50 IQ points smarter than the average Joe, if I'm considered if I'm considered retarded millions of years in the future, then I have done a good job.
So
Nate has done a good job. Vincent has done a good job. If we can be remembered as lesser intelligent,
you all have done great jobs. And again, thank you, Vincent, for having me on. I do appreciate it, because I'm around nobody from Alberta, and we disagree, but I do appreciate you having me on, and that goes beyond. But what I would ask you, history shit lice disciple, is fuck, I forgot. I'm too drunk.
Not a problem.
Actually, wait, can we give him a
very
chance to
quickly?
remember?
Who here has been drinking aside from History's Shittiest Disciple? Is it just
I've been
me?
drinking.
Okay, heavily.
Am I obviously that drunk, by the way, guys? Like, seriously?
I am out of my mind right now.
I started drinking.
Fuck me, man. Like, oh God. Like, so, Benjamin, something I'm trying to say is, whether you acknowledge this or not,
right,
everyone has the strength to recognize what can get us to that Star Trek universe. Everyone has the strength to recognize a better tomorrow, including yourself.
I don't want to be the Borg, man. That's all I'm trying to say.
No, but I'm just saying
you don't have
to. You don't have to be. You can believe in a better tomorrow. The Star Trek universe isn't necessarily defined by the Borg, but that's just it. You believe that because you will not believe in Christianity, you will end up being no. Hear me out. You believe you'll end up being the Borg, but the other aspect of it is that we can get to an intergalactic society, a society far more advanced. If we can recognize every absurdity, and I know in particular when it comes to the other guy who's on here, he was talking about progression. You weren't talking about progression. You were talking about your emotional development and red pill theory. Two things. Whether everyone here recognizes it or not, I know you fucking emotionally recognize because I'm great at tracking emotion and logic together intertwined. So Benjamin, when it comes to you, I'm saying you have the courage to find guidance without that religion. You do, whether you believe it or not. That's all I'm saying.
I think I had it before, and my guidance led me to religion. And if it leads me someplace after that, then I'm more than open to stumble upon that rock and fall down and trip and fall on my face and have a bleeding lip. But it's like it all goes as the day goes, and you can't. I mean, obviously, any opinions that you get will always, kind of surface level have some type of an injection on you. But I mean, I
what I'm gonna say. Oh, sorry. You go. Welcome. By the way, person. Welcome. Benjamin, continue. Benjamin, continue.
Base to my core, I do believe in the prospects of good and evil, and you can segregate that from a religious point of view, or you can deny that religious point of view and still hold that position. But I do believe that exists, and I believe that the religious point of view offers the most guide stones or rubber arms or guide chairs towards that position. Like I said earlier, you don't have to put the cart before the horse. You're not necessarily a good person because you are religious, but you can be good without religion. But I do believe that religion generally can guide people towards those same philosophies and beliefs. They're not exclusionary, and they're not mutually exclusive.
But Benjamin, my whole point that I'm trying to say here is religion has the same problem as the Borg. The what people call pragmatically the social justice warriors has the same problem as the Borg. I'm just saying we can abandon we can abandon all of them, and instead we can embrace nuance of truth and understanding. You just need the courage to do so. And I'm going to straight out call you a coward. You don't want to acknowledge you don't want to acknowledge that your religion will not lead us there. Because it just objectively won't. All it takes is one person to believe in the absurdities. I'm saying we can recognize every absurdity there is.
So here's where I might point out something that might be significant and might not be. You said your religion will not point us we as a collective, as a hive mind, right?
I'm saying we as humans, we as a society. I'm not saying as a hive mind. No. I know. Now you're strawmanning. I said we as a humanity, we as a society. I'm saying religion will not point us towards reducing all absurdities. It will just bring us into another absurdity. I'm saying like far left social justice, whatever you want to call it, demonizing all white people, whatever you want to call it. I think it's just I believe personally, it's just another absurdity that we are led down by another philosophy. I'm saying we can recognize all absurdities. We can look at psychological truth, philosophical truth, and we can build our epistemology. We can build our worldview and our belief from there. I'm being very mean here, but I'm being very blunt and harsh and critical. I'm saying I know where you're coming from. I know where people like Yogi Oates come from. I'm saying people like Yogi Oates, people that go to take the God pill from the meaningless of the modern society. I'm saying they are cowards. They recognize the absurdities with hypergamy, with women. I'm saying they recognize the absurdities with men trying to get with as many women as possible. I'm saying they're recognizing the absurdities of modern society.
Because I feel like you have some things to say.
Okay, so you had something to say? Sorry, you go.
Yeah, you just look like you do. That's what I'm saying.
Me? Maybe I do.
No, Vincent.
Vincent, yeah, I think he definitely has. I think Vincent.
He looks like he has an opinion.
Vincent is cringing while I'm talking. I can see it right now.
Well, I want to know Vincent's opinion on this.
I will defer what my own personal views are to queer Indian atheist. What do you believe?
Where at the last conversation I actually got to listen to was the agnostic atheist and he's one, and I went to lunch and I came back and jumped in right after. So I don't even know what you're talking about right
That's
now.
fair. So basically, Benjamin, all I'm saying is every absurdity there is, instead of gravitating towards a religion, instead what we could gravitate towards is understanding evolutionary psychology, evolutionary biology. What instead we can understand is look towards the psychology. We can look towards Stoic philosophy, any philosophy that actually greater increases well-being, and we can instead use that instead of some dogmatic theist religion that's based around anything that could allow someone suffering from psychosis to believe in their own delusions. And not to say that religion doesn't have positivity or cannot help certain people, because it definitely can. But I'm saying we don't necessarily need that in order to get the same effect. I'm saying you have the strength on your own to literally make the empirical world whatever you want.
What would make you happy? Like from a what would it require a renunciation of religion, and that would therefore be a religious act on my behalf? Like I don't understand. I understand your point. I understand what you're trying to say very fiercely. You're trying to say that when you reject collective thinking and you reject institutionalized thinking, that people can think for themselves, and therefore you can have a very am I wrong?
No, I'm saying people can only learn to think for themselves, but they can also learn to think for others.
Okay, but
we can.
Okay, no, but true or false? You're trying to ask me. And I don't know if you really are, but it sounds like if I was to say to here and I was to declare that I denounce all religion and I denounce God and Jesus and all his whatever that would make you feel good, but that would be a religious act in me doing it. But if you don't believe in religion, then why is that so semi-important? That's where I'm kind of lost here.
That would be an act of irreligiosity. So you can say that, but it's not. It's an act of irreligiosity. You're claiming that irreligiosity is the same as religiosity. So I would say I disagree with that, simply put.
Okay.
But my point that I want to get here is I want everyone to recognize that just because God isn't real, that doesn't mean that we can just do what we want willy-nilly. Just because God isn't real doesn't mean that we can eat meat, murder each other, kill each other. Just because God does not... Sorry. Let me better to explain it. Just because we do not know if God exists, even if we do not know if God exists, that does not mean we can do whatever we want. We can still look at facts. We can still look at psychology. We can still look at biology. We can still look at every other means of analyzing, increasing well-being, decreasing suffering, to better create a better world. And this includes acknowledgement of whether this be biology, psychology, or whether this be whatever you want to call it. It's just a matter of an epistemological revolution of which we can actually come together, talk, and then discard what is false. And then move forward together with courage towards a better tomorrow. To instead leave behind our short-term ideal of our past. We are very short-term orientated as animals. We're short-term orientated for sex, for pleasure. We are very short-term orientated, and a large portion of our epistemology is based on our short-term pleasure. I'm saying we can abandon that. We can think more long-term if we wish to. But I'm saying it takes courage to journey into the unknown.
Okay.
To abandon all absurdities.
Can I take 5 minutes to go do some stuff?
Whoa.
We'll let you guys
5
go.
minutes, man. I'm trying to go to sleep now.
You hate me that much, Vincent?
What are you, a scrub? You
Vince,
asleep,
are
bro?
you drunk?
I'm
drunk.
done for the day.
Are
Dude,
you
I am drunk out of my mind right now.
Bruh, you scrub,
Come
you
on.
scrub, you need sleep. What the fuck, man?
Come on, dude. You got like 10 hours in left in you.
All right, you know what? Okay, so right now I am drunk out of my mind. Do you guys want me to provide a strong philosophical argument against the existence of God or whatever it is that you want me to provide? I can do so.
Yes.
I can do it.
Absolutely.
I'm drunk out of my mind. What do you
Go
guys
for it.
want me
Do
to
it,
argue for?
Don't do it, Vincent.
Well,
I
okay.
have a question. Is any one of you a Gnostic atheist?
I'm an agnostic atheist.
Agnostic.
Agnostic.
I think we ruled that I am too.
I'm talking about Gnostic. Is anyone a Gnostic atheist?
Oh, nah.
I'm not.
No, I don't think so.
Really? Because
I would
think,
say
like,
I would say I'm a Gnostic atheist when it comes to Abrahamic religions, in the same way that I am Gnostically atheist about whether or not the tooth fairy or the like the leprechaun exists, because I'm a religious studies minor, which obviously isn't particularly impressive, but I would say I have a sufficiently knowledgeable understanding of the history of religious studies to the point where I can definitively state enough, at least, to say that it is overwhelmingly unlikely that the Abrahamic gods were of any like noticeable interest towards me specifically.
well, yeah, I agree with you. I would just extend that to gods of any religion at all, like even the pagan religions, because, well, first of all, the Abrahamic gods, they are really like inconsistent in everything, and even like you cannot be omnipotent. That's just not possible. That's just not how reality works and everything. But even if you go to pagan religions, if you go to the mythologies, you will find they're very like contradictory stories about the same gods. Like some gods might have in case A, god X has child Y and Z, while in case B, god X has child C and D or something. Like they're like they're not really on par with each other. So unless you have like I don't know, a multiverse, then that's not certainly not possible.
Right.
And so basically, I'm Gnostic towards gods of all religions. And even if we go by religious gods, that would be the deistic gods. I mean, I think the definition of that god is like meant to be something that you cannot ever know. So, but I still think it is highly unlikely that even such a god would exist, considering that god would still be like all powerful and stuff, but the universe is still filled with imperfections. There are black holes everywhere and stuff.
Right.
So I think even the existence of that god would be highly unlikely. And even if that god exists, by definition, that god doesn't interact with humans or its creations. So it won't really matter if that god exists or not, because we can just never know. Even if that god exists, we can never find out, because that god wouldn't ever interact with us. So I think I would call myself a Gnostic atheist.
Nate talks to you. Anything on that?
As of right now, no. I'll let you continue, and then I'll chime in later.
Right. So I will say that I will get back to that later today, technically later today, because it's already 12:30 a.m. for me here in the United States. Right. But as I've said, I'm going to be doing these live streams every weekend. So this is the Friday live stream. I will do a live stream on Saturday night as well as Sunday night. Anybody here is more than welcome to join me. I am hoping that I'm going to be able to get Manny on, the person who is debating us fervently against the existence of God and the fact that atheism is irrational. I'll do my best to get him back on because I love that guy. He's my favorite person on the planet. But anyways, I'm going to end the stream here. Everyone, thank you so much for joining. This was the 1,000 subscriber stream special. We are currently at 1,008. Oh, wait. Actually, let me check.
Yeah, congratulations again.
Thank you. We are at 1,011
subscribers right now. So that's fantastic. Really appreciate everyone doing this. Even if we have different ideological or religious, whatever it may be, views, it's fantastic that we can, at the very least, congregate and have a conversation about these differences in opinions. Nate Talks to You, thank you so much for being a good friend of the show and joining us on this conversation. Likewise. It was a lot of fun. And History's Shittiest Disciple, same thing. Daedalus, same thing. Benjamin, same thing. Queer Indian Atheist, same thing. We got to get you on to have a conversation about gender and sex. That'd be a lot of fun. Thank you, everyone, for joining me on this fun conversation.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was cool.
Bye-bye.
By the way.
Bye-bye.
Everyone, subscribe to Nate Talks to You. Subscribe to Queer Indian Atheist. Subscribe to History's Shittiest Disciple. Everyone, subscribe to all these people. They are.
I'm
all
assuming
fantastic.
all of you are subscribed to the Babylon Project, but if you're not, just what the fuck are you doing? Just subscribe.
All right.